one question, Jorby. What team stream do you do again?
That would be Dignitas.
Oh, okay. Now I understand.
It's not that. It's the two rival boys went with the original peeps. That's all.
Right,
okay.
exactly.
Wow.
You know, I'm a peep for life.
Nobody was thinking that.
Like
besides
10 people in chat know what Stacks is talking about. James, who you got?
So I like to strategize. All right. So when I looked at this bracket here, I'm thinking, oh, Gen G. I'm not going to say that this is the easy side of the bracket, but look at the other side of the bracket. I think Gen G is going to have an opportunity to put up huge numbers against a Moist team that barely scraped in through round 5 of Swiss, hasn't really had many top 8 performances this go around. So I look at the matchups alone, and then I look at the fact that Chronic's numbers aren't insane, and I think that, until the finals, I expect Gen G to put up a lot of numbers. I tried to pick apparently Jack first, but there's more rules that I'm sure that Gibbs can explain, but it got canceled out. So I'm like, all right, Chronic, please let me get him, and I was able to. So I expect Chronic to put up huge numbers against Moist, who are going to get swept.
Okay. Makes
Whoa,
we
swept. Wow.
We have some antithetical opinions here between James and Gibbs, I feel like. Casters, thank you so much. Good luck in the match today. We'll see you out there on the pitch here. Just under 6 minutes. We're getting close to kickoff here. Dazarin also is part of the staff today. He's not sitting in one of the seats to cast here for the first match. He picked Beast Mode. He originally picked Appjack because #GenG, but I haven't told him this yet. I also picked Appjack just to deny him the pick there. So he had to go with Beast Mode. He did not believe in First Killer to be able to improve on his stats there. So he went with Beast Mode, hopped over to G2.
And plus, he was in dead last time around in Fantasy, so we made sure he wasn't on camera.
That's true.
So.
All right, Gibbs, we got to move quick here. We got to talk about these major scenarios, though. We got 5 minutes till kickoff. Let's talk about the prize pool and points, folks. We got 20 points on the line, $20,000, $21,000 there for first place. What needs to happen here for madness to descend?
All right, the only important thing that you need to know for the prize pool and points is the 4-point breakdowns from each placement. So let's move ahead. Top 8 bracket. Let's show it. We're going to speed run all these spots here. For Dignitas and Moist, they are way down the points leaderboard. They have to win this qualifier. They also need OG to lose in the quarterfinals. So that is what Dig and Moist need. Now let's bring up the points, and we'll talk about the other teams here really quickly. Luminosity, they are an 8-point underdog here to OG. That is 2 placements higher. So that would be a grand finals. OG loses in the quarterfinals. If they win, then they can make top 4, yada, yada. That's how you catch up to OG. Then Shopify Rebellion, they are only 4 points down. That is only 1 place. So if they place 1 better than OG, then they can qualify. But Gen G and Space Station have not clinched yet. And here's my dream bracket, and I will show it to you now. Space Station on Twitter said they have clinched, but they have not yet. And they need very specific things to go against them. They need Rebellion to take down OG in the grand finals, and there will be a tiebreaker. Gen G, like if they lose in the quarterfinals, they will also be in that tiebreaker. So this is my dream bracket, so we can look at the points of how this would all play out. And we would have a 4-way tie from 2 to 5. And this is my dream, honestly. Like,
oh, that is disgusting.
We'll talk about Gen G. Like, if they win their quarterfinals, they wouldn't be in this tie. But if they do, then yeah, 2 through 5, 36 points each, and we'd have a 4-way tie for 3 spots in North America. So Space Station on Twitter, you're big fans of Rebellion and OG losing early today, so you can finally tweet the proper scenarios.
My goodness. Imagine getting to this spot and there being 3 spots open, and you just need to not be last in that tiebreaker, and you'll be fine. But someone would have to be last. Bates, you got a question?
Yeah. Also, I just want to touch on that's Gibbs' dream bracket because it gets him in and it gets him out.
Oh, yeah, 4-0s, baby. Let's go. Let's get moving.
Short day.
Let's get moving.
We got 3 minutes, folks, before Dignitas kicks off against G2. We only got 4 quarterfinals to play for you today.
Take the short day.
Hopefully they aren't all 4-0s. Hopefully we got a few Game 7s in there. We got OG, that super important result. How does OG do against Space Station? We're saving that for last, folks. Before that, we'll have Moist versus Gen G and Luminosity versus Shopify. But to kick things off for the quarterfinals of Open Qualifier 6, we got G2 Stride versus Dignitas here. There's an obvious favorite in this matchup, but Dignitas, many of us, Bates, had counted them out before this point, and yet they're still here.
Yes, right. Dignitas, I mean, they had the bench Evo earlier on in this major. They added up Stizzy from EU. They brought Gyro back from the bench. And I believe those U-Stacks talked about it. Their vibes in general have just improved, and that has really been self-evident on the field. They're playing this confident, trusting each other. That's going to give them the best chance to go up against this G2 Stride squad that has looked unstoppable except when they play Gen G.
Yeah, again, they all throughout this season, or this second half of the season, it's been Arsenal and Stizzy fighting over the ball. Now they're all on the same page. This is the best this team has looked the entire time, and there is something to be said for peaking at just the right moment. Dignitas is doing that. They've given themselves a shot.
Big stretch. Good morning.
But this is talent versus vibes, right? And I'm going to pick talent every time. Obviously, G2, number 1 team in North America. It's vibes on Dignitas, sure, but -1 game differential through the Swiss. They barely got here. G2, though, they're not playing for much here. They already know they're going to the World Championship. They know they're going to London. So maybe there's a chance, but I think it's doubtful.
Okay, folks.
I like this.
You can
Every
see the
match,
scenarios
we
down
need
there at
more
the
of
bottom.
this.
This is kind of everything for Dignitas to play for.
What's on the line?
Nothing for G2. G2 is just trying to secure number 1 seed at this point, and Dignitas, if they win here, it does not guarantee anything. So they have to win to earn the chance to play the matches that actually qualify them through. This is a very long road for Dignitas, but the first most important step of it was yesterday. They took that step well. Now they're trying to take the next step. Let us know who you think is going to win. Can Dignitas create the upset? Hashtag DIG. Or does G2 roll on to another semifinal here? We'll make our predictions while the coin predicts as well. Blue for G2.
I don't think anyone's here yet, but we're going
It's
to
gonna
start a
come up.
prediction.
That was a weird. It landed weird. We all saw it though. It did land this way. I didn't flip it. That was Dignitas. So,
All right.
Coin's a believer.
coins a
Problem
believer.
is, G2 on the season, or at least in this second half, fewest shots conceded, fewest
Hey,
goals
Sentience.
conceded per game throughout the whole split. Dignitas needs to light up the scoreboard if they're going to have a chance.
Folks, we've got a sweep for G2 up here on the desk, and you guys got them as well in chat. Coin believes, Dignitas believes. Most importantly, can they do it, folks? To kick off the final round of online qualifiers here, folks, it's G2 versus Dignitas. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Dignitas may not be in control of their own destiny, but when there's a chance, you still have to find a way to give it your all. G2
you got,
playing with
Sentience?
house money, James.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And just another day at the office for the squad.
Yeah, they've already qualified for London. They've already qualified for Worlds. This is the victory lap, so to speak. And Dignitas, they have everything to play for. Obviously, their destiny not entirely in their hands, but one thing is for certain, Jorbian, and that is Dignitas must win if they want to have any hope at making it to London.
And Dignitas, who have struggled with executing
Roll
kickoffs,
for Novi.
especially
Wait,
yesterday
how?
in Swiss. And this time they had Stizzy fake to give themselves an early chance. It doesn't work out this time. Goes to show you Dignitas really want to make a statement. Stizzy slowing it down. Start of the game, Dignitas trying everything to get by by Daniel. And G2 cleared away again.
Then I'm thinking back to the last grand final and the last open qualifier. To me, the player that
It was
really stood
random
out was
time to do
Atomic.
a watch
Atomic
party.
doesn't always lead the team in numbers, but
Blue fart.
this event he
That's what I'm
has
saying
been.
there.
In last
What are you
grand
doing
finals, he was spectacular. So I'm looking to see if Atomic can bring that same level of success here against Dignitas.
And obviously, Stizzy almost getting there, but Atomic, great recovery. Daniel quickly to the ball. Dignitas, despite their best effort, couldn't find the back. Arsenal will buy some time. You know, Stizzy, when he first joined the team, obviously Dignitas been through some tumultuous times. Right, Atomic's going to score right off the bar.
What I tell you, Corby.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Atomic has been playing so well recently, gets the flip reset, waits till the last second as well. You can see Gyro maybe not expecting it, gets the bump on Atomic, but by then the shot was already released.
He
Atomic,
subbed in the one time, yeah.
he's had a huge save early, and now that first goal. I think Dignitas really will need to find a way to contain Atomic and not let him get off to a hot start.
Even after you tried getting the
that's
neutral
in.
50, now you get burned
Oh
in
my
the midfield.
God.
Daniel will beat him clean. And Dignitas' structure is not anticipating beast mode, playing that extra touch. Arsenal was there. Stizzy was playing off of Arsenal. And that made it wide open for Daniel to snipe.
And Stizzy thinking he had more time than he did. So a quick start here
In this
for G2.
qualifier?
I think so many people
Holy crap,
have
Atomic stopping
G2
off.
as the favorite to win it all once again. Dignitas fans, they know that this journey ahead is quite a difficult one. Dignitas, they've been fighting through adversity just to get here to this point. It was a great achievement. You even saw on the pre-show the reaction from Stizzy after getting the win. Dignitas has everything to play for.
And the confidence issues have plagued this team. It's been their #1 criticism all season long. Qualifier 6 has been their best showing as a team.
Oh, there's
working together as a unit.
That was a weird challenge by Arsenal.
Around Dignitas.
What's Arsenal doing?
You see the bump from Daniel, and as soon as Atomic has that little bit of space from the bump, what does he do? Executes perfectly. Atomic already throwing up massive numbers. 400
Rip.
points, and we're not even halfway through this game.
Who'd they lose to?
I mean, you know, talk all you want about Dignitas' mental, about how even if they get to top 8 on a rough mental, you think that should establish some confidence. Because confidence doesn't mean much when you're playing against G2. As Stizzy
I don't know, man.
tried to roll
Arsenal's,
that ball underneath.
Arsenal's playing off
And,
right now.
well, it's G2 who end up making the statement. Dignitas have pulled out the strats early to try to catch G2 off guard. They were ready for it. Atomic is just
Not for NA.
moving the
It's
ball
just
all by
Falcons.
himself. Beast mode on
G2
the back.
Falcons.
Dignitas playing reactive.
And thank you, Orlando.
They're
How you doing?
reacting
G2
well.
Falcons and
G2
Twisted
holding them
Minds.
in the orange half.
But you saw that play from Atomic, the defense not knowing what to expect, and now we're seeing G2 have so much possession.
How you doing,
Atomic
Mr.
still
Orlando?
going for it. Tries to get a pass into the middle. Ball leaks out to Beast Mode, who's going off the ceiling. Underneath the ball, fakes it. Pass over to Atomic.
Mr. Hold My Hando.
There's the hat trick. G2 will not be stopped.
And Beast Mode, he's just so sick on the ball.
Get
Arsenal
off
sees
the
Beast
boat.
Mode comes
Onto
down,
some
wants to cover the
Landos.
high, Gyro to cover the low, but Beast Mode just has excellent control. Arsenal
look at
gets
this mansion.
down,
It's pretty
and
grand,
Beast
though.
Mode's already moved
Finish
past
ups in
him.
DoorDash
Gyro
now.
tries to
Come
get
watch
to the
our
near
fuck
post to defend the shot, and
GG.
Beast Mode goes right over his head.
Man,
No, doesn't matter what you do.
how much
Where
protein?
you
I'm going to the
position,
gym. How
if
much
your
protein am I
car is
supposed to
not
have
on
every
the
day?
ball, a Beast Mode's just going to move right by you. Easy does it.
I thought I was only going to need like 90
Huge
grams of
start
protein
from
a day, and I
G2.
already
This
thought
has
that
not
was a
been
lot.
a
And then I see
close
people
game
try to eat like
whatsoever.
140. Like, what the fuck?
Not at all. And Dignitas.
Oh, you delivered.
Their major hopes are
You doing it in
about as
car?
slim as they can
I
be.
did.
You know, you need
I did it on my electric
advancing your
unicycle
rebellion
before.
to not make grand final.
That was
On
fun.
top of that, you got to win the events. Even if you win here,
Dude,
it
how do you
still
get
might not even
200 a day?
matter.
Is it just protein
You
shakes?
are
Like,
if
there's
you're
no way.
Dignitas, you're hoping that you can just carry that kind of energy and try to play your
Like,
best.
I-
They just had a
G2.
fantastic
there's no way I
opportunity on
ever
that
get
last
close to,
play.
like-
Stizzy
Yeah.
with the
I guarantee you I don't
hesitation
even
out.
usually get 40 a day.
Beast Mode, this is disastrous from Dignitas.
How much is in a chicken breast? I thought chicken
You
breast
see
is
the
only like.
defense is there. Gyro not expecting that 50
30 or
straight
40.
Off the ceiling, tries to jump from a reverse position, and it just
We have-
goes in. Things
We
going
made
from
we
bad
meal prepped and
to
we made like
worse for Dignitas,
50
who have not
gram
been able
like
to crack this
each
G2
meal is 50
defense,
grams of
which
protein. It's got
traditionally has been the
sweet
best that
potato,
North America's
broccoli,
had to offer,
shit ton of
and
chicken,
that's been the case so far in game one.
pineapple.
Dignitas. Oh, they finally get one. Stizzy. He wastes no time on this challenge, Jordan.
Yeah, nice work here from Stizzy. Moving past the first defender. And kept
fuck was he?
speed
He was like
to
freestyle
catch Beast Mode
dribbling.
out, but Beast Mode not too worried about that, no doubt. Dignitas will definitely have their work cut out for them. Got to be impressed overall.
That's
with
a lot.
G2
That's expensive.
when
lot of fucking
they
chicken.
qualified for everything. There really isn't much more they need, but that just shows you the skill floor.
Because each egg is only
Beast Mode gets another
6
one.
grams of
He's
protein.
nuts, man.
Beast Mode with the squishy save, then the follow-up. And now a pass over. Beast Mode defensively has been so good. 3 saves for him. And I mean, look at how many saves G2 has made. Sitting at 7 right now to just 3 for Dignitas.
See, the thing is,
So
I
despite
like
all
getting
these
my
numbers,
meals down to
Dignitas
like.
has been
At one
keeping
point,
many
I was
shots
getting
on
my
net,
meals
whereas G2's been
down to
happy
like $2 to
get in
$3
those
a
isolation
meal.
plays and make
But
stops.
with these high protein ones, it's up to
Dignitas still
$6 a
throwing
meal.
everything
This is Canadian
at
dollars, by the
G2's
way.
net. Stizzy looking for the right side. Maybe a confidence builder into game
So yeah,
two.
these high protein
Right
ones
now,
are
though,
$6 a
G2,
meal.
They hold all of the cards, excuse me. Going into game two,
Cheaper, that's true.
Look at that
they did
pass.
try to
Oh,
start
it's
with that
open.
big kickoff.
It's-
See you later. He
What?
doesn't want to score.
Atomic.
What the fuck are we watching right now?
Generous of Daniel. Look at this pass. The double tap. A perfect pass upfield. Hits Daniel on the numbers. Daniel.
What the
I mean,
fuck
he's
do you even
probably
do?
trying to score, but at this point, I don't think G2 really.
Is there a lot
Maybe
of
he was actually
like
trying to
I mean,
miss.
I was about to say,
So
is there a
let
lot of
this
good
next
stuff in
game
fruit?
come sooner.
Obviously, there is.
Gives Atomic his 4th goal.
That's not high protein, though.
Insane numbers this game. And G2 did not break a sweat, Jorby.
So this was a rough start, and I gotta say, it felt like Stizzy was the only one doing anything.
Was at the bottom of his team.
Gyro was doing Gyro was playing support, but I feel like Arsenal.
But then
you want Stizzy Arsenal on offense is what you want.
Goals, and that highlight reel is going to be all centered
Arsenal
on him. Beast Mode with a couple of nice moves as well.
All of them.
And I mean, Dignitas just got completely stuffed.
It's all of them. I mean, we saw the squishy save from Beast Mode. Also, at the start of the game, Atomic had a massive save.
I should probably go make a protein shake right now. I like protein shakes. They taste good. We got a whey protein, so 2 scoops, get 40 grams protein, I think.
Taking
or 30
advantage of the
grams
space,
in
gets
one
around
drink.
Arsenal
Throw in
after
some
getting
frozen
space from that
fruit.
bump, and you can see the frustration on Stizzy's
Milk.
face and the frustration that
How much protein's
Dignitas
in
must
milk?
feel as a whole. G2 beat them down that first game. One goal off from a Brazil. And I mean, the one goal that Dignitas had
For
Stizzy
100
had a great
grams, how many
half flip to get
grams
up
do I
to the
usually
challenge.
have in
Beast
that?
Mode
I
didn't
probably
even
put
flip
like
into the ball. It seemed like G2
300 grams.
didn't really have to play at their peak to even get that win. They looked so comfortable
do a cup.
in that win, Jorby.
They really
That's
do.
an extra 8
And,
grams
you know,
protein. That's
everyone
pretty
looking at
good. That's
G2,
actually a lot of
if you
protein in milk.
Want them to get to the grand finals again. You'd love to see them be this dominant
Yo, Zach
against a team
Attacks,
like
what's good?
Dignitas that have
You know what's
struggled.
funny? I was watching Oxygen
You know,
Open
Violent
Ball.
Panda in the post-game or post-day
Much-
interview
oh,
talked
no.
a lot about this team's mentality and
Oh, by the
struggles that
way,
they had even
hey, thank you for
yesterday
leave.
through
By the way,
Swiss,
guys,
just trying to
tomorrow,
talk with the team, talk through their problems, just
I'm
trying to get to the
doing.
next
I'm
game.
not going to be watching
They
the top
definitely need that.
fort.
After
I'm going to be
game
doing a.
one. You got all those goals
Well, I will
out,
at the end,
but the best
but
part
I'm going to be
about
doing
game two
a
is all resets.
watch party for
You can try
jobless for
again.
their qualifiers.
However, this three-headed titan of G2, they aren't going to go down sleeping. Atomic got the catch and will just hold the ball underneath Gyro, maybe create a play, but Arsenal this time on the blind side challenge. No boost for Dignitas. They have to punt the ball away.
And that's already not the best sign for Dignitas, being low boost, forced to clear it out. Stizzy, the last one with boost again, has to just dump it. Dignitas not able to maintain control of this ball. And we've seen Daniel already land some big bumps. There's a pass over to Beast Mode. Beast Mode will lob it towards
Just
the
so people
backboard.
know.
Arsenal running on fumes. It's just so
Thank you again, Zach, for the
difficult
biddies.
Dignitas, a big pop-up from Daniel, or for Daniel, rather. He's not able to get that double, but another
Oh,
ball
no,
comes
the
out
points.
from Stizzy. Finally, some breathing room. Arsenal will take space up in the air, trying to delay a flip reset. No, goes for the 50 instead. Dignitas on an attack now.
50's not working on offense for Dignitas. G2 keep
Dreams are over.
pushing that ball right to another teammate. They keep it close to the back wall, and all of Dignitas.
Or
see
all
them
the
start
follow
to
bots gone?
Pull back a little bit on their position. That threat on the counterattack, too real from G2, and there's just no real presence when they do get down to the blue half. Here they're starting to starve G2
Wow.
out. Gyro
Man.
has to make a quick double move. Stizzy has to expend the tank.
Thought I would get
And
banned.
an easy pot shot for Beast Mode. And he'll stay with it, change direction. Stizzy forced to play the 50.
There we go.
Gyro goes high, but Atomic makes the stop. Finally, Arsenal punches through. Dignitas with their first real goal of the season.
Well,
Dignitas kept
what's
G2
up?
back,
doing,
successfully
Easy Freak?
boost starved him, and then Gyro threatens to block the high shot. Well done by Atomic to get that first save, but a good cleanup from Arsenal, who's been putting up some
I like the
career
green screen
numbers
stuff.
this season.
Well,
and
so,
Dignitas bounced back. That
you
is
know what I
exactly
debated?
what they
It's
needed after
interesting
such a
that you
difficult
say
first
that,
game,
and
now
I
they
don't
might
know
get
if you're being
one more.
sarcastic,
Gyro
but
with the pop into a
usually,
flip
like
reset,
yesterday,
but Beast Mode will get a touch
I
on
had
the
it down,
backboard
but-
that relieves the pressure.
this is
Those
usually
little
my
touches
setup.
like that. Have to expend the tank.
Right. This is
And
usually
it's
how
tight.
I
It doesn't
chill
pop
out.
off the back wall. Times
and
is touched perfectly. Stizzy.
I don't know something about the blank
G2
white wall or
faking
something.
themselves
Now
out
it
a
sucks
bit on
because
that
these
play.
lights, I gotta fix them.
Arsenal gets
The
a free
controller
pop-up,
died.
70 as
The
he
way I
gets the
set them
touch.
up is
Daniel
I have to
trying to
pull
prevent them.
all of these
Stizzy up
these
high
squares
with
off the
board. Beast
wall
Mode's up.
to get to the
He's got
controller
the touch,
over
but Gyro
here.
dunks him.
Which
G2
is
forced to
this
go
one.
high.
That's the way it's
no
set up.
problem. G2 still comfortable breaking
and-
through.
Even that little touch, though, was enough to make sure Gyro couldn't get the touch he was looking for.
Oh yeah.
Dignitas
So
did
that
a
helped
much
with
better
color.
job of bringing
But
the
I think
pressure
the
to
green
this G2
screen for some
defense.
reason just
Atomic, you can see him
looks
no
better even when
boost.
it's not
Stizzy
being
snacks
used.
the
I don't know what
corner
it
as
is
well.
about
This could
it.
be a good setup for Dig.
Daniel,
You know,
hard
maybe
touch
it
to
brings
Beast
that
Mode,
like
easily taken.
it brings
Gyro
that
with it.
casual I don't give a
Hard.
fuck
Beast Mode
attitude
now under
to it
pressure.
when the green
Opens up
screen
for a
on without
double
even
from
being
Stizzy.
green
Does
screen.
bump him off
You
the
know,
play.
I don't
No
know.
contact here from G2.
It's like the Ryan
Gyro
Tran
lost
thing of
the
holding
ball,
your mic
trying to control it
to
on the
intentionally
reset.
look low budget.
Away from Stizzy, but he'll dive. Gyro right next to him. Arsenal sits back.
Falcons win again.
Won't be
Oh.
going just yet. Dignitas
Good about y'all
hold the
waking
midfield
up,
as long as
chatting
possible.
RLCS.
Good 50 to follow from the shot. And what a save from Beast Mode.
Big save for Beast Mode.
The fall off needs to be studied of who.
Getting these stops, but here's
Big.
another pass out to the middle. Atomic.
I know I'm not being
flailing back to
sarcastic.
the
I have a
ball.
green screen because I
Stizzy
like
will have
just
some
boring backgrounds.
time.
See, my background's
Tries
not
to
the
move it
worst. Like
upfield.
this
Daniel
half
with
is
the
fine.
stop. Gets
And
back
if
to
I had
it
the
for
color
pass
here,
over to
it'd be
Atomic,
great.
and a good hand up from Gyro.
But I
Make sure
think-
no shot comes on goal.
Problem is that
Gyro looking
No
at
color.
that second man the whole time, knew where he'd be sitting. Arsenal protects his own boost, but he can't get to the ball. Two Dignitas players
this
were
it
beat.
kind of cleans it up a bit.
Now they have to manage the damage as G2 continue to pepper that corner. They've managed the boost game pretty well. Stizzy collects that.
Yule, bro. What do you mean? What fall off?
Beast Mode on top.
How do you defend that? Look at this play. Atomic perfectly to Daniel, and then instantly Atomic.
I
goes
wasn't
for the
anywhere that
ball.
I.
G2 so tight. on
I
those
wasn't anywhere that I
passing
could
plays.
fall off.
You cannot get to that ball first, and then you pair that up with a bump on the goalie.
It's actually 6 Fears.
That was
They weren't even in a bad
But this
position
is
to defend
what it's
that.
always been.
exactly
The
that.
touch was just so fast.
And G2 was playing so close. Dignitas had no hope of getting to that ball first.
Your
That
mind's
right
gonna be
there,
blown.
that
Though when I
impressive
stream
offense
Star Citizen, I
that
get
just
like
makes
14 to
G2
20.
so difficult and so frustrating. They always execute. And even if they don't get the best shot, you know, they hit the crossbar as much as any team. But the way they get back to the ball, the way they move with each other.
Direct
G2
view butter to
been
Freya.
top in this region for a long time for a reason. And this has been a struggle for Dignitas outside of that goal and that pressure that they had.
Erm
earlier,
probably
James.
has
They
like
haven't really been able to
500
force that
beers,
pressure
to
in
be
front of the
honest.
box since Beast Mode with no boost loses the 50. But everyone from Dignitas, you see the structure
in-game
very
tournament and pull.
wide.
Well, yeah,
They're
if I do it
playing
in-game
safe
tournament, I'll pull
against
more
G2.
viewers
They
too.
don't want to give up
That's
a free
cheating.
goal. They are afraid to get aggressive against this
Literally
team.
anybody
Well,
gets
why
more
would
viewers when they do an
Beast Mode's
in-game
just
tournament.
straight beating you to the punch there.
Actually got a double flip reset on that one. Eustace Pop trying to get back to the ball. Beast Mode waiting for his chance to dive in. Atomic will try to force the ball up. Bit of a double commit there from G2, but it's a pass.
dog
over to
walk me
Daniel
every
going for a
day.
Double tap off the sidewall.
I should get out
Rebound
more
out to
often.
Beast Mode. Gyro will hit it down. Atomic.
That's good for me.
Lovely finesse and control. Gets back to it.
Oh,
Trying to keep
you're
this
gonna be
ball in
that
play.
kind of.
Beast
Hey,
Mode has Daniel in
what?
support. Daniel flip reset. Double
How old are
tap.
you, Erm?
He waits for it. Oh, it's broken up by Stizzy.
I'm very
and
curious.
Beast Mode will let it hit the ground. Fireworks at the last second, but we do have overtime.
Dignitas, very familiar with overtime this week. I think this is their 7th.
Hey, I'm just gonna time you out here for a
It's gotta be
second.
around there. I feel like every game from Dignitas.
I'm gonna let you think about what you've done.
2 against OG. They had a couple against Space Station.
You can come
They're
back
now
and talk
looking
to me when that
at
timeout's
Atomic.
done.
Beast Mode, supporting up on the bar. Daniel, third man.
But I'm not gonna
He's
ban you.
hold, take it
We're gonna
away
talk
from
through
the
this.
defense. Gyro with no boost.
If you're looking for a ban, you're not gonna get a ban.
Concerned about stealing that boost away, just trying to force G2 to get back.
We can
off
talk
the
about
ball,
it.
even a little bit, but they can't even stay on the ball themselves.
'Cause you're an adult.
Daniel rolls across Beast Mode high in the air. No
Shouldn't be
contact,
acting like
he's
this.
happy to let it go.
If you're a kid,
Beast Mode keeping this attack
I want you
going,
to have
trying to set this up on a tee,
a good
but
mentor
Stizzy
to look
there
up to.
break it up, and we'll have a flip reset.
hey,
further.
Falcony, what are you doing over
Gets a
here?
touch at the end, but it's
You're
right
not on
to
YouTube?
Atomic. Beast Mode.
What the heck?
Airborne, going for the double. Down on net. Atomic there to finish the job, but Beast Mode puts this on a silver platter with a
Missed the final
wonderful
shot.
double tap.
Just
And Arsenal, he was in such
Just
an
racism,
aggressive
you know.
position with 12 boosts.
The
He was playing
usual.
to the left of Stizzy.
The usual
When he went for
12-year-old
that 50,
go-to.
Stizzy worked his way around. He went to the right, and Arsenal just had no ability to adjust. That left Gyro completely stranded.
Interview me in your
on the
Discord.
other side to
What am I
face
interviewing you
down
about?
the barrel of the gun that is G2.
Oh.
They try to get
Good
hopeful
That was
a
there,
good
but
fart.
again, it's the boost and the positioning, killing Dignitas
Practicing
every
my
time
arm
they get down
farts.
to the blue hat.
And then, Jorby, you can't forget about the boost being there sometimes. The positioning, being decent positioning for Dignitas, but then
what the fuck do you even do there?
that.
Oh,
Or
like
G2 hits
with
the
the person?
incredibly
I just time
close
them out.
range
My
passing
rule
plays.
is I don't ban anybody.
Sometimes G2 just elevates their level
I
of gameplay,
like-
and they did at the end there in overtime.
and teach your own,
forces
but
a
I like to have
timeout
patience with people.
out of Dignitas.
Talk them through. If it's a kid, probably not gonna get. But like,
surprised if we didn't get that time.
if you talk through things with people, there's a good chance
What Violent Panda
8
has
years
to
down
say
the road,
to
this
the
person
boys, we're
might
not
think
gonna
back
hear
to
it.
this moment and be like,
But
"Wow,
no
I was
doubt,
stupid."
just trying to keep this team's
And I just try to,
mentality,
I just try to
as
be
much as they can. That's been the thing.
Much better
he's
game,
been
though.
hammering home.
it
was
as
a decent
pointing data as possible, in hopes that it'll make them think more.
Doing what he wants with the ball.
But I know a lot of people want bans, so I'm not going to give them
despite
that.
decent positioning, you're just not as fast as this team. You're losing the boost battle.
Oh, there you
losing
are.
the
Now you're
attrition,
over.
And
The spot is dope,
in
isn't it?
half chances, G2 make a whole pie out of
Talk
it.
anywhere you want.
It's got to be difficult.
And you want to see more from Stizzy.
Blabbering again.
We know what Stizzy's capable
set up,
of. We've seen it in the European region,
you say
even
that G2
in
is so
North
good,
America,
right?
to get to this point. Stizzy, to me, is that missing X factor
Oh, I meant for the
that
goal.
Dignitas
Gotcha.
needs at this moment. That solo play, what we just saw
What if I
out
want
of
my
Beast
birthday
Mode, what we
gift?
saw from Atomic in Game 1,
to be a ban?
where a player steps up.
Yeah,
one of the
I'll
six
ban
that
you for your
makes
birthday.
The difference
But I'll unban you the next
for
thing.
Dignitas, that player needs to be Stizzy in this moment.
Yeah, Stizzy, he was Dignitas's when he first joined his greatest offensive, their greatest offensive asset.
Sure, this is my
Also
name for you.
sometimes
Yeah, I think
defensive
a lot of people
ability, just
that
trying to
come
do-
in have
not
just their name.
by playing bad defense, just trying to do too
It was all
much
when that
with
Google
the ball.
Plus
He
stuff
looks
happened, right?
a lot better as far as team chemistry goes. The whole team does. It just doesn't matter.
Now I know what I
You're
want.
literally up against Daniel.
Could be a cheeky
Beastmode,
little
and
band.
Atomic.
A
It's
slap
just
on the tush.
Exactly.
Like, you know, I tried my best to give Dignitas hope.
You're grounded.
Right? There's got to be some little modicum of hope. I mean, if
How the
Cloud9
game's
can
been so
take
far,
G2 to
picking more
7,
than.
why can't Dignitas?
Well, I
G2
want
are showing
Dig to
you
do well
these
here,
first two games
but this is such a
why they're
hard
just
climb.
better
Like
than you.
The consistency
G2 is so
of
good.
G2 getting to finals. You wouldn't want to be a team playing G2 at any other points. G2
Don't
is
waste the
that
time, I'll
team
just get it over
for North
with.
America, no
Oh,
questions
God.
asked. But that game was much closer for Dignitas. Dig forcing overtime. They were able to keep
No, don't
G2
ground
pinned
me.
back a few times. Had some good
Dude,
looks.
there's a period of my life where I was grounded
We'll see if
for like
that's
2
a big
years
bump.
straight.
Huge play for
They just kept
Arsenal,
adding
ready
on to my
for that
grounding.
bump. But Dignitas are going to need to find an even higher level to get this win.
That follow-up again. Daniel just
Thought that was
gets
an actual
so much
bot, but
value out
no,
of it. He
no.
didn't have any boost on
That's
that
just
first
people from,
challenge, and now Dignitas are hiding away. Atomic gets to steal the boost.
From,
that leaves Gyro completely
YouTube.
empty. And now Stizzy.
Yeah, 'cause I'm streaming on
Heavy
YouTube as
touch,
well.
But he gets back to it. Atomic respects him on the play. But he
My
forces
Rocket
it
League
out to the
channel.
corner.
This is a
Daniel,
shot.
no contact. Puts
My main
Atomic
channel
on
is my
court.
Leaf X
Free
channel,
rebound, taken
but I'm
away
streaming in my Leaf
by
X RL
Daniel.
channel whenever I
And
do
he doesn't
Rocket League.
follow it up. G2 flying past the ball in a couple of these plays. A little sloppy as it comes back.
I'm East Coast.
Before he hits the ball.
They take each other out.
Playing
That
against
was a
G2, they just
crazy
break down
play.
any
Beast Mode
consistency
wasn't
used to. It's hard.
expecting a miss in
Yeah,
the
no,
corner.
there's no
Dignitas
pattern. They're
already
just
having
so
a nice opportunity to score that they couldn't put away.
fast
Beast
at
Mode won't have
reacting.
enough boost to do
Like
much.
remember
They
like
go
that
for a
that
50,
one where
but that
Daniel clanged it off the
was
crossbar,
already pressure that
and then I think it was
Dignitas had
Atomic
shown,
that
so
followed
hope
immediately.
yet
Like
for
how
Dignitas fans
how
and
do
a
you
chance for Stizzy. Lovely first
Why are you
catch.
there?
Goes for a
Like-
block. It's going to bounce down. Daniel also struggling to deal with that ball, and a good block from Gyro. Dignitas, they're throwing some
right?
punches.
It's
Stizzy came back from
that's what
his
Justin
own
was always so
box,
good at.
and he ends up having to recover.
And
Gyro
this is a
calls
whole
him
team
off.
of them.
Expends the tank on the reset, but Atomic's there. He'll let it drop. Beast mode barely gets there in time. Arsenal's already midair, off the ceiling, but can't put the ball on target.
It was
or
5-1,
threatening
yeah. But
spot.
but still, it's just like
continue
why was someone there
to
for
work
that?
through this corner. Stizzy just trying to hold Beast Mode. Every time Stizzy tries to do anything, Beast Mode just
here's the
rockets
counter.
off the wall, challenges him. Like you said, the counter initially stuffed. Stizzy gets over, but Atomic let him. Hopefully Beast Mode could get, or hoping Beast Mode could get it, and he does. He holds the ball. Daniel needed time to readjust. Beast Mode gives him all the time in the world, and Daniel's got all day.
Look at G2 work this quarter. They've been under pressure most of the game, but Daniel gets a soft pass to Beast Mode. Beast Mode lays it up for him. In the blink of an eye, we just spent about half the game watching Dignitas maintain control, keep G2 boostless, and what does G2 do? They get one march down the field, a brief possession in the corner, and they score on it.
That's not bad. I mean, the thing is, like, the only time I'm ever playing is like 3 in the morning my time,
You build the pressure. You steal the boost.
and
You really haven't plugged G2 off
I
of
usually
the
end up just
defensive
solo
structure
queuing.
at all.
I
Even
actually played
when
with
they're
Jorby
low,
last
they're
night.
still at least able to get back to the touch. Even when they whiff, another layer is available. Dignitas, holding the ball in the blue half and actually building pressure are two different things. And
Timeout and her.
G2 do so much to relieve
I don't know, it's
pressure
only
in
1-0
between
right now.
touches. Dignitas
Seems like a
struggling
buff.
to get those follow-ups.
Oh,
Arsenal
Jesus.
and Gyro pick up a couple of demos, but Daniel's on the ball.
Daniel?
He's moving down the field with no boost. Got it back to beast mode.
Sheesh. How do you get so much power on that? I gotta get back out and take it. Hey, McLaren, it was good to have you by. Thanks for coming by and chatting for a bit. You going to stream?
Dignitas.
What pro players do you consider yourself?
Have G2 in their heads right now, but you can tell Dignitas tough, not giving up. They've had looks, they've had possession.
More door dashing.
They need to find
Alrighty.
a way to break
Well,
through this difficult.
Enjoy the dashing.
G2 defense. Gyro.
All the yummy smells.
They're trying to test the
car.
backboard here, and you can see Daniel low boost won't be able to get that double either.
Make $1 billion.
Oh, Arsenal got bumped by
or you're grounded.
Beast mode. Stizzy forced into a heavy touch.
Good luck.
That was a bouncer.
G2's floor gonna be
I think he got caught
the
between
highest floor.
wanting
I know,
to catch it
it's
or
insane.
wanting to bounce it, but he had G2 players. They were covering both options.
I could use the $1 billion
It didn't matter
right.
what he did. He was going to get immediately challenged. Gyro does get the touch, but Atomic steals the midfield boost. Stizzy.
Yeah, doing DoorDash is actually like pretty solid way
extra hard to get back to.
Make some extra
the last few
bucks.
times Arsenal's been on the ball.
Especially if you do it on like a
Started with
bicycle or like
couple
an
of
electric
shots,
scooter
but
or
now
something like
almost
that.
every time he's
You can
trying
actually
to
make
catch it.
bank.
They know that.
Well,
they're
as
not
long as you live
beating
in like a
G2
city.
with hard touches. G2 are not giving up the ball.
Here's a bump on Gyro off the back wall.
It's the net. Ooh,
Still not out of danger yet. That back wall.
You feel like we're dosing cross. I feel like we're
causing
dosing
havoc
because I own
on
goal.
this back line. Beast mode, he's automatic. He'll get 2 flip resets before he uses 1. Beast mode is he's
You know what?
he's
My
insane.
play style is
he is absolutely
OCE
nuts.
player.
Atomic. And look at that. The soft touch from Atomic just keeps it light. Looking for beast mode.
Cast the
Dignitas,
sun's
again,
dying,
it's
Drew.
not the poorest position, but against G2, it's the worst position. 2-0 now. Daniel gets another goal. And G2, I mean...
What? Like, why is Daniel there?
It's a smart
I just
play
don't.
from Daniel as well to swing so wide. No matter if
Like
Atomic
Oscar
goes
because
for
I
a
miss
pinch,
open nets.
that was a perfect pass from Atomic. Made it so easy for Daniel, but Daniel was
OC the
ready
Sam
for it.
Trace.
The awareness, the
Didn't
positional
come in the
awareness from
Atomic
all the
Messi.
members of G2, knowing where their teammates are.
That's what I'm saying. Like
It's so good. And you can
It's just
understand why
insane.
Dignitas is having so many issues. Daniel actually pumping Atomic
All right, reverse
off
sweep
the
time.
ball. You get the carefree nature that it seems G2 is playing with. You pair that up with the fact that Dignitas
So thank you.
has everything riding on it. I mean, it is a recipe for success for G2, and it's been the case in this series.
They're just so clinical.
This hurts.
And, I mean, Beast Mode's defense, really most of that game when Dignitas were holding the midfield, every time they tried to the back wall, Stizzy a couple of times, trying to get Meki. Who's there to meet him on
guys.
the backboard? Beast Mode. Beast Mode gets... the thing is, it's like, it's not even...
CJ.
Right? But it's like
All right,
the
guys.
quality of his 50-50s, James. Every time he's on the board, how is it that every single time he's able to just win the 50 perfectly for his teammate, back into to keep the ball secure, no matter how
Quick game
fast
of marbles
Dignitas
before the
fly
next
at the
game
ball,
starts.
no matter how well they position their car behind the
Let's
ball
go,
for a
let's go.
challenge, Beast Mode is always finding a way to wrench that ball away from Dignitas.
Yeah, I think I know what it is, Jorby. It's 2 words. It's pine tar. G2's cars must be covered in it because they keep the ball so close and their receptions of
exclamation
the
point join.
passes
Go.
are insane.
Or exclamation point play,
have
sorry.
such soft
Go.
wheels.
Go.
They take the ball.
This is-
it stays close, gives them so many options whether they want to shoot or pass. And you saw that.
If I
be
win this
true
race,
on the
G2
corner
or
play
Dig
with
is
Daniel
Dig
and
is
Beast
winning
Mode
this game.
Working together. And
Exclamation
the
point
fact
play.
that
Go,
Daniel
go,
gets
go,
such
go,
a
go.
soft touch over to Beast Mode. Beast Mode gently gives it back to him, and
Okay,
Daniel
we're
says,
starting.
"Sure, I'll score." Despite the fact we've been playing defense for the last 2.5 minutes, G2's ball control's so good.
Well, you know, we did check the game mode. It's not Rumble. It's not Magnet only. G2, pure skill. And Atomic and Beast Mode will...
If I win
take
this,
that one quickly.
G2's got it. I'm doing it live,
Daniel
side
just,
by
again,
side.
soft touch. And that was a hard catch as well. To get it perfectly on
Oh,
the nose.
Rinsler.
Dignitas,
You really don't want. Ooh,
that is
okay.
one way to try to get
Let's
by a
go
team
lead.
that's catching the ball well or sitting close to you. Sometimes hitting it as hard as possible will force them to cough it up, but they haven't. And Dignitas are doing that less and less. They are trying to carry the ball more.
None of us took the good
you need
route.
to do more than keep the ball tight to your nose. G2 have Beast Mode in the corner, and he'll let it drop.
All right, I'm keeping up there. There's still a chance. Dig is still in it.
Knew he didn't have the high
Dig is still in it.
And he knows that Dignitas are looking at him, so what does he do? Just let it drop, let Atomic play it, and then you get the ball yourself.
There's still a chance. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, you saw Daniel go up in the air. You realize he's not going to land the bump, so he actually goes off ball cam.
Wait, where'd I go?
Ball back, so Arsenal couldn't get the hit he was looking for. Speediness.
Oh no! Did I die? Digs out. It's GG.
We'll see what he does with it. Has Stizzy in the middle.
Oh no!
Trying to fake it, and Arsenal in a great position to receive that ball, but he hits it too far away.
I mean, okay, so Gyro does the right thing, right? Get the 50 back to Arsenal.
That's
but
so
guess
funny.
What? Beast Mode still has boost to recover and just slap the ball away, and Arsenal can't actually even have time to line the ball up. This Beast Mode just flops onto it like a pancake.
All right, now that pancake is beating him pretty bad.
All right.
One giant blueberry
seen
for
it?
sure.
I mean,
You
this
catch
is
up?
it. This is the season for Dignitas coming down to this final
there it is.
game. It is now or never. They have to dig deep
GG's.
and find
Rip
that
digs.
next level. Otherwise, it is all over.
See you. Goodbye.
Pop up for Beast Mode. Dignitas.
Literally only
gets the
Rinsler
kill back
finished
into the
that.
corner. Gyro killing Daniel on the play. He'll respawn with a full
Holy
tank. He's
shit.
already in your third. Stizzy, though, will take advantage of the heavy touch. Excuse me. Dignitas dive. Feeling a
Oh, you
little
fucking
desperate.
cruised it.
Almost halfway through the game. And, oh my God, Beast Mode!
He was floating there. He was off the ceiling floating there.
Oh man, that was fucking crazy.
Playing at a level
What
that
I just missed.
no one has seen before.
He's completely out of orbit. Oh my God.
I missed it.
He
Let me
is
watch that
off
again.
to the interstellar void.
Oh,
Stizzy, though, will take advantage of the heavy touch. Excuse me. Dignitas dive. Feeling a little desperate.
Whoa.
Through the game. Oh my God.
Say that you're Dignitas.
He's got special sticks. I don't know what to do with your
Keep
dick.
playing this game.
You don't, dude. You just whatever. 2.5 minutes. I'm booting up.
That's fucking
I'm booting up
crazy.
RuneScape. I'm gonna go mine some rocks. Are we done yet?
Goodness.
I don't think you understand what woke
It
means.
was a 0-0 game that he went for that play.
What? I thought we lived in a free country, not communist China. What country is this? What country do you think this is?
Absolutely fun stuff. You know, Dignitas will pick up.
What country
And they're
is
gonna
this
demo
right
on the
now?
backside. They'll catch G2. And Beast Mode actually gets bumped off the ball long enough for them to win a 50 and get a goal.
And that is huge for Dignitas. You cannot count them out just yet. They are not probably going to throw anything at the wall and see what sticks. They're going to come in and try to play solid, predictable gameplay. But now they're back in this game. Anything's possible for Dig.
High ball.
Can we do a fan meetup? We try to go out and talk to fans all the
Waiting
time.
for their touches. Stizzy with no boost, and he gets out 50, out
Because I appreciate everyone that's there.
Out
The only country that matters. Which
Atomic
one is that?
scores.
Daniel getting that extra touch. You can see it throws Stizzy off.
So you haven't answered my question yet.
Touch. Daniel stays in the play despite the fact that he has low boost. It just looks like G2 is playing so nonchalantly.
Why did TM qualify for
They're
majors
just
even?
doing whatever they want, and it's
Country that runs
happens
this
to
shit.
Be working.
Russia?
It's just, it's kind of crazy to me, just seeing how dominant they are against most teams, and
USA?
see
Oh, that's
some
your
of that
problem.
extra
This isn't USA.
ability.
I'm not American.
and you know,
This
a
is
free
this
jump
is
alone
this is
by
the problem
itself
right now.
is not the craziest thing in the world in 2024. Quite routine.
Yeah, I mean,
depending on who you're watching.
Russia-
But, like, just,
Russia
the
controls
0-0
the
shot
American
comeback,
elections.
Like you were saying,
Daniel
the
had
confidence
on that
behind it.
play, and that's a play that has to get broken down on tomorrow.
So if they control
We should watch it again.
the superpower of USA,
isolation play.
that means Russia's the big dog.
So we're gonna get locked back into this game because it is a 1-goal game. Never mind, it's a 2-goal game.
Dude, he's literally freestyling. I think Beast Mode's playing with one eye open right now. Jumps off a little early. He's like, here you go,
This is
Atomic.
just-
And then he'll take it.
What Beast Mode is doing, Beast Mode is just jumping in the air saying,
that?
hit
Of
me.
course,
And that's what I was going to say on the last play. Beast Mode is floating there, but it's up to Daniel to hit that mark.
Oh, are you really?
on
That's
low
awesome.
boost. I'm pretty sure
You got tickets, your seat close to them?
Beast Mode is floating there saying, hit me on the numbers. I'm here.
I really don't give a
Target
shit. I'm not
practice.
American. I told you.
Oh, man. Yeah, can't imagine what it has to be like to be Dignitas
I don't give a
right
shit
now.
who
When
owns
Beast Mode is just doing that
the
to
U.S.
you.
elections.
It's all G2. It is.
In the pregame chatter, in the pregame chat, Beast Mode was regaling about how he's the best Madden player out of every
Can't talk about
player in
who
the
said you
lobby.
can't talk about
Everyone's trying to
Israel.
argue with him.
Dignitas just got squarely
You're making
hit by
stuff
the
up
hit
now.
stick. That is G2.
Definitely.
I don't have
Absolutely
sponsors.
trucked over.
I think
I don't know
you're
if
trying,
it helps Beast Mode's
my
Madden
friend, you're
argument,
trying to
but
find
I might listen to him just
trigger
in general
points,
a
but
little bit more, you know.
you picked the wrong person
This was a situation
to
where
try and
G2,
harass that.
They had pride to play for, and I guess a little bit of prize pool money as well. Dignitas had everything to play for, but will be eliminated.
I'm
Their
probably
season
the
comes
person
to
that
an
gives the
end
least amount of
thanks
shits
to
about
an
anything.
overwhelmingly dominant performance by G2
Unless you
Esports.
tell me Star Citizen's a scam,
Yeah,
then I'll get
Beast
offended.
Mode was insane. Atomic was insane in the very first game, and then I mean, we talked about Beast Mode's defense. We talked about the soft touches.
I'm
we
English
talked about G2
answer.
synergy. They're aggressive,
What?
but very methodical positioning, and how Dignitas just had absolutely no answer to it. And this is where their season ends. Dignitas probably had one of the most tumultuous seasons out of any team competing for top 8s. And no doubt it has
play
been a
Star
roller
Citizen?
coaster
Yeah,
of a
it's my
season
main
for
shit.
them, but for G2
Wait, you knew that?
to just
All
be
right.
so dominant when they're this comfortable. I mean, it has to get you excited as a
Go
G2
look at my-
fan watching them freestyle on some of these teams. It's got to feel great.
Oh,
because
yeah.
when the going gets hard, you know that
Who
they're
the
going
fuck
to be
is
able
Jesse
to bring
Lee
it.
I mean, there was
Peterson?
a time in G2's history where it was people would joke about how inconsistent G2 was.
My knowledge is
but,
what I pretend it
what
is.
we see
Yeah, like
from
you.
G2
For instance, Sentience,
this
go check out
season
that channel.
was
It's
a
just
historic
like
level
right now, it's
of
all Star
consistency
Citizen.
without a doubt.
That's my.
Without
It's like my main
a doubt
shit.
for sure, G2 look as strong as ever. You know, Beast Mode living in the future. We're going to be headed to the future. We'll have an interview and more
Be heading
games.
to the
rest
future.
of the quarterfinals will be coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, Rip Dig. I don't care if it's cry about. I made one joke about that and then never talked about it again. You're the only one that's talking about it still. We've moved on. But you seem to have a one-track
we're
mind.
helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an ally.
Get back to work.
Okay, I told you, I'm not American, dude. I don't give a fuck about American election. You guys do whatever you want down there. No, they're it's definitely just like a 14-year-old. It's I think it's recess at 4chan right now. So they'll go back to their hole soon. Yeah, it's a person at a time. I already timed them out. Again, I told you I don't ban. It's like a dog at the dog park. You know, they got a lot of energy. Just let them run around for a bit. Bring them back home. They'll go back. They'll have their nap. Yeah, Sentience. You should check out Star Citizen. It's free to play for the next week. I genuinely don't even know what you're talking about anymore. I actually don't even know what these references are. 6 million? Grapers? I don't even. I genuinely have no. Oh yeah, marbles. I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about anymore. You're controlled. The irony of this right now. Oh yeah, no. The fact that like The fact that they're just going through like every single. Is that what that is? Okay. Ooh, what's this one? The fact that they're going through every single like trigger point means they're very obviously under 18. I'm just trying to get a reaction. All right, exclamation point, join. Or, yeah, join, right? No, it's play. It is play. I keep saying join. Actually, it's true. We do have the largest, one of the largest gay populations. That's why we legalized it such a long time ago. Oh, is it on? Is it not on marbles? Sorry. Oh, excuse me. There it is. Hey, what's up, Cage? So all right. Everybody in? Is it? There's got to be other people. Exclamation point play. Join on in. I like if you guys ever watch Shogun. Shogun does banned marbles. So if you win, you get banned. All right, we're gonna start it. Oh, there we go. Three most wild nights of my life. Tuesday, one of my there I was walking in the arms of a man and a woman. Twas a night. Damn, that's a party. Sheesh. That's a night to not remember, because it sounds like you're partying too hard to remember it. It's a night to remember to not remember. Or it's a night to not remember to remember. That's what it is. Okay. I am not having a lot of luck with these races, eh? Sorry, I can't look at chat while we're watching this, by the way. Rin's like, there's no way you win a second one. Oh, it doesn't look like you're gonna have the best shot, though. Oh, you're in. You stuck it. Look at that. Oh, dude, you jizzed all over the board. Well, at least I'm gonna finish this one. Sheesh. Wait. What? How did I win? Wait, why is there 2 Leaf X's?
G2 continue to rule North America with an iron fist. And unfortunately for Dignitas,
I'm really confused. What happened here?
Got him square in the jaw.
What?
Down from G2 Esports, and to talk about
it, because we only had the 2 beers. Oh, okay. So you remember that then.
Thank you for having me.
How big were the beers?
So I have to ask, first off, Atomic, we saw the play near the end of that series, beast mode, going for a couple pre-jumps, and you guys connecting on those. Is that something that you guys actually practice in scrims, or is that something that just popped up in the heat of the moment?
Nah, I think we go for scrims. Like, if we're feeling confident, like we'll just start trying to pre-jump each other and make plays like that. So, yeah.
Hey, hell yeah!
Scrims also.
Get her done.
Where
Congrats on the
hitting some of those pre-jump shots rank? Were those some of your better ones?
Again, Erm, I don't think you understand the words you're using. Wait till you're a few years older. I think
in tournament those are pretty high up. Like out of the ones we've scored in tourney, I think those were like really crazy and just like creative. But yeah, in scrims we've done some stuff like that that's just like insane.
I honestly
how did I win?
To those plays being broken down in the pre-show tomorrow, but I also have to know. From your guys' perspective, knowing that you have already clinched London and you've already clinched Worlds, what is the biggest motivator for you guys as you finish out this qualifier season?
I mean, I think we still want to be the best in the world, and like anytime
It
you
must
lose,
be. It must be.
it's kind of hard to have that argument for yourself. So
Gay
we're always just
allegations
trying
of
to
what?
improve and like win any tournament we're in. So regardless of us being already qualified, we want to like keep our form up and be the best team heading into London and Worlds. So
Do you think you were playing any looser though, knowing that you have London and Worlds in your back pocket?
This looks
yeah,
crazy.
definitely. Like I've been on the other side of that like matchup.
All right, everyone,
like,
join in. Exclamation point
it's
play.
a big match for you, but like the other team's already clinched or something, and it's definitely easier playing as a team that has like nothing to lose.
You are
like,
gay? I
you
don't
can
think
kind of go for
so.
whatever you want, and yeah, in Rocket League that usually works out.
And those pre-jumps were a little of whatever you want, or so it seemed.
Yeah,
but
pretty much.
I also am curious from your perspective. Looking at some of
not
other teams
trans
in other
either.
regions who many people think,
Although I do
obviously
wish
they're going to continue to have
sometimes I
immense
had
levels of
titties.
success,
That would be
but
nice.
consistency is a very difficult thing to achieve. You guys have had a historic level of consistency this season and this year. What do you think was the biggest factor in being able to achieve that level of consistency?
I heard around that you're gay. Maybe, I guess it's news to me.
mean, we're all good players, and we're all always
Guess it's
trying
time
to
to,
improve, and I think that
hit my experimental
that allows you to
phase,
like
eh?
stay one step ahead of getting complacent. If you're just kind of like maintaining, then you kind
I'll
of
go
like,
suck some dicks and let you
kind of
know.
like due to fall off. Like in this game, like if you're not trying to improve, you're probably declining. So yeah, we're all just like,
Oh, sorry, yeah, it
super
doesn't
hungry
work
and
in
always
the-
trying to do
in the
crazy
YouTube.
stuff in scrim, so that helps.
Well, you guys did some crazy stuff in game, and that I need to go watch the Twitch clips. But last question is, do you think Gen G will make it to the finals out of that bottom part of the bracket, or do you think we'll have a surprise?
Yeah, I think Gen G will
Restream
play us in the
is.
finals hopefully, and
Wait,
we'll
is it?
we'll
Wait,
make
is
a
it
good
really?
series.
Wait,
Us
what?
in the finals. Yeah,
How did it get in here?
Cares about the
Oh, you
semifinal
made
round? We
it
got this
tight
one
play.
in the bag, but,
I
Atomic,
see.
That's all that we got time for.
That's
I just wanna
actually
say congratulations
hilarious.
and thanks again for the interview.
Because you did it on
you.
YouTube. That's so funny. Crypto
G2
Nights and
continue to
Metaphysical
find
Ideals.
new
I
ways
have
to
no
utterly
idea.
destroy their
what
opponents
that
here.
is.
Embarrassing Dignitas in a 4-0 sweep. This was 13 goals to 3, and each one of them more stylish than the last, it seemed.
That's just what they do. That's just what the boys from G2's trying to do right now. But Mossy did touch on an interview. By the way, James, great interview. I like
let's
those
go
questions.
Restream bot.
One I liked in particular was James asking
Oh,
Mossy,
shit.
how does it feel when you don't have
Oh
any
my
pressure,
God,
when
there's a
you've
traffic
already
jam
got
down
everything
here.
you need to make London,
These
to
guys
make
are going
the
fun
world,
crazy,
and
bro.
just playing for fun, playing for just little giggles and some extra money. He said it's just a free feeling. Like it's just like I have nothing.
All right,
to worry
this is the
about.
cool
We
people
can
side.
go for some more
Easy
things, and I
Freak,
think that is
Sentience.
very much evident.
We're on a team.
How much
Let's
they're
fuck those guys
pre-jumping,
up.
How confident they are, how aggressive they all are.
They're cheating. They got a bot on their team.
This is the play, Beast Mode. Look at that pre-jump into the dunk there. Not only are they pre-jumping, like obviously they're up 3-0 in the series,
Oh,
but that
what
game
happened?
was 0-0 at
Sentience,
that
you just
moment.
took a break?
And
Took a
they
lunch break there?
pulled that off. Beast Mode was pre-jumping multiple plays before that as well.
Oh, we're cruising.
That's how confident
Oh, no.
G2
Oh, no.
was
I
against
think they're winning.
Dignitas. It felt
Oh,
like
what the
there
hell's
was
happening?
No shot that Dignitas would come back in that series.
Oh,
and we
there's
saw
little
in Game 4
buttons
with
that
another
you can hit.
commanded victory. But
Oh,
G2
no, guys.
on another level.
Come on, Easy Freak,
Dignitas,
you're our last
that's
hope.
the end of their season. But honestly, after what we just saw, maybe it's a good idea to just, to
They
put
are
down
taking
the
off,
troubleshooter.
bro.
I don't know. That was
Restream bot.
I don't know. I'm not sure there's many teams here, Bates, that would be able to do much better than G2 when G2, or no, much better against G2 when G2's looking
Correct.
strong.
Woo!
Correct. I think G2 does
Oh,
that against
shit,
all
there's
these
a whole
teams
ass
in
other
the
map
bracket.
down
I think
here.
they do it against anybody in the world. It's just because they have no pressure on. When they're pre
Oh, no, Restream bot's out.
The epitome of we have no pressure. We do what we want. They're not going to do that at Atlanta. If they do, that means they're feeling really comfortable. So I don't really think it matters. Dignitas, they just want to get the best.
G2.
Oh,
waits for
Falcon needs
semifinals
out. Let's
to the
go.
conclusion
We have a
of our
chance.
Last match of the day.
It's you and me,
see
Easy.
OG
We gotta take down
on Space
Satan here.
Station a little bit later on. Moving on to the
Oh,
bottom side
shit,
of the
I don't think we're gonna
bracket,
be able to get there
though.
in time,
We'll
though. I
play
think
the top
Satanir's
match
got
next.
this.
Luminosity versus Shopify Rebellion. This
Damn,
is a
Satanir
first
carried.
of first matchups. These two teams never have played
All of his
each other
teammates
this
got
season.
demoed.
We'll see them take each other on here for the first time.
All right, there are a lot of
We got two on the
major
podium, though.
implications here.
We got two on the
Rebellion is
podium.
only 4 points out of the major spot that OG currently holds. So if they win this match, they will be tied in that spot. We'll see OG play later today. Luminosity is 8 points out of that spot. So not only do they have to win this match to narrow that gap to 4, they need to win another one. And I got a
For
little
or
piece of trivia
against?
for you guys here. Gibbs trivia for Bates and Wave here. And chat, play along as well. Mr. Reddles is sitting at 2.88 demos per game across across the open qualifiers 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah,
There's
no.
one
Herb
player
definitely is
better than him
14.
so far in demos per game across these open qualifiers.
Yo,
Who do you think it is?
I'm
I
an
guarantee
insult
you will
warrior.
not get it right.
In North
At
America.
least you know it.
In North America, yes. For open qualifiers 4, 5, and 6.
Well, I'm doing
I'm
in
gonna
the
say
bot right
AJ.
now.
I mean, I had fun.
Let's see.
You said guarantee, so now I'm not.
Hey, what's up,
gonna
String?
Tom anymore.
I mean,
Yes, you
Yes,
can't Tom if it's.
I did give you a hint.
balled on him. I mean,
Who the fuck is
By
number
saying
one?
it's guaranteed, it's not, so it's not Tom. It's
What
not
do you mean?
Tom.
hard, bro. It's like they got balled on.
Yeah, you will guarantee not get it right.
Even Gyro
That was my
tweeted
guarantee.
about it. Even Gyro. Like,
Oh, on the leaderboard, I see.
yeah.
Bates, come on, Bates, just give me a name.
Nightbot in the race.
Guarantee,
I don't know if we
give me-
can.
Give me cheese.
It is Fireburner.
How do we get
sitting at
Nightbot to do it?
4.25 demos per game.
bro,
Fireburner
no,
is
bro.
back, baby,
No,
leading
bro,
the
that's
stats.
a bad trivia fact.
Okay, so just for context, if anyone who's not paying attention, Fireburner
like
played
that.
as a substitute
Like,
for like one match,
And it's
maybe
worth,
like.
it's like a
Four games. It was four
It was
games.
4 games. Okay, it was at least it was more than 2 games.
Yeah, that's
that
was the part that I
couldn't
couldn't
those
believe.
games for that one.
Daniel
thing.
actually.
But really quick,
Are there other- I thought
wanna
there
hit
were
on this
other
fast.
game modes.
Rebellion, we talk about them #1 offense in qualifier 4, 5, and 6 so far of all North
What is
American
Blue?
teams. They are the worst
To do
defense
two
of any
pre-jumps?
team that is
Yeah,
made
Atomic
top
said in the
8
interview that those are
qualifiers
like
4,
two of
5,
their
or
best
6.
pre-jumps.
So their defense is
What is this?
miserable.
What do we
Their
do?
offense is lights out. Luminosity is going to come with that demo game with Reynolds to try and open the door even more. Or possibly, maybe they don't even need the demos because they know Rebellion is a team that gives up a lot of goals. They might not have to force that issue as much. We'll see if Luminosity's playstyle will change based on that. 'cause
Create a
we haven't
redeem
seen
and
these
users
two
can
teams
buy
play.
plays.
But we do know that Rebellion's defense is already incredibly weak, so they might not need that demo game to come out as much. So we'll see if Reynolds actually might.
I don't
play
get
a
what
little
this
bit
is.
Further back. So that's the interesting part of this matchup that I want to see play out, just because of that poor defense by Rebellion.
We cannot emphasize enough, though. Whoever loses this
So
series
wait, you
is
guys
the
buy
end
plays
of
to
their
drop?
season. The graphic that showed up earlier said that if Luminosity or if Shopify won, it was the
Can
end
I
of
make-
Luminosity's
buy play?
season. The same thing is true for Shopify. If they lose here,
that the
this
one
is
I
the
wanna
last
click?
time they will play. So both teams with literally their tournament league life to play for on the line. Now you were talking about the demos. How many demos did Fireburner put up?
4.25 per
Okay.
game.
I don't know how
You
to.
know how many? You know how many?
I don't get this.
Reynolds is averaging this event.
No, I do
click
not actually. I was
play.
4.43.
Oh, he's trying to catch up.
93 demos.
Oh,
That
from
93 nearly
channel
doubled
points.
second most in the event. Who is Com, by the
Wait.
way, Bates? But Com only put up 53 yesterday. So they are putting up crazy stats. He put up
Channel
4
point redeems.
Exterminator medals yesterday, which might be a record, but we don't really track that around here. So
Does it like
How long
appear
do you know
as
these
like?
numbers? Is it D-Rick? Has he moved that fast?
is he hanging back, or is no?
Did a channel point thing
should he
appear?
hang back
Like,
in
how do
this
you
spot,
set
or
this
should he
up?
keep doing what they're doing because they got that gameplay got them to this point.
It
It did
didn't.
get him to this point, but it got him to this point in round 5.
Oh,
and
I
they
forgot
always
to
play
choose
this
the
way.
outcome
It's always
before,
round 5. So I don't know. Maybe change it up.
Speaking of channel
Okay,
points,
blue
let's get
here
another
for
prediction up.
Luminosity, orange for Shopify. Okay, I'm gonna flip that one again because I kind of grabbed it. Comes down clean for Shopify on this one. I also have Shopify here. I think I kind of alluded to this early on in the pre-show when I was talking about the player I picked. I do think two-piece and them are gonna be able to put up better numbers here. You're going for the culture
right.
there here, Bates. I gotta respect it.
Spaceman Crowley for LG,
Oh, yeah,
buy
I mean,
stuff
gotta
for
roll with the
Shopify.
culture, man. Luminosity,
Yeah, I
they
don't-
put in
I
too
don't
much
get
work
this,
throughout
guys.
the
I
whole
think we
entire
need to,
season.
like-
to lose it right here. They gotta at least go up against OG or SSG in order to make the next score forward. That's why I'm going with them. Rebellion, your season ends right here.
Luminosity, for the first time, I think this season, lost a chat vote yesterday. They're going to be real close to this one, but they're going to rebound here.
Hashtag
to get back
culture.
On top.
I don't get
The
this.
Culture's going to be trying to get it done here. Rebellion, though, they've got some crazy firepower. You know that they're going to
Sentience, you said yes, blue.
Is it
I
enough,
thought-
though, to
Do you
win
not know how
the
this works?
series? Can they avoid the demos from
I need
Reynolds?
help. I don't know
We'll
what's
find
going
out,
on here.
folks.
We'll have to
The
try that
premier
later.
Luminosity
The game's
versus
ready.
Shopify Rebellion.
Nobody was helping me, so oh, you just like the blue man. Okay.
For the very first time ever, Luminosity Gaming takes on Shopify
Press start
Rebellion.
game.
And as mentioned,
I did,
it
and then
is
nothing
do
happened.
or die either way. A shot at London still hangs in the balance depending on how the rest of the weekend goes. Let's get it on.
No excuses. Time to put up or shut
Yeah,
up.
we'll try it after.
Season on the line. And
Oh, yeah,
for
Tesla,
these
I'm
teams,
gay.
A little bit
Sorry.
of help needed here, but you got to get this part out of the
I
way
found out
first.
today.
Win your match before you can start thinking about that later match. Of course, a lot of eyes on OG SSG later on today, but Rebellion playing phenomenal over the course of this weekend.
In the timeout, we find out.
Again, Luminosity, even in playing close to some of the top Titans. This is the best they've looked in a while.
They ran out of trigger points, I
So
guess.
far, the opener here, a little bit of change of possession, left and right.
Check
couple
it.
shots
Check
on
the
in.
pinned.
A little bit of that physicality as we see Two-Piece get a pass from Parth, and he
pinned
nails
comment.
the shot.
Kind of an anomalous run through the Swiss, and this kind of counters all of that. They gave up the most shots of anybody. They made the most saves out of anybody. Normally,
guys,
you have those numbers.
they
and you
totally
think, okay,
owned
that
me.
Team is going to struggle.
They totally
No,
owned me.
They go 3-0,
I hope you guys were witness
and
to
they're
that.
off to a hot start here. A brilliant pass, perfect placement. The shot even better, and Shopify Rebellion strikes first here in game
Got
one.
destroyed.
Two-Piece waiting for this drop off from Parth. Cheese read it well, and now here goes Reynolds. He's got Cheese up to his right. He'll bring it down. Cheese running forward as well. Magic Bear to clean it up. No, it's cleared away as Parth was there as well. Now Two-Piece running forward solo. Nothing in the tank. No problem as he just dances through the defense.
Add him up.
And he's elevating from yesterday as well. Look at this good control from Two-Piece, recognizing the defense. Cheese expecting to play high.
Nice
he
fake.
plays the light touch just for the 50. Cheese last back there.
Now
Has to
we're
be able
to
to buy a
banana
little
bread.
bit more
Okay.
time.
Dig
Now
already lost,
Luminosity,
so they're
they
done. Their
struggled on
season's over.
defense yesterday, and the way Rebellion's offense has been looking, they have been in form, even against a team like Space Station Gaming. So for Luminosity, they're going to have to pick things up here on the back end. Otherwise, we could see this trend happen all series long.
Talk about Space Station Gaming, the tough luck loser of the first half of the season.
I love how
where
I
they
see you
would
add
run
an
into a
emote,
Gen
and I'm like,
G
all
or
right,
G2 all the
its
time.
usage is coming
That's
soon.
been the case for Shopify Rebellion as well. They're 1-3
How many
in the
bananas is it per
playoffs.
banana bread?
They've been swept 3 times by either Gen G or G2. That one win came against M80 because, of course, they were fortunate enough to
three
play
bananas
M80
per banana
in the
bread.
playoffs. As Parth now will bring it up and around, and Shopify Rebellion looking a lot more comfortable against this Luminosity squad. Reynolds having to make a save on the goal line. Follow-up hits the crossbar. It's a free shot from Two-Piece he'd love to have back.
Yeah, that should have been a goal there. I mean, the way Luminosity are giving them too much space. And even though we see little signs of life in the offense, they're able to get the bumps in. Rebellion's defense really struggles the most if you can play a little bit faster, get to the ball quicker. When you give them time to set up their offense down in the midfield, especially when your defense is spaced out, they can take advantage of it time and time again. Again, Two-Piece had an open look. Rebellion are continuing to keep the ball on the blue
because of
half,
the letters?
and it's just been all Rebellion all game one. Justin right under the crossbar makes it a 3-goal game.
Justin trying to lead this Rebellion squad through all their peaks and valleys, and there have been plenty of valleys, but again, it comes down to matchups and
What's
the
going
tough
on with this
matchups
game?
that they've had. They didn't do themselves any favors when they
Rebellion's
missed
popping.
a main event, but ever since then, they have been good enough to give themselves a shot. And could you imagine the scenes of Justin returning to the scene where the shot heard round the world in London? Here's Cheese, though, stuck in his own zone, right at Justin, over top of him. Only one to beat there, but it's Two-Piece, and he's up to the task. So now Parth around Reynolds. Cheese trying to catch up to Two-Piece. Two-Piece there, and Cheese puts on the brakes and intercepts the pass.
There's good awareness here, too. Reynolds got a bump on Justin. Justin didn't have any boost, so he can't keep this play in. They're still keeping the ball alive, though. Rebellion are holding on possession really well. Look at the positioning, too. If Two-Piece got that double
SRB
mid, it could have
gentle
worked great.
mates?
Justin was pushed too far forward, though, so he has to go back.
So
And for
not so
LG,
cheesy.
you got to be able to take advantage of these moments where you get counterattack opportunities.
I don't know.
That's
Maybe
where
maybe
Rebellion's
Justin
defense
would
is the
get
weakest.
juiced up,
And if they could have done it in that drive there, I mean,
and then he
we
would
could
be
have been
juicy
seeing this
Justin,
at least down to
and
a
he-
2-goal deficit.
A Rebellion
He wouldn't
team
have
that
his
has
power.
tended to give up a lot of
You know?
opportunities has not given up much here in this opening game. Out shooting Luminosity.
Oh, shit, we forgot to
9-4
run ads
in
before,
this
guys.
opening game. Parth
They're
trying
gonna
to get
run
around
now.
Reynolds.
Fuck.
And it's left for Justin. Not many bodies forward for LG, and one less on the field with Cheese deleted. And Parth waiting for a midfield boost that doesn't
Justin
spawn. No
AJ
problem.
Jaina.
He'll still lob it high, and Two-Piece couldn't grab that boost either. Runs into Justin. That could cause some trouble for Rebellion. Magic Bear up high, but nobody can follow this.
Yeah, we'll run him now so you guys get caught up for the next game.
Two-Piece taken out of play. Didn't look like anybody could follow it up, but when you knock the one defender off into the next map, you give yourself a chance.
You said one, but two. Reynolds got the demo on the defender in the back end, and then the other bump came through. Luminosity, you said it when you saw the double commit sacks. When they got
And
that
of course,
opportunity, they're like a
Luminosity
panther
scores.
waiting to pounce, and they pounce right on the defense.
Double
there.
ads.
Need to see more of that from them. They're still down by 2, and with a minute left, they're really going to have to fight to bring this game back in because Rebellion just started off early game so strong.
biggest problem for Luminosity, trailing by multiple goals at the start, is they get a good passing play going down the field. Magic Bear running forward, and the shot well wide and no follow-up out of LG. A real missed opportunity there. They'll try and cash in still with another clearance out of Justin, going right to Reddles. Through the corner, can he get this central? He sure can, but it's blown away by two-piece. Nobody else is home. Justin sends it forward. Parth doesn't steal it, and Shopify Rebellion take the lead.
They went all in on that play. Cheese dives in there. And I get it. You're down by 2. It's a minute left. You were hitting that 50-second mark. You got to go for something. So I don't blame them for going for that play. But again, not able to execute. That's been the biggest thing for Luminosity so far in game 1. They have the ideas. They're even able to connect on some of the bumps, but they're too spaced out. And that spacing is saving Rebellion on some of these plays where their defense may look uncomfortable. And look at how they take advantage of it on the offense. It's going to be a hat trick from two-piece. Justin will get the assist along with the demo to open up the net.
Now it's just talk about go next. Had the stats. Anybody who had two-piece in the contest earlier? They're gonna be very happy with that. Of course he did. So hey, the problem with Luminosity giving up these early goals is, of course, now you need kickoffs, several, to get back into it, and that's been their biggest weak point the entire season.
I wonder how many ads I want us to watch.
At this point,
that's a good point.
Yeah, like the way this
question,
one's gone, they've given up too much to Rebellion. They have
the ad should be going on right now.
We know now that we can't give them that midfield for free, and we've got to be able to tighten it up. And it's going to be a challenge because Rebellion are playing really fast, but this ball is going to hit the ground. Game 1, 5-1 scoreline. Rebellion started early. We saw LG try to bounce back, but Luminosity could not keep up. Rebellion picked up on any mistakes. They made some mid-game adjustments, and they dominated that opener.
Dominant openers in the quarterfinals. Could be a theme today because we could have some mismatches. I think all eyes really on that OG Space Station matchup. That might be the closest game 1 we have. It'll be the closest series we have for sure. But right now, Shopify Rebellion taking care of business. One of the top teams out of the Swiss stage, having their best event by far, and getting a favorable matchup for it. It's amazing what happens when you don't go to round 5 in Swiss. You get a favorable matchup in the quarters.
Yeah, you do. You definitely do.
It's funny because I have 2 countdowns for ads, one in the chat and then one at the top of my dashboard, and
we looked at some of
they're
the
like
tips
40
last
seconds
night,
apart.
and they looked really
so I don't know
while
if
being
you guys
able
are
to do
actually
it.
back yet.
Yes, they have their mistakes. It's going to be up to Luminosity to find those on the field and take advantage of them. But Luminosity, keep eyes on that camera as well. You saw everybody sitting there. They were all in the same spot, but also in the background, you have Raw Greg, you have Kev Purr, 2 coaches that really work hard for this Luminosity team in terms of game planning. This is where you put all of that into practice. Season on the line. We're loading up game 2 on Forbidden Temple. Here we go.
All hands on deck for both of these squads. Of course, again, everything comes down to this weekend for teams trying to play their way into London and eventually, perhaps, the World Championship in Fort Worth. As Magic Bear will bail out here.
Nice, you 2 dodged the ads. Let's go.
Play in retreat from midfield. All he can
do
is slow down Rebellion.
You might want to try something different.
As Magic Bear looking in the direction of Reddles. He can't go up to that ball. He's hesitated a few times, and Shopify Rebellion have punished him for it. Trying to bring that off to the side. Two pieces still swarming around. Justin will give it a look, and he's got a full tank of boost to control this. Reddles taking his time, knowing exactly how dangerous Justin can be. 2 players, 2 veterans, trying to lead lesser experienced players to the promised land.
We want ads.
Yeah, if there's anyone who can,
yeah, you feel left out.
That game knowledge comes into play big time. Understanding
tricked you into wanting ads.
pressure situations is something that both of them can do best.
So it seems like they're gone. They ran out of trigger points.
So far,
got bored. I told you, it's like a dog at the dog park. He's got to let them run around a bit. They'll wear themselves out.
Slow down the offense from Rebellion, but also they're not afraid to get some of these challenges. Even if they're late, even if they're low boost, they're trying to make sure that Rebellion, when they move upfield, they got to work for their opportunities.
One of the more exciting young talents, Cheese, there, letting that ball go away as Reddles sends it way downfield. He'll be way at the back now, will Cheese. And he may be called on.
The fact that they
defensively
waited
in
through
just a
this
moment with Justin trying to work
600-second
from his own back
timeout
wall.
and everything, too.
And Cheese
See,
bringing it forward. Two-piece right
It's all
there.
about
That drops right
perspective,
down to
because in
Magic
my
Barrel. Net's
perspective,
open for a moment,
we won.
but
We didn't have to
Justin
ban
strafes
anyone.
across.
They wasted their time.
And Shopify
Nobody's
Rebellion
upset
will
here.
break out. Low-scoring first half of game 2. Two-piece looking maybe for Parth. Slammed it against the back wall again. Parth taking
man.
time. Out in front again. And Justin scores.
This is systematic destruction. They sent Parth up so early on the
genuinely
play
forgot
to
about
look
them
for
already.
demos to zone people out, but then Justin got involved as well, getting the demos in the back end. Once you saw Parth go upfield, you knew that Rebellion was going all in on this counterattack. They're waiting for Luminosity to push upfield so they can hit them hard on the back end. They're rotating back, they're getting bumped and demoed out the play, and they just can't handle all of that pressure coming out from Rebellion.
Days of Justin.
Well, that physical play that is...
That sounds like a
Luminosity will
like a
yield a goal. It hadn't done much in
C-tier
this series, but Jesus is
romance
able to walk
novel.
this into an empty net thanks to
The
the
Days
demo
of
by
Justin.
who else but Reynolds.
Yeah, and it's good on Reynolds because Reynolds is starting to recognize exactly what they're doing.
Someone
Even when Rebellion's
reminiscing
in that guy
back-
up front, they're playing
some
super
grandma
aggressive in front
reminiscing
of the
back to the
midfield line.
days
So of course it's going to
where
lead to some
she was
open
at a
net
lakeside
opportunities. He
cottage
has been connecting. We saw
she
him
met a
connecting
man
game 1.
named Justin.
Now big demo for him in game 2. Got to get a stop here, and he does
And
stop
they had
two-piece
copious
before
amounts
two-piece
of
can score off
intercourse.
that kickoff.
Days of Justin.
Parth trying to jackhammer that down into the ground. Two-piece could steal the corner boost if he wants, and he eventually will, but unfortunately
Magic Bear?
for Shopify
Nice.
Rebellion, they're getting
Yeah, now
caught too
energy's,
far up, and Magic
not
Bear
looking too
will
good.
score on the empty net.
Yeah, again, another one.
I miss the
Parth
days when
puts you
Reynolds would
far
sit
up.
there
He's
by the beach side
expecting
awaiting
Justin to
my
play that
arrival.
challenge, and now, even though it's a
we're
tie
making
game,
fanfic
we're
now.
halfway through the game. You don't need to be that far forward. You see him get caught out. Magic Bear
Squeezy.
banks a goal, and now we're seeing Luminosity adjust, which is exactly what you want to see in this matchup. It could have gone Rebellion's way all the way through, but it's good for Luminosity showing their fight.
I think the biggest difference for Rebellion through this particular event in the Swiss stage, yes, they gave up a lot of shots.
Hey, players,
which
see
they
what's
tend
up.
to do. They give up a lot of opportunities, but they were saving those shots. They weren't giving up empty nets as they have for the first couple of goals here. One of those, of
Well,
course,
they're not
thanks
on
to
fire.
Reynolds. That
At
was
least
set up by
BDS is
Reynolds,
still
and Magic Bear with a dime.
a top team.
3-1 LG.
It's a good pass, but I mean, this is a speed test. You
Sleep
see
in the
Parth
car,
kind of
wake up
rotating
in
there
my
in the
bed,
back
wait.
end, has to go quick. He gets beat. Justin doesn't have boost. So again, speed test for Magic Bear. He passes with flying colors. 2 goals for the Bear here, shooting 2 for 3.
Oh, like
Luminosity
your
has
parents
woken
carried
up
you
here.
in?
Magic Bear trying to challenge Parth. It's Justin through the middle.
$3.07. Oh, no, now it's sad.
Made him go low, and Magic Bear forced to make the save. Reynolds goes right through two-piece like he
only
wasn't
2
even
minutes for a
there,
few minutes,
and he may
Sally.
be able to pop it up
Fair
for
enough.
Cheese. He is on target, saved
Busy
by
day,
two-piece.
it seems like.
And now Rebellion starting to struggle. You see Luminosity now feeling like they're starting to dictate the flow of the game a little bit more. They have Rebellion sending the ball in awkward spots, and they're kind of even
want someone to
struggling,
carry
kind
me
of
to bed.
challenging the confidence of Rebellion. Just saying, we'll go for these same shots, and since you guys are playing so far forward, we're going to make you second guess your approach upfield. So now Rebellion down by 2, they have to be the ones now to take control of the game. What does it look like for them when they play from behind?
Well, Justin taking out Cheese, who they must have anticipated Reynolds was trying to hit with a pass. Now Justin lob ahead. Parth is down there. Two-piece coming up. He's got a full tank waiting for a pass, and all he gets is Magic Bear running right through him. This will fall towards the net, easily collected by Reynolds. Luminosity getting it done offensively and defensively with physical play, and that shot's going to go through as Cheese scores, and I don't know, somebody got clipped on their way back to the net.
There may have been a chance here. Magic Bear did kind of, yeah, he did get a piece of
Watch
it.
Energy's
Just
doing
good
this,
execution.
just
From the
with
moment
Energy.
Reynolds grabs that ball from the goal line instead of booming it away, he gets that flick high, and oh, look at this double fake kickoff, where they both now have the possession and the ball in the corner. They're not letting Rebellion get anything for
I'm
free.
probably-
Bump in the back
probably
end.
not
She's
gonna.
got another bump. That's kind of open for a moment. They get the pass through, but they were able to respond here. This is just great resilience to be able to come
All
back
right,
from
the
game
score
1
line
like
flipped.
Luminosity did, and then to turn it around. I mean, they just look fully confident here. 30 seconds remaining. Remember, I said Luminosity has to start looking at game 2. Boy, did they. It's just has been all them.
And now Shopify Rebellion's going to look to game 3. Oh, what a centering pass out of Reynolds.
What a pass.
She's a hat trick. So where it was Rebellion all over Luminosity in game 1, Luminosity has returned the favor here in the second game.
Reynolds is such an impact player. The fact that he's making big-time demos, got a couple of stops, 4 assists out of the 5 goals. The other goal was not assisted.
Very interesting.
This
I wonder how Game 3 is going to go.
Such incredible thought process out of Reynolds in this type of situation. You said it. You need a player who has been in these tough moments, and Reynolds is the perfect person for that. Luminosity looking to bounce back here. 5-1's the score line. It was that way in Game 1, but the other way around.
Because
we have got a match
because
on
he's
our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Just playing around now.
Doesn't
at
take
0
L's.
seconds. Remember on the pre-show in our little
is that what the
competition,
joke?
Bates had cheese. I had
Retta.
Reynolds. Reynolds setting the table. 4 goals or 4 assists and a goal.
Would you rather
Cheese
encounter a man you don't
having
know
a
or a
hat-trick
magic bear in the
there
woods?
Game
Oh,
2.
God.
Luminosity battles back in a big way.
I'll take my
as they
chances with
repeat
the
scoreline
man
that
I don't
Rebellion
know.
put up
I feel like
in
Magic
Game
Bear would
1.
go savage.
And it is game on now in the quarterfinals.
It really is.
Keep 'em
it really,
away.
and this is fantastic
Keep
to
'em
see.
away
Just
from me.
both teams like trading dominant wins like that, because now we're going to go into this Game 3, and who's going to change that flow? Who's going to kind of set the dynamic of how the rest of this series is going to go? Again, best of 7 series here between the two, and everybody's showing what they can do. Luminosity definitely came through and really hit Rebellion with a counterpunch, because Rebellion's opener was
science?
so great, but they limited the opportunities they had on
from
field.
JLP
They
chat.
didn't let Rebellion
I
get too
have
much
no
space.
idea what
And then
JLP
not only that, Rebellion had to watch out, because some of the offensive plays
means.
that were successful for them earlier with their confidence of just being in the upper half of the field got taken away from them. They had to second guess, should I go for this ball or should I not? While they're thinking about it, they also got to watch out for Reynolds, Magic Bear, and Cheese, because everybody's going for these demos and bump plays, making them uncomfortable. It's just too much for them to handle. They end up dropping a bunch of goals that game. Now it's time to see who can really clean up their act. Can Luminosity continue on this run, turn the series around, or will we see Rebellion pick up the pieces?
Let's do some quick math here as we go into Game 3. They played 22 games yesterday, so you figure 5 minutes, you ignore the overtimes, sure. With all the demolitions from LG during the Swiss stage yesterday, there were about 7 out of those 110 minutes that they got at least a one-man advantage with an opponent off the field, thanks to the demolitions. It doesn't seem
Jesse
like
Lee
much,
Peterson.
but when you
Wait,
look at those numbers compared to everybody
isn't there a guy
else,
named Jordan
it's
Lee
gigantic.
Peterson?
Rebellion's
I don't know
gotta
Jesse
contend
Lee
with that now as
Peterson.
Luminosity has awoken. Into Game 3 now, Justin. Through the air, no, easily stopped by Cheese. Not a lot of boost on the side of Luminosity as Reynolds ties up Parth on the side.
I don't really listen to
Two-piece able to
podcasts.
stop him right at the center line.
Oh, good jump from Cheese. Parth was on him. Almost was able to connect their other play. Pass back to Magic Bear, who will push it wide. But again, the spacing. This is what that contest from midfield looks like. Where, so a lot of people, they don't really understand what's going on. But again, just these pass plays, keeping eyes on who has the boost, keeping eyes on, okay, can this person make a play on the ball?
I don't really
What
watch
can they do?
podcasts.
Again, they keep sending Parth upfield here to try to zone people
The only
out.
one I've ever
Now he's
listened to
got
recently
0,
was
and he virtually basically
podcast
can't
on the
do
left or
anything. This is
something.
going to be free
It's
for
one
Magic
Tesla
Bear to take you
listens
out
to.
the air. And Rebellion are playing a bit of a risk-reward game, even all the way down to their kickoff, where they like to have that second man on an aggressive cheat. We'll see if Luminosity are privy to it. It's been a close Game 3 so far.
Oh, Reynolds
It's all about
barely got a
forgiveness.
piece of that
Gotcha.
ball that two-piece was trying to set up. And now Parth's got to sprint back. It's off target. And guides that out to the corner. But Cheese won the race to the corner boost. So Justin could be in a spot of trouble. Two-piece has plenty. And he's got to be the one to take this from the back line. And is deflected deeper into LG territory. Low off the side. Out of the corner. Justin. Shot is wide.
It was close. It was really close.
You had to
can
know
see
that this was
Justin
going to be a
how well he's
low-scoring
shooting.
game
He gets these
after
looks,
the
and
first
he's
two.
He's really improved on his shooting. I mean, we saw a couple of whiffs from him yesterday. He's making sure none of that's happening today, and he's been almost hitting the mark, but almost isn't good enough. We're still tied up.
He's a far-right
Two-piece,
religious
second touch in the
nutcase.
corner, needs a
Okay.
third to center, and Magic Bear just stones him there.
I know
So
nothing
now
about it.
Justin, he could maybe
I
start
like-
to look netward
I like
here.
forgiveness, though.
She's in the way, and Magic Bear will take that away from Justin, so the veteran has to head back. Reynolds there with Magic, not happening. G's got to get up. He's the last line of defense. Open net for Parth.
Open net for Parth, like you said. This is Rebellion again, taking advantage. Double commit there, two-piece, no fear. Especially once he sees Cheese go up. You're the last line of defense, and it's an aggressive play to try to get a touch out
Did he tweet?
and keep the ball in. Two-piece recognized
Oh.
that. Rebellion took advantage. They are the ones who get the first one here in Game 3.
Couple of blowouts in the first couple of games. Will we see a much closer affair here in Game 3?
Just
It
need
is
to touch of a
Shopify
few
Rebellion
things.
that strikes first. As Reynolds up the side, met by Justin, well read. And Two-Piece has all day to line this up, looking in the direction of Parth. He's found him. Perhaps. Can he get it central, though? Yes. Loose. Ooh. Justin scores.
Oh, man, Justin scores, but you got to give credit to Parth here. Look at the level of control. Playing it low, keeping the ball high, gets the 50 out, just enough space for Justin to get the shot.
Taking the last shot. Yeah, I mean, I think they went in mentally knowing that there wasn't a lot of hope.
Again, he's been improving time and time again.
Still, I know they're still sad, but
Parth continues to play at this level. Rebellion can turn this one around. They're already in the lead here, looking to take the advantage, but there's a lot of time on the clock here for Luminosity to get back in.
Save your absolute best for last. Shopify Rebellion collectively has done that, and especially so for Parth. Justin, second touch to center Magic Bear.
What is maybe I don't really listen to podcasts.
And slows down Luminosity. Cheese can only lob it away. That's a giveaway to Justin. And he's
gonna make it home tonight. Wait, what? I hope you make it home tonight.
Second touch is well wide. I think he might have been surprised to see that he had a second touch with that one coming out cleanly.
That's exactly what it was, Stacks, because you have two defenders there. He doesn't know how much boost they have. He didn't know they were low, but he's expecting someone to make contact.
Very close.
Just wasn't ready for that play. They're up by 2, and now he's in the back end dodging Reynolds, who's trying to zone him off. Cheese is able to play it over Parth as he looked for a play to bring Luminosity back in. And now we're seeing Luminosity here on the backfield. It's a 2-goal game, but they have to make sure not to get too risky. That's the reason why they dropped the first goal. As Cheese, good touch there off the side, and Justin will send that downfield. A little bit of space here for Two-Piece. Let's see what Rebellion do.
Two-Piece bringing it down to ground as he ran out of gas. Oh, he timed up Parth.
Good
Cheese
smash
manages to put himself between Parth and the goal. Now Magic Bear gave it away to Justin. Oh, and he missed it just high, but he can circle around on this. And Cheese can't get out as that one goes wide. Listen, they're missing the net through no help at all from Luminosity. They're getting real lucky that this is not a 3 or 4 goal game as Reynolds pops it away. Cheese will try and find Reynolds, but that pass a little too strong. He had to go chase it. And now it's 2-on-2 back the other way. Two-Piece to the backboard. Cheese whipped on it. It's wide open, but nobody can get there as Reynolds just finds Magic Bear, but that's all they can do. They're scrambling just to get out of their own zone, and nobody's really hitting the ball.
They don't have boost.
Any benefit at all. Yeah, they've got no boost. They have no control. They're about to have no time left here in Game 3 as Rebellion controls in their own territory. And the final countdown about to begin here in this third game. Luminosity going to be looking up at Shopify Rebellion. We have a much closer game than the first two, but it's Rebellion in control of the series.
This name used to be Parthenax.
Shopify Game 3 win there for Shopify Rebellion. Just kind of making sure to just play a consistent game, not get too out of their comfort zone. Parth had a really good game individually. Because again, you got to think when you have to keep eyes on him throughout the entire game. Not only is he being able to kind of turn around, rotate, make stops on the back end, but even then he's doing a lot of zoning. And he's even doing zoning with low boost. And what I mean by that is he's pushing his car upfield just to push Luminosity players away from the ball or away from the play. And that's because he has a lot of trust in Justin and Two-Piece, which held it down over the course of that game. You look at the
Did you guys know what Pisky, you know the player Pisky? Do you know what his name was before?
With the offensive pressure, but also a little bit of mistakes here on the side of Luminosity. Just not being able to make contact on some of the cuts. And when they have that last man back,
whiskey drink, and I don't think Pisky's any better.
Solid ground or beat on the ball. Cheese got taken advantage of on the defensive end that game, and it's the reason why Rebellion have 2 of those goals. So that's just the biggest thing. But you could tell, though, especially considering the first 2 games, series has gotten so much more closer together because the midfield battle was scrappy.
And if this turns
into a series
see you later, player
2. Thanks for coming by. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
Just from a mental aspect,
without looking at Wikipedia, do you guys know what Quinn Lobdell's real name is?
Their first 15 games were all 1-goal games. They've had whole series decided by exclusively overtime.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. There's some names where I'm just like, I don't get how these
30 more 1-goal games or so than Rebellion has on the season, and 20 more overtimes. Rebellion doesn't fare so well in 1-goal games, so keep that in mind as this series goes on and as things tighten up. We go to Game 4, though, at Utopia, and Rebellion trying to push all of that away. The numbers don't.
Wait, now I'm second guessing. His name's Mike, right?
Two-Piece.
Michael.
Might have given that one away, but Parth will follow it up. going to be important for Luminosity, of course, to score early and not allow Rebellion to get a multi-goal lead as that one's left behind, and it sails high on the shot. Reynolds can't get on top of it either. The defense is there, and it goes back out.
Luminosity got to hit the shots.
Yeah.
They, like, that just, you can't have those many opportunities and not everyone. I mean, Reynolds third man, they're trying to take a shot to put it on. That's understandable, but that follow-up shot's got to be good. Magic Bear now finally putting the pressure on, but the touch gets away from him, and now Luminosity got to go back.
Hey, what's up, Bruce?
All over again.
Banana has a great name.
Such a good opportunity to start, but they couldn't take advantage of it.
That ball that ended up back at their own
Jerome
net
in
was
the back.
closer than a couple of their shots on the other
That is a
side.
great name.
As Magic Bear will infield pass that over to Reynolds. That's going to sail high. And no follow-up immediately. Cheese coming from the back. He's trying to get that out towards Magic Bear, and everybody crisscrosses. So Reynolds can run into one. Pass over to Magic Bear. Oh, man, no! It wide.
Oh, this
the
is just
accuracy betrays LG again.
Are you kidding? I'm just so surprised that's not in. I'm saying no like I'm on the LG team stream, but no, I'm just upset that like you have a free shot like that and it doesn't go. Oh man, it was again so like they have the idea, but they're lacking on the execution. It's still a tied-up game. They definitely can find the mark, but this is not how you want to start it.
And this is
zombie
for
poop truck,
Rebellion
zombie
as
poop
well
truck.
because they're giving up a lot of shots. That's what they do.
Can't do
They're
that
gonna
on the
be
main
forced to make
broadcast,
a ton of
but-
saves. Granted, maybe Luminosity never finds the mark, but if they do, Rebellion's going to be in a ton of trouble. That one kicks right out towards midfield, and Magic Bear's there for it. Thrown back in as two-piece getting chased by Reynolds. You know, he's hungry for some demos. He hasn't had many in this series. As Parth has one all the way across. Cheese is there. Magic Bear into the play. Reynolds might think about it. He stays back, and that one doesn't get into a scoring position either. Rebellion doing just enough to limit the opportunities now for Luminosity after they gave him a few golden chances early.
Yeah, and that's one thing too. Rebellion haven't been
Yeah,
able to really kind
Sharks.
of pick things up and get going here. Transition
It promotes the hunting
We're over halfway through the game.
of them,
Rebellion don't have a
and that's
shot
illegal.
recorded. Even though Luminosity
Yeah, I didn't
can't hit the
see
net
the
to save
miss.
their lives, they've also been able to stop Rebellion from getting a shot on. So Rebellion are going to have to force the issue because I mean, to be honest,
we watched G2
they've been getting away with this game
poop
kind
on-
of so far.
on,
You gotta be able to turn it around. A win
Dig.
here for Rebellion pretty much
Because
almost a miss
they
them this
poop on
year.
everyone.
A team that has given up a
Now
lot
watching
of open net goals tends to be
Luminosity
I
and
guess,
Rebellion.
the
Game
perfect
1 was like a
counter for a team that
5-1
can't
for
hit open
Rebellion. Game
nets.
2 was like a
As
5-1
Cheese
for
gotta quickly
Luminosity.
get up for this. Justin beat him to the punch, and
And,
Parth can't put it on target.
now it's a much
deflected
closer
off an
series.
LG defender, and Cheese will end up taking that corner boost. Everything kind of paused for a moment, and now Cheese.
Oh, you mean miss here.
Round one,
I'm like,
easily sent out by
you were here
Parth.
same
Numbers
here.
advantage potentially for
Apparently
Rebellion. They
there
all
was a
push
big cheese
forward.
miss.
They
I
do
missed
not
it.
this time. So Reynolds will
Someone
trigger
clips
it from
it.
his own
Let me know.
corner. Cheese is there. Interference. Reynolds scores, and Luminosity has a lead late in game 4.
They
Pedals.
get one. Reynolds able to just get that extra touch to seal
Like
it
his
over
goal
Parth.
explosion.
You could see Rebellion when they were in front. They tried to just be a little bit more risky. They sent Justin up to see if he could get a couple of bumps. He couldn't connect on anything. He didn't have boost to get back. Parth was left on an island, and Reynolds sailed it over his head.
Yeah, I just kind of assumed that Parth was
Details.
interfered with there, but no, he was just way too far forward as he and Reynolds cancel each other out. And Magic Bear desperately throwing that across. He eats a demo for his efforts.
That's
but
a
he
fun
did
way to
his
say
job.
demo to each other.
Now
They
Reynolds
cancel each
back
other
to
out.
midfield,
I like
trying to
that.
kill some more time off this final minute. Luminosity
Reynolds is
trying to
Slater
hang on
backwards,
for a
yes, sir.
one-goal victory here in game 4 to tie up the series.
You think
Both
that's
teams still
unknown?
have their timeout in this best of
I feel like
7.
everyone knows
Justin
that.
down to Parth. He hit the crossbar. What? Bounce away from him, and two-piece scores. What in the world is happening?
I'm looking at this
What
replay,
the
I just can't believe it.
what the fuck was that goal?
Doesn't get the shot, bounces up high,
Mutually
forces
assured
Magic Bear to
destruction, yeah.
jump. He jumps with no boost, and it's just an open net. 41 seconds to go here, and I don't know who deserves to win this game. Actually, at this point, I'm probably say Rebellion after the mistakes we've seen from Luminosity.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's joking.
30 seconds to go. We could be headed into overtime. All chaos is broken loose, but that's a good pass, and that's a good shot. Reynolds to the top left slot, and Luminosity get the lead back.
Amazing what happens when you put it on target. That's, I mean, it's a decent clear to Parth, but it goes right across
That was
the
a good
middle.
pass.
So only Magic Bear is the one who can get to it. And instead of slamming it to the backboard like you see a lot of players might try to do, just drop it right down to Reynolds. That was perfectly placed. And his shot on target where no defenders could reach it. So down to 20 seconds. Luminosity back in front. Can they hold this lead? Oh, two-piece out to Parth, and he can't get to it in time. Everybody has to reset.
Can you imagine? That'd be fun to watch.
One last push.
But I don't think so.
10 seconds. Neutral,
6 players is
two-piece
insane.
actually, but Magic Bear there to save the day. One last
Like, you
chance.
just play normally and
Cheese
keep
is
3 of them in
up.
the
So
net.
is Justin, but Reynolds can let it drop down, and he does. Luminosity tie the series.
Puminosity.
Tie the series.
Choke.
Someone needs to explain that game whenever someone looks at that on the scoreline.
Hey, take the labels off your
says,
water
oh, the
bottles.
Luminosity game, yeah, it was a close game 4. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Luminosity had that game, to be honest. They had control. They had so many open looks.
Zephyr
They
Hills?
really hit the back of the
Why
net
does that,
very well.
like that looks
being
like
said, Rebellion on
a
the
drug
other
that
side
your
of
grandma
things
takes.
also couldn't create too many opportunities, and they did get their only goal pretty much off of a Luminosity mistake. So I will say, good control on Luminosity for that game for the most part, but it was very scrappy, and it didn't really look that pretty. As we take a look at the highlights, I don't even know if we should call these
Zephyr
highlights
Hills.
at this point, but here we go.
Hey,
What a game.
it is the Mobile One High Performance Replay. We said we promised nothing about highlights as we just watched this circus show in front of the Luminosity net.
Lose them
But
again?
then,
Bruh.
that clear from Parth, intercepted, perfect drop down from Magic Bear to Reynolds for the eventual game winner. 3 goals and 4 assists so far for Reynolds in this series. After that hat trick out of Cheese, he's been very quiet on the offensive end. But now we head to the Aquadome for Game 5. We will break a 2-all tie. And unlike in the Swiss, there's still more to do here. Best of 7 to end somebody's season and keep somebody else alive, at least for most of the rest of the day.
We will see Neo Tokyo. What happens there, we'll have to find out. But first, who's going to set the tone? Rebellion have a lot to really kind of clean up on. Ever since Luminosity got going, they've slowed down tremendously. But now they get a good break. And two-piece able to score. Rebellion with the first goal.
All right, just what happens to the defense here? I mean, Magic Bear way out of the play. He ended up going forward. Reynolds was way downfield. He couldn't get back in time.
Oh, I
So
just
it's
looked at the
two-piece
leaderboard, by the way.
adding his 5th goal of the series. Big one for Rebellion as they score very early on here. That's
Tesla's
what
in
Luminosity
first.
has had to avoid. Falling behind early, especially by multiple goals. So they got to get one back sooner rather than later, you would think. Otherwise, they might need to come up with something
Rocket
clever off a
Rank
kickoff.
Bot is in bot is in
Luminosity
3rd.
fans would be
Nightbot's in
shielding
5th.
their eyes on every kickoff.
String Daddy's in
Here's
6th.
two-piece. Leave it for Parth, perhaps, but he forced it wide.
Tesla has 100.
You need to see Rebellion how they're playing this game. They are not scared to
195.
whether it's Parth, Justin, or whoever, and it's before the play even really
I
develops.
guess the bots get points here.
Justin, right down
As
off
long
the
as no one
ceiling,
spends
two-piece,
or everyone else
and
loses
just
their
another
money,
one.
the
It
bots
starts
will
with
always
Parth.
be in first.
Justin plays it high.
'Cause they're never gonna
1,
spend
2,
them.
3 eyes on two-piece. He puts it in the back of the net. 2 for 2.
By the way, Justin's been playing in this event. Leads the team in scoring coming into this series with his 15 goals in the Swiss. He's added 4. He's also added 3
The series
assists.
is so odd.
He is almost like a man possessed. Like he has to get back.
I feel like these goals are all like just coming out of nowhere.
Has that one down. I think the reports of the end of Justin's career, like with all the other original members of NRG, have been greatly exaggerated. Maybe a bit that's a great centering pass right into Cheese, and it's an open net.
Oh, man, this is, first of all, a good touch here from Reynolds to send it through. That extra effort, because he's in a tough spot. He has to turn to be able to get a piece of that. And he gets it just in time, and Cheese, who's been under a lot of pressure off ball, finally getting a chance to breathe upfield. He banks the shot. Good signs here for Luminosity. They're only down by 1, plenty of time in game.
Justin's forced that one to the corner. Two-piece can't get around Magic Bear, who will step up now for either side. Magic Bear from the side. He needs some help, and he's got it in the form of Reynolds. He can chase this. Got a ton of boost to work with, but he overshot the ball. And Parth had the easiest stop of his life, and a key touch there from Justin, not letting that ball come out cleanly. Might trigger a counterattack, but Magic Bear's in the way.
Yeah, and now you're seeing a counterattack chance here for Luminosity. Oh, that's a good touch. Parf, though, a little low on boost, so wants to be able to take this, but geez, good pass. Can Reynolds bank the shot? No! Sends it straight to Two-Piece. It's a great block from Two-Piece. He had to pre-jump that.
And you have to pick a spot and hope you're right. He was perfectly done by Two-Piece and Shopify Rebellion. They get out of jail for a moment, but now they're right back under duress. Reynolds can't stay with that play thanks to Two-Piece's effort. And he's got that one just ahead of Cheese. It's an open net for Two-Piece.
Rebellion get counterattacked, and they say, okay, let's try this the other way around downfield.
Who did you buy for?
Effort there from Two-Piece to dive for that ball. Again,
yeah, you did. You did Shopify.
Buy stuff. There's no one above because no one's back. Luminosity was so far forward there, and they paid the price.
Kind of uncharacteristic out of Luminosity. I know that sounds weird considering how this series has gone, but Cheese has not.
You say Jester's better than Ahmad?
What a shot! Just missing the mark. The follow-up from Justin. I mean, Cheese hasn't been out of position much in this series. That time he was, and then here on this shot, it's just a rebound that kind of pinballs off of every part of the goal, and Justin adds yet another to his impressive tally on the weekend.
I mean, you got to give credit to Parf. That first shot was a laser top right corner. Probably upset that he didn't get it, but he stayed in the play, got the follow-up, and then not only that, he's able to get that 50 straight down to Justin. So good work there from Parf. They got to stop things on the defense, though. The kickoff has been pretty good there for Luminosity, but again, not being able to kind of execute there on those final shots. Luminosity with 5 shots this game, and the shot totals have just been increasing as the game ticks down. Magic Bear will score after his 3rd shot, making it a 2-goal deficit.
And credit to Luminosity again. They kind of called the play off the kickoff. It's a set play, one of many that they practice over time. And I know it sounds weird to say that they practice these things after they gave up a goal in 1 second yesterday, but it does happen, and it set them up for some success there. Still down 2 goals, though. Still a lot of time. 2 minutes now for Parth out of the corner. Magic Bears got that one easily. And Reynolds quickly downfield. Luminosity trying to work a little bit quicker to cut into this lead. You know, they don't want to get down to crunch time where they have to kind of force the issue and leave the net open behind them to chase the game, as nobody was fooled by Justin there, and an opportunity maybe with numbers, but they didn't have any boost, so they couldn't chase the ball. Magic Bear deleted. He won't respawn in time. Hart scores.
Luminosity sending the house and coming up empty again, and this time Two-Piece, great control. He stays on the ball. Parf goes with him downfield. Great follow-up. Rebellion on the board again. They keep pulling out Luminosity. That's just the game plan. Okay, we'll send someone up to apply pressure. Maybe Justin or Parf, one of you guys go for a demo, steal some boost upfield. Then when Luminosity think they have us on a counter, that's when we hit them, because we know that that's where their defense is weakest. They've done it time and time again over the course of this series. It's been working.
Parth made that a lot more interesting than it had to be, and then Justin happens to be in the right spot. Reynolds can't bring that one down for anybody, so Justin forward, good pass to him. And Shopify Rebellion got to be feeling a lot more confident now with a 3-goal lead again, though they could be under fire here. Demo ricochets in.
And Justin, he had to make a decision here, because once Two-Piece got beat, he didn't have enough boost to actually jump for the ball. Decided, let me get my boost to come into the net. And yeah, Luminosity special on him. Just straight destroyed. But Luminosity are still down in this game. By 2, a minute to go. You talk about the kickoff strats, that doesn't work for him. Oh, that chance, though, they do get a free ball. Yeah, you're right. The more the bumps are coming in, can Reynolds get around this? He is able to force everyone up, but the ball gets away from the rest of them. She's struggling to keep this one in, and time is going to tick. Luminosity are going to have to play a lot more riskier, especially, and they have to be careful, because this could happen.
Send one to demo play and be sent to.
Here. Well, Reynolds went for a demo on Justin right in front of his net. Justin avoided him, and that almost proved fatal for Luminosity in this game. It just about will. Justin will score here on a ball that just sat on the goal line for an eternity, and it looks like Rebellion will have match point in the quarters.
Yeah, 3-goal lead game with 30 seconds to go. I don't see Rebellion really dropping this one. Now we're gonna have to start to look forward. Rebellion have been able to adjust really well, and so have Luminosity. But this time it is starting to feel like Rebellion may just have their foot on this series. The way this game has went, biggest lead, Rebellion, or biggest, not lead, but amount of goals scored in a single game against Luminosity this series. They're trying to cut the deficit down. But with no time left, we will see Shopify Rebellion trying to keep their major hopes alive. They're one win away from the top 4, from at least top 4. Luminosity still with limited fight. G scores 1-0.
Although get one at 0, it's a consolation prize, and almost certainly a timeout will come out of Luminosity with their last life on the season. They get a power up if they can win here, if they can bring it all the way back. But yes, Luminosity will take what could be their final timeout of the 2024 campaign. Down 3-2 against Shopify Rebellion after getting outscored in a Wild West shootout here at the Aquadome.
Yeah, I didn't expect this to be as high scoring as it was, considering the series did start to get a lot closer. But, I mean, we saw play after play taken, risk after risk taken, and teams took advantage on both sides of the field. Luminosity more so forcing, though. Again, a lot of demo plays set up for them. And for Rebellion, a lot of goals, just kind of like what you saw there, just with those open nets. You can see Reynolds just kind of battling that frustration. But now the timeout here for Luminosity, everybody locking in, because, like you said, this could be the last one of the season for them. If there's any way, any time to come together,
like you have to go back and find them all now.
Right now.
Luminosity, a team that has played several games this season, both online and at the major, with their backs against the wall, and they have answered the bell
we've gotten
many times
close to a
from
perfect
that
sweep.
spot. But now it is gut
perfect
check time
game.
for
Like 1-0,
LG.
1-0, 1-0, 1-0.
All in person, they've done everything they can to prepare for this exact moment, and they've got about another minute to compose themselves and find a way back. Down 3-2 against Shopify
7 has a best 5. Like, yeah, you go like each team wins their games but 1-0.
They haven't had a chance to get their feet off the ground really in the playoffs because they keep running into the same juggernaut that everybody else has, Gen G and G2. Their one top 4, they got M80 in the quarters, and that worked out great. Ever since then, it's been sweep, sweep, sweep at the hands of the 2 monsters in NA, one of which could be waiting for them on the other side of this. But they'll be happy to take care of business right now as we get set for Neo Tokyo. 7 goals out of 2-piece, 6 out of the veteran Justin, just a couple with 5 assists from Parth to lead SR. And if they can keep it going under the head of Bob's Ramen, they will march their way into the semis and possibly get themselves at least a tiebreaker at the end of the weekend.
They spoke of culture on the side of Luminosity. It's time to put it into action. Season on the line. Back against the wall. No room for error. Here we go. Game 6. Rebellion on match point. Can they end this series here?
Oh, Justin! Challenge fastball. Gets his longtime rival Reynolds and beats him.
Oh, man. Wins the 50. Jumps up early. Justin! Beautiful shot. Reynolds put a hand up, but it just wasn't enough. Fastball into the net.
And after that timeout, the worst possible start for Luminosity. Now they've got to answer back, and you have the mental block that entails. Cheese hesitated for a moment. Got that out to the side, but it's Justin. He'll follow it and whiffs on it. Parth to the backboard. Here comes 2-piece met by Reynolds. Parth will try again. Pass over to Justin, and he pushed it well wide.
And uncharacteristic, he had a free shot there. Pass probably came in a little too hot. So Luminosity get away with that one. But you got to be careful because you can see Rebellion. They are playing with that fire. And if you are Luminosity, if you're not careful, you will get cooked.
Just getting outpaced right now by Shopify Rebellion. They're coming out of the timeout too, trying to stop all that momentum.
Sorry,
and Rebellion
not talking much here. I was reading.
Good touch by Magic Bear to get around 1, but now Justin, 1 to beat. And Cheese just got a piece of it.
Season 6.
They got to break out though. Luminosity's been stuck in their own end. Look, even every time they try to move upfield, it's back into their own half.
Were they all
They're
best of
playing
fives that way?
defense once again. A little bit of a
Can't
different
remember.
open up space.
This
but
format
you
was
gotta get
still
that man
close
Justin
then.
off
We
the
didn't
ball,
play
get
as
a
many
good
games
follow-up.
then.
Reynolds is trying, but a bit of a double commit.
So it's a little more
Which can be
believable,
dangerous.
actually.
Magic Bear turns it into a bump, giving Reynolds some space. Plays that one high, but it hits the crossbar. No
Waiting
goal
to
for
one
Luminosity.
games are close.
Still
Yeah, it's
more work
Shogun.
to do.
It's Shogun.
Oh, Cheese couldn't stay with that ball. Reynolds back to Magic Bear, and he got canceled out by Justin as Justin just rode him across midfield and got him away from the ball. Now two-piece to the backboard. Third touch to drop it back to Justin. Does he have any help coming? Parth coming in on the weak side and just nudged Magic Bear for a moment, but Magic Bear recovered nicely, and Luminosity out of jail for just a moment. A brief reprieve as Reynolds swats it out.
They got to control the ball. There it is. Good touch there. It's going to sail all the way downfield off the back wall. Cheese. No, we can't get there. Reynolds got a bump.
Includes
and Magic
the
Bear
region.
wants to find the double to keep this play in. Cheese 0 boost last back.
Across the
so he's
entire
not really able
world,
to make
there
a
were no
successful challenge
best
here.
of seven,
And now
game
he's got to
sevens.
watch as Justin brings this off
That's
the
actually
side
crazy.
ball. Can he get the 50? No. Parth to two-piece. Try to send it down. Chance here for a counterattack. Illuminati get the shot blocked out by Justin.
For some reason, my brain was
Magic
just
Bear will
thinking
try
like,
to
oh,
get
that's
back to
just
this
North
one. He
America
got to the
that you're
ceiling,
talking
but
about.
this ricochets out of two-piece. Reynolds getting chased, and he avoids contact
One day.
to make the save. Luminosity avoid disaster. Reynolds and Justin collide in the air. It's Cheese gonna take it himself. Can't force that through two defenders.
Yeah, he's trying to see if he can at least get the ball to come towards Magic
Wow,
Bear, who's
Luminosity
waiting.
is
He gets a good touch
almost
there,
out
but
here.
again, this game does not stop. We're seeing punch after counter punch. Justin's trying to get up as a speed test, but Cheese gets there in time. No boost from
It's
Magic
crazy
Bear.
that
Sends
so
the
many
ball away,
teams,
so
like,
Reynolds has to come help. Reynolds now gets the boost
journeys
there
are
in the
just
corner.
done
Wants to be able
now.
to see if he can slow
Like,
things
they're-
down, so
they're
Cheese
done
and Magic Bear can
for
grab boost. Cheese gets
almost a
nothing on
year.
that play. So does Justin, and
Like 8
Magic Bear will
months.
push this one upfield. Cheese, what's he gonna do? Tries to find the shot, can't get it. Reynolds, no, he's beat out.
I don't
and
remember
Justin
that.
has to try to control this one to see if he can score a big goal. Can't do it, and Magic Bear is able to make the stop before Parth gets there.
I think if he
Game
waited an
7
extra beat and got around that a little
Second
wider, he could
ever.
have put that on target. He's trying to set up a teammate
Like going back to
instead,
season 1
and
even?
It gave LG just enough time, but boy, they had one on the other side. They absolutely should have converted. Parth in front, wide open, just put it wide as well, and Reynolds able to catch up. Now two-piece one-on-one with Cheese, and Cheese wins that exchange.
This is like a boxing match. The way the demos are being traded, the way the counterattacks are being traded, the way the boost steals are even being traded.
With
But
NRG,
Luminosity
yeah.
are down in this fight, and they're going to need to send a knockout blow. A minute left here, down by 1. Reynolds is able to get Magic Bear some room here. Cheese moving upfield, but he doesn't have that much boost. Can the Bear do it? He got the bump, but it
Oh
wasn't
my
enough.
God.
Parth goal line save.
Luminosity going deep into the bag of tricks. This could waterfall down. Justin got a piece, and that threw off Magic Bear. Reynolds
Styles and Stacks are killing it today.
Saved away by Justin.
Defense holding for Rebellion. Is it going to be enough? Magic Bear, he has Reynolds. He got the bump, but Reynolds, no, he can't get a Cheese last back. He doesn't have boost, neither does Parth, though, so he can't connect. Demo on the play. Chance here for the ball to move downfield. Parth cuts it out. He gets it through. Can Cheese get back in time? The answer is no. Parth puts the nail down on this game and maybe the series.
23 seconds after that mad scramble.
Yeah, no, those are really
It's
fun.
Shopify
Thanks for sharing
Rebellion
them.
by 2. One of those kickoffs for Luminosity. Got to come up with it here. Reynolds angled it towards Magic Bear.
Yeah,
Down to
this has
20.
been crazy.
Got to get one and give themselves a chance for another, and that's not going to happen. As Parth almost took out Cheese, that would have done it. Justin killing more time, killing off Luminosity. Shopify Rebellion stay alive and have a real legitimate shot at London. As it's calling his name, Justin has a chance.
Dang.
Shopify Rebellion in 6. Luminosity Gaming put up a tough fight, but it just wasn't enough. They gave everything they got in
That's
that game
rock
6, but they started off giving up
Dude.
1, and Rebellion had that and held it close. And even with their ability to try to turn things around, create open chance, they just couldn't get that last shot. Rebellion was either too close to the ball or Luminosity was a little too slow sometimes. But now Rebellion look forward because major hopes for them are still very alive.
Now, Luminosity needed that for any hopes at all, any realistic hopes of finding their way to the World Championship after qualifying for the Copenhagen Major. And you could see the look of reflection on the faces of everybody, especially on Reynolds' face. You wonder how much more is in the tank. How many more opportunities will the members of this squad have? Rebellion
That was wild.
life.
That's crazy.
They're on.
All right, let's not forget to run the ads this time.
Semifinals.
I gotta stand up, get some water.
And it's about to get
So we'll
real
run the ads
exciting.
here.
Don't miss
Who's
it.
next?
We've got more NARLCS coming your way.
What's our next game? Nice Gen G. G2 overtook NRG. Most games, 7 wins.
At Ally,
That
we're
makes
helping
sense.
millions save more for the things that
Because
matter
they win
most
everything, but they've had a
to
couple
them.
hiccups here and there
Whatever
where the
you're
games go
saving
longer
for,
than they need to.
We're all better off with an ally.
I'll get back to work.
All right, running the ads. Be right back.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter. No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
in a battle to keep the season alive and try their best to move on to potentially the London Major. Shopify Rebellion come in and handle business. They fought against a Luminosity team that was the empowerment of culture, but it just wasn't enough. And I'm sitting here with Parf after the win. Parf, congratulations on the win. You guys are back in top 4 after appearing in Qualifier 1, I believe. I mean, what does this win mean to you?
I told my team last night that this was like one of the biggest series, like the most important series to me in a while, in a long time, I think ever, honestly, because I really want to make a major for the first time, and RLCS land as well. I've never made one, so looking forward to it a lot if we can make it.
I mean, the way you individually and the team has played has looked phenomenal. There's no question that you guys have what it takes to make it there. I mean, talk to me about your growth over the season. For you guys, it's been a little bit shaky, but you end up coming in with the 3-0 in the Swiss stage, taking down Gen G and SSG. I mean, is there anything that's changed that has kind of happened for you guys to be performing at this high level?
We've worked really hard. At the start, we didn't really put in enough effort, to be completely honest, and now we've like talked to the team and said what we needed to say to make us better and more consistent, and I think it's showing. It's unfortunate that we got 2 top 8s because we got Gen G and G2, but we finally got someone else, and now we get to show that we do deserve to make top 4 and the land, hopefully. So happy about that.
That's good. That's good. Do you think now that based on after you guys have talked things out, next time you see a Gen G or G2, you guys are ready to take them down?
Oh, absolutely. That win over Gen G yesterday was like huge for us, like mental wise. Like we're feeling super confident that we can. Well, if we play them tomorrow, we'll beat them, or Moist, whoever. Really, we're confident.
Yeah. No, I feel you. No, but talk to me about playing with the guys. I mean, Justin, Parth, even your coach. Parth, 2-piece, even your coach memory. I mean, what's that kind of team environment like when you guys are going through your ups and downs?
Oh, honestly, I think we have one of the best team environments in the game. Like, we're super open and honest with each other. Everything negative is always just business. We never take it personal. Like we always just look for the best in each other, and like we're never mean. Like everything we do is like just for improvement. We all know that, and we're all really good friends, I think. So it's good.
That is good. I mean, of course, the next matchup is going to be Gen G versus Moist. Well, how do you think that one's going to go?
Gen G 4-2.
I knew I liked you, Parf. I knew I always liked you. Parf, of course, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Before we let you go, any shout outs you want to make or anything you want to say to the fans?
Just thanking God that I can do this every day. That's all.
Much love. Parf, we appreciate you taking the time. Congratulations for the win, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
The very narrow road to London continues here for Shopify Rebellion, and the season ends for Luminosity. A battle well fought, but they fall short of the final deadline here. Shopify Rebellion dropping some big numbers in a few of these games. Only 2 goals on Neo Tokyo, though, to seal the deal.
Share stream.
That's all they needed. It was a demo happy game again for Luminosity. Reynolds over 4 demos
More marbles
per game, so they kept with that. But at the end of the day, on both sides of the field, it did feel like there was a lot of wide open nets at times. Cheese's positioning as third man at times is very, very questionable.
All right.
And I think gave up some big goals in the later half of the series. And Rebellion, they capitalized when they needed to, with 2-piece and Justin both shooting incredibly well. And again, a lot of those were because of the open nets, but they got the job done. The #1 offense in NA prevails, and now they are tied for 4th for the major points, and all the pressure is on OG later today.
All right.
Well, and this leads
Predictions
us
up.
to
Go.
the rest of the season.
Hey, what's up, Nikki?
While we think about just a moment, take a moment to talk about Luminosity. We mentioned, I do think this was not a particularly strong performance from Cheese here, Bates, but we can now sit and think about his entire rookie season as the season is complete. And I feel like as far as rookie seasons go, an excellent performance for Cheese he can be proud of and look back on, especially with the way the season started.
Oh, yeah, 100%. He started off hot. looked like a clear-cut Rookie of the Year contender, if not the Rookie of the Year. Gibbs talked about previous this. Qualifiers 1 through 3, he was the best player in Luminosity.
Did you?
Even with Slater playing the best ball he's probably ever played. Cheese was the catalyst. We went to Copenhagen. You expect to see that, but he kind of had a little bit of a regression. First land jitters maybe, and then he wasn't as good throughout these qualifiers, but he was pretty good throughout this whole entire first season. You got to clap it up for them, and Luminosity in general. They were a pretty solid team, but
all right, guys,
they do bow out here.
Exclamation
he was the best
point
player
play.
not on G2 and Gen G for the entire Copenhagen major qualifier run, for sure.
That's right.
He was popping off, but he did come back to earth a little bit, but that is just a learning experience at this point. You got to bring it into the next
This is
season.
a fucking drag
You
race.
can take a look at the far corner over there. Team Mobula has illuminated in the corner. They have qualified and
SSA.
clinched a spot in London. We will see them play at the London Major. Gibbs, you mentioned that it is still Team Limitless with the majority of season points right now, so most likely to be still seen at the World Championship. But Mobula could do some crazy stuff at London and try to take that from them.
Yes, very true. They'll probably have to make a
get
big
restream
push,
button here.
Look at
Nice.
the bracket here with Rebellion and Luminosity. The world hopes for Luminosity have also been squandered. They're out of London. They're also out of the World
thought I
Championship. That
did
is
have a
because they were
command for Nightbot.
3 points, or actually 2 points behind Space Station, 3 points behind OG. So one of those teams, like if they would have won this match, and even if they didn't make London, technically would have had the 4th spot and would have waited and seen what happened in London. But now we see Rebellion is tied for 4th with OG. So if OG lose later today, then Rebellion, that they are still in this tournament, they can still gain more points, so they can possibly get the spot on their own. There could be a potential tiebreaker as well. On top of that, say they wind up tied, the tiebreaker happens and Rebellion wins. Well, then Rebellion is 14 points behind
why are there ones
OG
above our names?
for the World Championship bid. So they would need to make a top 8 run in London to
you guys
take
like
away
spam
that
stuff in
World
chat?
Championship
Like
spot as well. So Rebellion, huge win for them. They are now in
Type
that World
1 or
Championship
something, I don't
conversation.
know.
And obviously with London, they're looking
Do
good
exclamation
for
point
tiebreaker
boost?
because like if history is going to repeat itself, Space Station are big favorites versus OG.
Well, Rebellion will have to wait to find out who they're going to play until the conclusion of the match we have coming up
Look,
next.
I'm that
We're gonna
meme
do
where the
bottom
cameraman's
of the
running
bracket
faster
here.
than the
Moist
racers.
versus Gen G Mobile 1 Racing, the former Kings of the North, taking on one of the hottest names in Rocket League with a new roster under their wing.
It's like every
Second
game where
time
like
in
you're
top 8, I
when you're
believe,
following
for
someone,
the
an
Moist boys
NPC, and
here.
you're
Not as Moist, first time for the organization here in North America. We'll see if they're able
run
to
speed is
continue
too
that run
fast,
here
but your walk speed
against
is too
a
slow.
team that has
You just can't find
generally
my walk
looks pretty
speed,
good in the bracket,
my run
but last
speed.
time we saw them in
So
the
you have to keep
bracket,
stopping
they didn't
and
make the
starting.
finals.
And this was Gen G's first time losing to a team not named G2 in bracket play.
I don't know what's going on here.
That
I
shows
don't
how
get this.
consistent Gen G was. They did end up bowing out to OG in qualifier number 5. Looking at this
Senior,
Moist
you
squad,
won.
though, saw him play against G2
But
yesterday. They
I
got
don't-
some offensive potential.
I
and
don't
they
get
have
what that
a
was.
little bit of firepower. The old Pirates on the boat roster with Coach Noah coming over from EU. And they're good. They have the mechanical ability to go up against a Gen G squad. The question is, do they have the clutch gene, the poise to go up against an FK squad that wants to make it all the way to a grand final?
This is a round 4 rematch. Gen
Sometimes
G
there's
versus
maps
Moist.
where you can, like,
Gen
boost.
G won 3-1 versus Moist just 24 hours ago, and Moist only scored 4 goals in that match. Gen G, like overall through their Swiss, was rather low scoring. They also played Cloud9 the round before, and they only put up 4 goals, but it was a 3-game sweep. So Gen G's offense not
So, I still
necessarily
don't get
clicking
blue.
right now,
I don't get
and we
that.
saw that they are vulnerable finally, like in the playoffs. Moist though. Qualifiers 1 through 3, they were that team that no one expected to be in that major race, and they just barely fell short. They were in that 4-way tie for 5th place. But this time around, it hasn't been as pretty. This is their first top 8
worked.
so far.
Exclamation point blue.
So it's now or never at this point. Moist has to win this entire qualifier and then hope later on today that OG lose to Space Station in the quarterfinals. But right now, they're just looking at this match like, hey, we just played them.
Yo, I'm
see
going
what we
ham
can
down
learn
here.
from
Let's
that,
go.
Watch the tape and see if we can capitalize
142.
against Gen G, who is still playing technically for their London lives, but very likely will make it.
And there is also always money on the line.
Oh,
These are professional
Sadenir
Rocket
went
League players, and every time
250.
you win a game here,
Wow.
you earn more money for your paycheck, for your wallet there. So I'm sure the players have lots on their mind as they go in here. Hashtag MST, hashtag GGM1. Let us know who you think is going to win in the chat. We got orange on one side and blue on the other. More orange for GGM1. Blue for
We're
Moist
going
here.
again?
And we go with Gen G. Coin goes
I
to
think
Gen
we
G
know
here.
it. Let's see.
You want
Is it a
to-
full
Yeah, I just
sweep?
want to see who got the
Yeah,
most,
it's
though.
a full sweep. I mean,
Well,
this is
I mean,
big favorites, Gen G.
you sound like you're on the fence, though. Give me the argument for Moist.
Apparently,
here.
my run sucked. 142. That sucks.
The argument for Moist there is, that they went up against Gen G yesterday, so you ended up losing to them, but just fresh. You have some fresh tape. You can go and Coach Noah can really break that down as a major champion winning coach and say, here's what we need to do, the little tiny increments. If there was a team that you can't prepare for, it's a team that you just lost to the
Dude,
day
I
prior.
suck.
Now, that being said, Gen
So,
G is
how
just
do we
that great of a
do-
squad, and they're definitely trying to make amends for bowing out in the quarters.
How many
in
plays do you
Qualifier
get?
5. You expect them to really perform right here, right now.
Gen G may be coming in with a chip on their shoulder, but they've got the support of the desk.
Name
and
the
they've got
redeem
an
below.
overwhelming support
Where?
in chat. Can they make it to the semis and play on Championship Sunday? Moy's going to be trying to make it there as well and create chaos in the brackets and the season point standings, folks. Let's get into it. It's Moist versus Gen G Mobile One Racing.
Does this still work now?
Gen G still working towards the major. They have another threat
No.
standing in their way. Moist have not had a ton of success this split, James. They have a chance.
Okay, so that doesn't work
The upset
anymore.
here.
Now it has to
And
be
it's gonna
channel
be an
points.
upset if they do. Gen G has won all the
Well, how
previous
do I-
3 matchups in this season. Moist
This
only picking
redeem
up
will
1
spawn a
game out of the
pop-up
10
for
that
the
they
redeem.
played. So
Shows
this is going
lies.
to be a big effort required from Moist to take down this other team in North America. And I think a lot of people have been talking about North America being a 2-team region. Pretty
Do I
much
have to
since the
create
get-go, Jorby.
these?
And those 2 teams have been Gen G.
Is that
and
what this
G2.
is?
So big test ahead of Moist.
You know, and Space Station trying to insert themselves into that conversation. But the rest of North America definitely have had their struggles against this team and G2. But Moist last split, and still a lot of fans with some hope for
So I have
North
to make
America.
channel rewards
One of those
called
2
that.
teams, them and the Snowmen, kind of represent the next players up in North America on these teams, but they have not had a great split. Unable to make the top 8 until this
Was
event.
that top? That's great.
So, while it's been a rocky
Okay, let me see
journey
if I can
on
set that
Moist
up.
development as a team after the org picked them up, going gets harder here. Your last chance to really make a deep run, and of course, you run into the quarterfinal killers. Gen G right now struggling to get out of defense.
Already had an early chance, but now they're going to have to defend. That one off the bar, off the post, off the bar again. Where will this one go? Off the bar and out, obviously.
Where else is it supposed to
And
go?
it finally walked into the net by apparently Jack. It was just a matter of time.
Wow, good position from 5 up. Just let him shoot it. If it comes down, you won't own goal. Unfortunately, third band got deleted from Moist. So no follow-up was coming on defense. Too much pressure there from Gen G to start.
And I like the hesitation from apparently Jack. Easy to let that one get into your head, but apparently Jack delays his flip into that shot, recognized the 1v1 situation. Apparently Jack, world class in those moments. And Gen G, I mean, if they didn't score there, that would have been pretty tough.
That would have maybe shaken you a little bit. Chronic pitching the ball downfield. Heavy touch from Eris. Forces him to get back up to it and bumped. I think it all starts with that first touch in the corner. Ball security weak on that first touch from Eris, and the rest snowballs.
And look at the work Chronic did. Not only does he get that really crazy touch out to the middle, but immediately goes into bump mode and lands the bump, making things 10 times easier for apparently Jack. Such a smart play from Chronic to flip that switch, recognizing that he could take advantage of his position. And this is looking like a solid start at 3rd goal here for Gen G. We're not even 2 minutes in. This is already a runaway game for Gen G.
You know, James, we just got done casting a massacre at the start of the day. Are we really in tune for another one?
And has the makings of it, Jorby. It has the makings of it early.
Although, you know, it was Atomic in that game 1 who scored 4 goals. Everyone already gets involved on Gen G here. Chronic doesn't have a goal, but he does have that assist plus the demo. Eris set up.
Oh, there's the response,
okay,
though.
there's a little wife.
And to get it off kickoff is huge as well. 5 up takes that space, and I like his decision to go for a 50. He recognizes the defense doesn't really have the position to get a big clear to the corner, so if he can park his car right there, now chances are he'll get a rebound for a teammate.
If yours,
And
quarterfinals
that's precisely
really.
what happened. Eris launching that one in. So despite the slow start, Moist
For
are
the
back into
major.
this
Oh
game.
no.
Almost back out of it, and he was
Thanks for
floating in
betting
the
the lead.
air without any boosts. The ball hit right back into him. Moist get to retain a 2-goal deficit. But Gen G have control of the
Oh my
ball.
God. Oh my
First
God.
killer, 2 touches. Andy uncomfortable, but Chronic was the same
10
side.
points.
Appjack gets back and cross it. Moist are getting back to the 50s, as precarious as it might look. First killer keeps the touch tight. Nobody from Moist can go. Everyone has to wait, and he gets the bump as well. Chronic needed it for space. And Gen.G break.
And that's a pass over to Eris. Can he get the double? No. That one was a fast ball, a little too much for him to handle. Counterattack shut down, but Moist always seemed to do a good job of scoping out those infield pass opportunities, but executing is another matter.
Oh, especially when Gen.G are flying at you from the left. First killer this time. Eris with a hopeful touch, and he comes out with the ball in the midfield, pops it to the left side, wide. Chronic had the save, but now Moist are in position, and that touch was not what Moist needed. 5 up.
Thank you for that, Progressing. No save.
Gen.G
Very
didn't
nice.
give them anything too dangerous
Sick
on the
moves.
counter. Jack take the ball out. 5 up on there quickly, and he doesn't get any of the ball, and he has to make the save. 5 up gets his own boost. Gen.G will wait for Moist. 5 up gave the ball up.
Heavy first touch from 5 up, and he had boost to work with as well, and this is putting Moist on the defensive now. Chronic with a full boost tank will try to get this out, but the precious time melting off the clock for Moist. Finally, they get this ball out, but it's all the way back into the corner. Chronic staying on the back wall, actually giving this shot over to Andy, but didn't really test the defense much.
I'm surprised Andy went for that, knowing Chronic was there. Maybe you think your teammate can follow that one up. But it seemed like an opportunity with all of Gen.G back to actually play that to the side where 5 up was sitting. And you might have been able to retain possession. They break out though.
Oh,
it's just actually getting this ball away from First Killer and company. That's proving difficult here with 45 left.
Oh, but this could be a chance, but apparently Jack with 0
I've been
boost,
here before.
able to speed flip to that ball and just get his nose on it.
There's no way. What?
Ooh, 5 up, off the wall. And
Holy
could not
shit,
get
that's
his
a new
car around
record.
it. Gen.G will get away with another one. A no boost Jack. Makes an easily savable ball for 5 up. Andy up high, challenged immediately by Chronic, and there's just no way out, no way in for Moist, no matter what they're trying to do.
Banana bread.
Eris no boost on the 50. First killer back pass to Chronic. And just game management at the end. Moist might stop them, but it doesn't matter. They could never really get started here in game 1.
The pillow
And
from the
that
coffin.
slow start cost Moist everything. At the beginning,
sun
you were
is
wondering
cold.
if we'd
Get
see another
closer.
massacre, but Moist, to their credit, were able to lock back in, and they too
Are you fucking
survived,
kidding me?
You know, with a little bit of face saved, getting one on the board late, and they had some opportunities at
flying,
the very
my son.
beginning of the game. There was a pass across the field. I think it was a 5 up.
It's
5
me,
up was
Daedalus,
so
your father.
close to having a shot on target. It was, I couldn't tell if he had not flipped perfectly.
Wager it
or
all,
if it
the
was
wife,
just
the
a little bit
kids.
too far ahead, or maybe a combination of both. But Moist very much in this one. I think they were hanging in there with Gen.G, but there were just those few moments where Gen.G was able to get that lead and not hang, or not really be in danger of losing it.
Yeah, in the middle of Gen.G's rotation, a couple of times, they actually found passing lanes and forced Gen.G to rotate a little farther back. They can find more of those. The big problem on the corners and the back wall is they just weren't able to actually take the ball away from Gen.G. Apparently Jack, First Killer, and Chronic all excelling on defense, and that's proving quite difficult for Moist. But if they can get some real control in the midfield,
I was here.
and like you were saying,
You number
maybe
one,
not
baby.
get scored on 3 times in the first minute and
Number
a
one.
half, surely that will go a long way, because there are clearly some angles that Moist were finding, and they're just going to have to continue to withstand the Gen.G attack. And if they can do that and continue to find those gaps, maybe they have a chance.
And Sigmir. Holy shit, you guys are riding
think
high.
maybe,
Let's
but
go.
now the game record is 10-1 in favor of Gen.G. Gen.G has had Moist's number this year, so Moist are really going to have to make some adjustments to try to figure out something that works against this Gen.G team.
First Killer will grab the ball immediately off the kickoff. Eris with a full tank. Some heavy
Thanks,
touches
Tim.
from Moist that Gen.G have punished on defense. And if you want to point at one thing specifically, I think ball security on defense.
I don't know how to
Moist
do
are
it.
a little better with it. They might be able to keep this at a 0-0 mark. And
Well,
you
we
start
already got
questioning
people
whether
going,
they
but I'm
can
trying to
do
make it
anything
so it
about
uses
Gen.G's
channel
defense.
points.
Right now, they're the ones playing a lot of defense, avoiding First Killer bump
Redeem and
attempts.
use it by plays.
And having a stretch, but Eris will get a stretcher, forces Chronic up, and he's done. Here comes 5 up, denied. Apparently Jack gets deleted for his effort.
Good ball over to Eris. Eris decides to go towards net. Did have some support in the midfield. A little surprising not to see him try to utilize a teammate there. Good demo from behind, however, for Eris.
Second time that happened, too.
A shot opportunity, though, for Gen G. Fortunately for Moist, Eris able to shut that down.
Chronic keeps the ball tight. Least follows up to 50. Eris has to use a lot of boost. First killer came from the top of his board. Still Moist. Tenuous hold on the midfield. Jack has to stay with it, and he'll get the pinch he was hoping for. Buying Gen G some time.
Okay, trying to see if this works.
Trying to push it forward. And there's a demo from behind. The demos and the bumps have
Dude,
been helping Gen G out quite a bit. There's a
that's
double
how he's still
commit.
going.
First killer and Jack, neither one of them hit it. But Chronic is here to help out. He had plenty of boost, and now we'll try to hand this off to First Killer, who hits
It's
it
broken.
off the
Abuse the
bar and
system.
almost
Abuse
gets
the
back
system.
to it in time.
First killer was very upset that that first ball did not go in. He really wanted to make sure he got another try at it. Chronic holds the ball against Eris. A better opening 2 minutes from Moist, James. You know, it's not 3-0, but that's about it. They're still playing a lot of defense. They get a couple of these clears, namely from Eris in that first man position.
I don't think this
Here's
worked, guys.
Easily denied by Chronic to the side.
Chronic. He had landed that bump.
I don't get how it works.
In the very first game that led to a goal. And we saw First Killer
not
hunting
working.
for these demos from behind. Now we see a pass over. First Killer back to Jack.
Wait,
Jack
Sadner got in.
reverse, very
Oh, it did work
awkward
for you.
Situation still gets it up over net. And it's cleared out, but Moist have to watch out for those demos from behind. It has caught him out a few times.
Oh, it's working.
Have avoided a couple of them. The thing, it doesn't matter if you avoided the last one, just matters that you avoid the next one. And right now they're not. Here's the dunk, here's the goal. You get demoed, you get scored on, it's 1-0.
And this demo's really making a big difference. First Killer forcing Andy to panic. Andy low boost situations, trying to cut, but Chronic had the whole play developing in front of him, and it wasn't a difficult read for him. He saw exactly what Andy was trying to do and was able
now
to shut
if you
that
guys
door immediately.
5 up though, got the ball off the kickoff. Low 50, back to Eris.
Buy a
Oh, the
bloop.
shot, Jack was already in stride. 5 up and Andy. Andy
And
will
then
actually call 5
use
off.
bloop.
5 up off. But there's nowhere to
Oh,
go.
you have to use
He's
bloop
stuck
once
on
to
the
join
crowd.
and then
Chronic
bloop
now, full
to
tank
go.
of boost. First Killer.
There you go.
The go-ahead man downfield and almost didn't need him. High ball, Jack will wait for Eris. And the clear goes right back to him. Not the best touch there for Jack, but Gen G managing just fine in the midfield. First Killer getting a bump, and every time Moist trying to establish
okay,
a
I
rhythm.
see.
There's Gen G.
So did you buy another
throwing
one?
a wrench into the whole gear.
Very physical this series. Landed bumps, landed demos.
No, you have to do.
Gen G have such a well-rounded
You have to
game.
use bloop once to
seen it
join,
here.
and then use bloop again, redeem another one to go.
Playing First Killer's touch. And again, the shot quality is not there. You think about the earlier try from Andy.
Tesla.
In game, I don't even think it was game 1. I think it was at the start of this game, where he just puts it down to the left side of Chronic. The shot
As I just said,
quality,
you have to bloop it
not
again. Yeah, there you
great.
go.
These touches going into the dirt and away from Moist.
And I think
cars
this
when
shows
they're
how many
back to
boosts you,
Chronic has a
how many
one the other way. Back
you have.
Double tap off the bar. Almost found it, and Moist lucky it's not 2-0.
That was a tight
So
angle.
Tesla
to
has
make
9
work.
more to
Chronic
she can
still
do. But she
almost
has
doing
10
a
now.
lovely
Oh,
back
because she
flip,
hit one of
side
the.
flip
That's a
from
free
Eris.
bloop,
This
I
is the
think.
backflip from 5 up, not side flip from Eris.
Yeah. So she hit a
Slight
free bloop.
mechanical
When you hit the
mistakes
lit up
cost
ones, it's a
Moist
free
some
bloop.
opportunities.
Eris on the back wall. Has to contend against First Killer, and he knew it. He tried to hold it, but then the ball skips away from him just a little bit. It gets by him. 5 up makes a good 50. Back to Eris in the midfield. The layers have not been peeled away on from Gen G. First Killer. Air dribble reset to Jack. Almost found 5 up on the play. 5 up does pick up the save, narrowly avoiding disaster.
Jack pretending like he was going to
New
go for a
Gambit just
shot, and
dropped.
at the last second switches it up, trying to go for a bump. Moist did well to dodge that bump and get the save, but time is trickling away. This is a chance for Eris.
No, he lost it all. Icarus has arrived.
This all drew itself up so nicely for Eris. He could see Andy the whole way. He knew he had First Killer
5-1-2-5. That
beat,
was
So he
insane.
comes up to be ready for that hit off the ceiling. He beats Gen G.
I love how
with
we're just
positioning
not watching
and a
RLCS
huge
right now.
3-point play from Moist to tie it up.
That would be big.
Oh my God,
Like we
Falcon,
said
and you're going
before,
ham right now down there.
Of all these previous matchups, Moist have only taken a single game from Gen G this season. Might be able to double up right here.
Oh, Chronic, he was dropping down. Oh, he couldn't recover in time. Moist score a 0-second ender here in Forbidden Temple. Chronic still landing.
Start with 10 starting plays. Plays for all thresholds. When a max score box is hit,
both of those goals.
all players with
What a way
plays less than
to
will get a play cost
Moist
returned
not giving up. They
minus
had
the
such
person.
a poor start to the series, conceding those 3
Yeah,
goals
I don't
early
get
in
that.
game 1. They stabilized a little bit late, and now to claim a game in that fashion, they scored with 13 seconds left on the clock.
I don't know what we're
And
getting
you're
out of
thinking,
this,
all right, we're gearing
but
up for overtime, but no, a 0-second goal from Eris. And Eris is that player, from my experience, that you need to be keeping an eye on for Moist. Against NRG in the last round.
Yo, I just died
fifth
instantly.
round
What
of
the
Swiss
fuck?
yesterday. He was the one
like
who
noises.
was putting up
True.
the numbers, scoring pretty much every goal that Moist had, and you can see why. His positioning, that killer instinct is there, and also the ability to close it out, and that was a huge moment.
Oh,
Yeah, Moist, I mean, think about the amount of defense they were playing for
That
the first
goes-
half of game 2. They weren't able to dodge all of the demos, and they were still getting deleted, but they're somehow still finding a way to get back. I think back to the Chronic double, a half chance.
Oh,
That
you
tight
don't
angle
wanna
that
hit
he
those.
almost hit. Might have ended up being the
Do they give you an
difference
extra
maker.
play,
That was the
though?
last quality
I don't know.
opportunity Gen G had on Moist net for the rest of the game. And Moist made a question
wait,
of,
how does Sadnir have another one?
It
Did you
really
buy
felt,
another
even
one?
though it was a 1-goal game, that it was Gen G dictating most of the tempo.
Yeah.
of
How does
that game.
Sadnir keep
So,
getting more?
Huge result there for Moist. Got some success. Can they keep that going?
You know Gen G are going to bring you the same type of heat every time. It's not a matter of can you withstand it once or twice. Can you do it consistently? Because Gen G are going to keep coming at you consistently. Eris trying to double up with 5 up. High touch for apparently Jack, but he can't get back to it.
Oh,
Now
and
Moist are
double
picking
demo.
up demos. 5 up, 2 demos, back to Eris. Moist rolling through.
A double demo from 5 up, clean it up.
Oh, and then nice cheeky pass over to Eris sitting at the top.
So I keep dying instantly.
Secure. You got to be ready
Love
for it.
that. Love that. Now for Moist, okay.
It's overload if you redeem them
Gen G
quickly.
adjust
Yeah. You're also
as-
like, there's
they
a
were
thing I
top
can
of the kickoff
punish you
box. They
guys if
still
you
might,
do.
as 5 up has a ripper, and he's
I can make you
looking
lose plays if
for
you go
Eris,
too
or
soon.
Was he? The timing certainly
Eris.
looked like he was going for Eris.
And Eris has had no boost. So I think it was a situation where the back pass was a good idea, but with 0 boost, Eris not going to be able to do much. Well, first killer do flip reset, pushing towards the net. And that's cleared off the line. So many demos
Oh
from
my
5 up. 5 up getting the hall pass to get as many demos as possible, but he's read like a book this time again by Chronic. Chronic read
I don't
Andy
get how
Raskin
Sadnir
this
has
time,
so many plays though.
predicting the touch from 5 up.
Well, there's only one explosion that truly matters, James.
Oh, we got
and
that
it's
30.
The one
Oh my
that
God,
comes out
50.
Of the goal.
26.
So 5 up can pick up the
18.
exterminator all he wants. You know, but the scoreboard only tracks one type of explosion. And Chronic
All right,
moving it
so
downfield off the kickoff.
I'm
Now
not
Moist,
entirely sure.
You're gonna make our Gen G making it a rubber match. You gotta
going
be
on
able
here?
to go tit for tat with them. Andy slapping through Chronic, who will recover quickly, and first killer grabs his corner boost, gets deleted on that touch. Eris, weak touch.
4K
Gen G
easy.
needed it.
Oh,
Chronic needed
another-
that boost. Eris also getting that demo. Andy flying across.
miss.
He's missed the ball. One touch
Oh,
off the
Nightbot's
wall.
not.
Nobody was ready for it. Chronic was playing in the middle,
funny.
and Appjack is just hoping to buy time.
You're seeing a lot of demos come out from Moist. That last demo on first
Do
killer.
one more, and then
he
we'll
had
switch
full
back to the
boost.
game.
I mean, first killer taking that airborne would have been disastrous for Moist, but Moist getting so aggressive, so physical. And it has caught Gen G off guard for a bit.
Dude, I'm just cleaning up that whole side there.
Pass up.
Jesus.
Apparently Jack not able to get there in time, but there's the response demo from Chronic.
5 up playing it close. Eris, he got demoed. Well, he's last back. Everyone rotates.
That was a
into
good run
form
there,
for
Nikki.
Moist. 5 up bumping Eris. Says, I have the boost. Give me the
All right,
ball.
I'm switching
He's
back.
got
No
the
more runs.
reset. And Chronic forced to make the save. First killer falls back down onto the ball. That did give it back to Andy. He had a good follow-up. Still the pass. Love the gumption from Moist.
I'm
Even
saying
when
there's
there's
going.
traffic
Oh,
in the
God.
area. Still trying to play that lateral pass, even if Gen G are there. Betting on their team rather than being scared of Gen G.
They're sticking to their game plan. You can tell. Pass across, going to be way too far away.
I was gonna say we have 9
Apparently
players.
Jack going to boom it, but it's boomed right back. Andy Cyrus Upfield, who now gets demoed.
Guys.
So many demos in this series.
We can still hear it. Keep it.
I think it's starting to feel a little.
The problem is that I
chilling.
can't
It's
look
not
at
just on the
chat.
field, yeah.
You can only hear it because I wasn't looking at chat.
Honestly, after 5-up gets like 3 demos in a row, I'm starting to.
But
spam
when
the
I
game,
when it
let's
goes
be
under
honest.
it stops playing.
That ball gets
It can be
crossed.
tilting. I mean, it really can be. Especially if, a double demo like that leads to a goal. It's even worse when
You're
a
almost
demo
at 6K
against
now,
you is
Sydney.
effective.
It's just good Rocket League from Moist. First killer.
Block.
Had it, Andy.
Couldn't get, apparently Jack also a little far away. This has been a slog for both of these teams to get through.
There's got to be
There's a
some sort of
chance,
like
but that's broken up by 5-up, who's had a great game.
thing we can do.
Great
Like
cutoff there on the rotation.
the points you get out of it
Apparently
should
Jack
like
gets
we
a
should be able to
free
like
lead.
do
That's
something.
been rare
like
for
that.
Gen G in this game, but the shot's not on target.
It was still going, yeah.
Starfield
You're at
and Gen
6K
G
now.
Need that shooting to be better. Chronic coming across, trying to find his team. Jack plays it high. Eris still shakes him off the ball. Andy though loses it. 5-up has to dive for it. And he does, but it cost him all of his boost.
The ball went perfectly back to 5-up.
Oof, you both
Good
died.
block from Andy. Tries
You
to get
both hit
another one.
explosion blocks.
First killer's out of boost and puts it right into the middle. Fortunately for him, Chronic was there.
Mind Factory
to get
gets
that
10
50,
points. I
but
made you.
now Gen G need to get some boost. That corner spawns, and apparently Jack was able to get it, but first killer still
Tie with
running on
Coliseum for
fumes.
tie. Does the
Also
newest
boost
tournament
battles
Major
happening
2 newest season
off
2?
ball deep in the third. Eris was protecting his own
Very
corner.
nice.
Gen G
Wait.
are still rotating deep into Moist territory to try to disrupt that rhythm. However, the drum line
game audio
is
off?
still holding the BPM.
Oh, you're
Eris
right.
popped it up high. Nobody can go from Moist. Chronic still on the ball.
Yeah, no, it is. You're
Gets
right.
a wonderful 50. Apparently Jack's going to try to get back to this for a pinch out to the middle.
Audio's
It's a
decent.
rebound opportunity. Chronic has to be careful. Last minute. Helps a pinch up, and there's the follow-up shot by 5-up. That's disastrous for Chronic and Gen G.
Yeah, but this 50's kind of nasty. He gets right around Chronic. Chronic turns into the challenge, but Eris already has him beat with momentum. So he just rolls his car into the side of the ball, into Chronic to force the pinch. And credit to the team for being ready for it. Eris setting up that 50. Nobody from Gen G was
Yeah.
ready for it to rip
Dude,
like
the
that.
audio's happening
and
early.
Moist in position to take the game. 5-up, big shot denied by Chronic. Not where Gen G want to be. Eris with the reset into the corner. Time expiring. First killer getting downfield could be the last chance of the game. First killer misses and it doesn't.
Can you check that it's like that on yours as well?
The best touch is just belief itself, James.
Sometimes the best touch is no touch. Why? I mean,
Well,
first
You just
killer,
gotta believe.
everybody thinking he was going to get that pass down.
Say near, you're over 8K
and
now,
that
by the
was
way.
2 0-second goals. This series, what are we seeing?
I guarantee you that's
Um,
it. Oh, man.
So they get 10 points for tie.
Did he get killed on the 50 on the kickoff?
Is the newest?
Again. It's 5-up. Just forces the 50. It's easy. Jack still needed time. First killer tried to recover.
Like for-
but he's too slow. And
newest
Moist take the
season-
game.
What do you
This
mean? Like
series,
for
this
what?
is
For
so
Worlds, Chris?
Strange.
Is that what you're asking?
Moist, it feels like the
And the game
universe
audio is
is
off, like it
working
was
with
desynced.
them
The audio was coming in
this
early.
Series. And already we're seeing a timeout be called for
Worlds.
Gen G.
I mean, look at the smiles right now.
It would be a
On
tiebreaker.
the
They'd have to
Moist
play a
side, though.
tiebreaker.
What are
They
you
wouldn't.
Eric
Yeah,
did
it would go off.
like he was smiling.
Well, not Eris.
I'm pretty sure they have to
Andy was.
play
Andy was
the tiebreaker.
fine. Yeah, they switched to Eris right as I say that. But 5-up. You mentioned earlier in the game, like he was having a really good series, and that game in particular, he definitely had a great series. All those demos, not just that, also the cuts in rotation to take challenges away, and constantly in Gen G's face at every moment they could be. Really managed their risks well. It's not like they were just diving face at Gen G
Look
the
at
whole
that.
time.
String,
Six
you got to.
demos.
Almost the
For
String Daddy, you got to. It's not a
Six
command anymore. You got to
demos
redeem
for 5-up.
loop.
He was out there being a monster. And then on top of that, to help secure those goals. And then the 50s as well. I think Eris had some really nice 50-50s.
9K sitting there.
But that's where Gen G gave up this game, was on those 50-50s. I mean, it was the 50 that went off the backboard that led to a goal, and then right off kickoff, 5-up has no boost, and he still somehow manages to perfectly win that 50.
Yeah, first killer got on the, or was on the opposite side of the
Timeout.
ball. and
Get your
he,
bloops in.
Like flipped away from 5-ups
I really just don't get how you keep going from 9 up to 11.
I don't know if it was I don't know if it was too much overconfidence.
So, like, I don't know how you guys have infinite plays right now.
I mean, if you're just diving into the ball like that.
Well, I mean, first killer probably knows that 5-up is going to be low on boost. Typically off kickoff, you're going to be able to see all the players and have an idea whether they're low or not. So first killer maybe a little too overconfident on that.
Nice
50,
moves,
not
Tesla.
expecting 5-up to
Your
be able to
bounces
win that
kept
so
going to the
well.
point where they kept
it
respawning.
was perfectly won. And to do that on 0 boost is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah,
so
it shows
that
you can, yeah. I was gonna say, if you could swear up on the ball, you can kill momentum on that ball even.
Oh,
if
the
player
longer a
has full
block
boost.
is alive, the
Yeah,
more
it's
points
just
it's worth. I see.
Boost, you can't make the
There's some,
adjustments on the timing.
look.
It has to be perfect.
There's some
because you
blocks
have to
down there
be
with
able to speed up.
103.
And all you can do is really slow down. And most of the time, speeding up is what you need to do. That's why boost is so important and so critical.
Tesla, what do you do? It's the exclamation point bloop. You gotta redeem the bloop.
I mean, for me, 5-up, he was the clear reason why Moist was able to get that done.
Imagine Moist win.
Well, it has
You're out of
been
points. Oh
an interesting day so
no!
far
You're almost at
in
10K.
North America. G2 started the day freestyling. Rebellion and Luminosity were in quite the scrappy game.
Is Charlie
but Moist
streaming?
Probably the second series of the day where everybody across the board thinking Gen G, but Moist have something different to bring to the table. It's again Andy slowing it down.
Oh my God!
Killer
Oh,
got
Chris,
outbrained.
you almost got the
These
100s.
50-50s are killing him. Eris throws a little hezzy in there like he's Furrow and destroys him.
Tim.
And even before that, the 50-50 from Andy. I mean, and now off kickoff, that one's going to be testing.
I mean, I'm surprised the first killer just dove into that too, because like he
Reset.
knows Andy's driving into it, and he's just trying to rush underneath.
See, you don't
But
need to
Andy was
type
slowing down
exclamation
a
point
little
bloop.
bit. 2 times now, we watched first killer take those challenges aggressively, but not really getting any quality.
Oh, you're
and
just
Harris
memeing.
is throwing cannonballs in the face of Gen G.
And another 50. This is a 50 clinic, and Andy says, "All right back to you, Eris."
Oh,
This is
game
they
been
are
one of the
putting on a
trenches, man.
50-50 clinic.
Yeah.
Tesla, you and I are the only ones
If I
below
have a
1,000
team
right
full
now.
of vintage fireburners or Chaussette, depending on, you know, your proclivities. But
Chris, you keep
Andy
getting
with a
so
full
close
tank
to the
of
100s.
boost. You don't want to start letting your foot off the gas now. Gen G might be down right now. You might have the
Yes.
advantage right now. We've watched this team turn it around mid-series plenty of times. They can adapt and completely take the series away. Moist have to keep that pedal on the floor.
This game not over yet for Gen G, but
Ooh,
what
Chris, you
rough
just hit a
start,
100.
especially after coming out of a timeout. And you'd think that maybe you'd see some sort of adjustment, but we've can see more success from Moist. But as I say,
No, that does not
the
work.
passing play develops. Beautifully done by apparently Jack. Gets that ball to first killer, and first killer, he saw 5-up was already in the air, had him dead to
Oof,
rights.
you died like instantly, Chris.
Yeah, that was much better from Gen G, but it was one of the few moments Moist actually let go of the midfield. Their 5-up had to rotate back, get boost. First man was still going back as well. And then your follow-up guy only had like 12 boost on nets. One of those moments where Moist actually get caught out. And first killer still has to
Oh,
hit
you
it
died
backside
again,
of 5-up.
Chris.
Andy tries the short touch. He gets over first killer. Chronic comes to meet him, but by that time, well, the 50 works out. Eris got demoed. That gives Gen G a little bit of space to get back downfield. Here they are in front. No shot. Chronic gets a nice catch, though. Sends that heat right back their way. Now Moist have to set up again on defense, but a quick read, and Jack knows it, too. He ain't going up yet.
Finds Chronic over on the wall. Flip reset from Chronic. Goes for a bump. Makes one player miss.
Nice. You made it through that time.
The ball cleared all the way back to
Chris is almost at 3K. Sentient's almost at 4K. Falconing's almost at 5K. Senior's still at 9433.
Gen G, they've been quite vulnerable. And Moist, this is looking like a different Moist compared to the previous matchups we've seen. And that was, wait, what?
I think 5-up was very confused on how this play was developing. He goes back wide of this rotation to get boost. He sees Eris get the demo. He thinks Eris is slapping that ball. And Eris misses, and then Jack pops out of the woodwork. That's got to be scary.
I mean, that's a situation where Eris
Oh,
is thinking,
Falconing, let's go. You just hit a 155 and another 155.
But apparently Jack was flying supersonic and also caught him on the
Yeah.
T-bone. So that was a
You got to wait for...
from Eris. Eris probably could have prevented that goal.
Was there a cooldown for redeeming?
Now,
or
felt
for
like what
earning?
was starting to turn into a dominant hold on the pitch gets flipped on its head immediately. Started with
Both of you
first
just died
killer,
at the same time there.
and one slight error of not catching a very speedy Jack will put Gen G right back in a position to control the game. But the 50s are still a question mark. Here's Eris just beating 2 players in the air. Andy tries a short hop, 5 up, go for the midair bump. He ain't gonna hit Jack again. And the demo and the goal. Gen G kill him on the counterattack. First
Actually,
killer
true. You
picking
know
up
what?
another.
The longer
This is a deadly
we
counter,
all
and you're seeing
don't
how
do anything,
heavily
the more
Moist
these
is
points are
committing
worth.
Now trying to land these bumps. And
So if
it's
we
not
all
working
don't
out
do
right
anything
now.
for a while
Gen
and then
G
all go at
catches
once,
what's going on. They see
we'll get a
it
lot of
coming,
points.
and they're starting to work around it.
Oh,
What do Moist do now?
say no, you
It's completely
died.
flipped with 3 unanswered.
You got a 50 drop? Ooh, nice. You're at 9 to 603.
Get back to controlling that ball. Eris doing as much as he can on 0 boost. Just have to maintain momentum. If you keep that ball near you, you can do a lot of damage, even on no
How many
boost.
points do we need?
It does get flung
It's 10
back,
to
or flung
10 to
back,
blue.
excuse me, to the other side.
I am.
Sierra
I'm
is
over.
racing for
What's
that
up,
corner
Dad?
boost, but loses the race. Will now have to rotate out on 0. Andy also caught way up in the air. A lot of
Oh, I
boost
mean to
being
win?
taken away.
I don't know. I don't think there's like a
Also low
win.
boost, but
Like
still
that's
got
what I'm saying.
a piece
I
of
don't
it.
even know like what because when I close this game, all the
Moist doing
points you
well
guys
to
have
keep that
earned
ball
go
in,
away,
but
right?
Finally, we see Gen G get some possession with boost.
Not what you want to see. All of Moist sitting in their own third with first killer
Rip
behind the
Dan.
ball. Now he's got another touch. One
F in the
touch.
chat for
No, he
Dan.
lets it drop, and Jack was playing a little off. Couldn't go with all of Moist sitting there. Still, it's free shots for Gen G from the third. First killer faking the
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
challenge.
saying. Is like I
Eris flies past the
don't know
ball.
exactly what the point of this is.
Eris, it's a much needed clear. 5-Up's got to do something with this, but without any boost, all he can hope for is the missed touch. Andy in the area. Still keeping that pressure up against Gen G, and that Eris double.
It is, yeah.
Deceptive. Still saved. First killer, air dribble, no dunk.
Oh,
Moist
someone
is
else
starting
said
to run out of
Charlie's
time,
is
and Gen G forcing him lateral in the blue half. Eris looking for any kind of leeway. He stole the boost. He stole the other boost. And here's 5-Up in the midfield, but mishandled.
Yeah, I don't know.
First killer maybe could have possessed that. And that shot
Now
on
it sounds like
target,
it's fine.
and no one's back in time. Eris saw the gap, and he says, "All right, sure, I'll go for it."
Oh, Chronic
Maybe
still
no, it's
rotating
still
back
the audio's
too.
still ahead a
Jackie
little bit.
Started leaning over to the left side to turn upfield.
Oh, you're over
when he's
10K,
watching
Saden.
First killer, and as he comes back, he can see it the whole way. He sees Chronic on the other side, but Jack doesn't have any boost. So Eris just caught them out of rotation with Chronic running back, thinking he's gonna
You
have
made it,
some
though.
support with Eris there, or that he's gonna make a play on the ball. And Eris is like, dude, the midfield is wide open. I'm just shooting this.
10,
And there you go, tie game, but
385.
don't let that go in. Eris will safely carry it back out to the corner. And back to Gen G's half. Chronic does not want any kind of nonsense at 0 seconds again.
I want
Yeah,
Shep.
we've
I want to
already
eat
seen
Shepherd's
2
pie
0-second
right
goals.
now.
This one on overtime. Gen G lost very quickly in overtime, and this kickoff also not going their way. 5-Up though lost control of that ball. It was a perfect back right to him. Wasn't able to wrangle it. So Gen G survived the first part of the kickoff. But Moist are going to come charging back. They had such a good start to the game. Now they're going to have to defend first killer. First killer with a 50. And now apparently Jack being contested by Andy. Andy in a race against Chronic. Got this ball
Some mid-sauce was
all
it.
around. And now Eris gets the late Eris. He gets his 4th goal of the game in overtime in a huge moment.
God
The
damn,
star
Gen
player
G.
for Moist.
Eris versus first killer. And if you ask everybody, they're probably picking first killer.
Kinda, yeah.
But
There's like
Eris
vegetables in it too.
keeps on beating him in them little 1v1s, taking the top of the scoreboard. Moist
All right, I'm locked
Danny
into
G's
this
a
stuff.
triple match point. Oh my.
Oh my. And this is stunning. 9-1
Post
in
Gen G
games.
timeout.
9-1 was the record that Moist had coming into this one. Eris 4 goals. He scored every goal that game. Moist. Maybe T-Bates was right. Maybe the
What about
coach
Tim?
got that fresh
What did you
tape
do?
and they figured out the kryptonite for Gen G in these games.
Wants more
landing
banana
some
bread.
really big bumps, really big demos. This game they started out hot, but then let Gen G back into the game. However, when it was late, the team that was clutching up was Moist. Moist handling that pressure like champions.
And of course, Eris, I mean, coming into this series, despite Moist woes in Split 2. You know,
I mean, it could eat more.
In North America in goals per game.
The thing is, we're not going to see my dad till like probably Monday or something.
And his goal participation up there in NA as well, number 3. Eris is all over the place on this team. When they are producing, he's at the center of it. 5UP and Andy, though, they're showing you how Eris is able to produce when Moist are clicking.
Andy's had some great passes, and then all around 50-50s across the board have been amazing by Moist. And then you can't forget about the game 5UP had as well with those 6 demos and the double demo that led to a goal. And I didn't give Moist a chance coming into this series, especially looking at how all the previous results had gone for them, but they are in the driver's seat. Like you said, Jorby, triple match point in a series where Gen G, if they won this, they could have secured their spot at the Major and Worlds. But maybe things are about to get interesting.
Could Gibbs's tied, like 4-way tie actually happen? Well, Moist are certainly trying to throw a wrench into this whole entire playoff bracket. 5UP getting this touch, makes it awkward, and the double commit from Gen G kills them.
That is shakiness from Gen G. A big mistake, the miscommunication, the double commit. The ball.
His least favorite.
He doesn't hold on to the ball, and that double commit never happens if he just holds on to the ball. But it
Ethnic
bounces
food. What is ethnic food?
5UP is there to punish.
Isn't all food is ethnic?
Things get even more difficult for Gen G, trailing now when they have no more room for error.
Gen G haven't been as physical either, even in that comeback. They got those counterattacks. I'm looking at first killer James. He's been on the first push a lot.
Or are you just saying like
goals. But when it comes to the challenge game, which has been the biggest factor for Moist, first killer
like regional
has not looked great, and like that's not great for Gen G. I mean, first killer's challenge game has to be a little better. He does get a clean touch.
I see.
The post
Okay.
bounce in his favor. He gets chipped.
I see. Okay,
and so
yeah.
Even when you're winning, you're losing.
Culture. Oh, cultural. I guess.
Chronic can't even rotate
At least
back.
from a culture. Yeah. I guess that's hard to phrase. I guess it works.
Their infield pass attempt, first killer.
Well, it doesn't. Yeah, I guess it'd be cultural.
Has to peel off the ball.
Trying to think,
demo from
because I guess
5UP, we know.
all food is also
He's pretty
cultural.
good at landing those demos.
But
Moist has been clutch today, and that's a wonderful 50 shot for 5UP.
Description is important, I guess, in this. Oh, nice shot! What the hell? Of who's for the same reason.
And a 2-goal lead and more goals for Eris.
You know, 5UP.
Like Italian or Japanese, because like
exactly
starch
where you
heavy.
Needed it to be. Jack's
Like because
timing has to be
of the race.
to get that clear. He gives up the ball, and of course, every 5UP shot is just a preamble to
I don't know what my
Eris
favorite
goal.
is.
Moist.
There's good foods from everywhere.
James, I mean, we're talking beforehand. We're like, oh, this might be another G2 Dignitas. Like you were saying,
with how it started,
they own the matchup.
Game one, with how it started.
A minute in.
FK is the problem.
Moist have found a different gear to go to. And they've put in the work, and they're about to reap the rewards as we approach the halfway point of the game. A 2-goal lead for Moist.
I can't cheer for Moist anymore, though. They dropped.
Do they have what it takes to fight
They dropped
back?
the Chiefs.
I mean, this has to feel great for Moist. They were priming in the first split, and everyone was waiting for them to take the next step. They had exciting gameplay, but they weren't able to make that next step. Disappointing qualifier 4 and 5, to say the least. 1 and 3 in both. Now you get through in 5 rounds, and you're taking it to Gen G in quarterfinals. I mean, that's got to feel great if you're Moist. You have 2 in hand right now.
Once a month. Wait, is priming some sort of like sexual innuendo?
Maybe.
It's such a good play from Andy there as well to dodge the bump attempt and get the save off to the side. Moist, they're about to do it. 2 minutes left.
Sounds like it might be, but I haven't heard that one yet.
Still scoreless.
Eris flips it out away from Gen G on the challenge. Looking for 5UP.
Twitch. Okay, I thought it was some sort of like
killer follow. Back to Chronic, but guess
Gen
what?
Z
Moist
sexual
are there
reference.
In the lanes. They see Gen G's rotation, and they're not
like
scared.
edging, but you're priming.
They know that they're gonna beat them.
Priming would be like.
But Gen G get another chance. Abjack going down.
Hydrating and drinking pineapple
He will
juice.
force 5UP
That's priming.
to be slow, but it doesn't matter when Andy slows the game down upfield.
Time taking away all this. Could be an open net. Can Chronic get enough power on it? Yes, he can. 5UP was retreating back, but Chronic had him beat, knew that all he had to do was place it on target. And Gen G are within striking distance with plenty of time left on the clock. It was looking pretty dire. But things starting to look up for Gen G.
You win so many of those midfield touches, you think, I'm invincible, there's no way I get beat on this play. But all it takes is one little mistake, and Gen G come right back. Here's a couple of shots. Chronic sends it across. First killer jumps early. 5 up is right there to meet him, step for step. Appjack, though, takes a leap, and it's taken away by Aris with no boost. He gets it stolen from a first killer. Double tap to 9.
Whoa, that looked like it was slow-mo.
Chronic is denied. Jack through the
Oh my god.
It's not in. Moist are holding the gap.
Jet, we was pre-jumping that.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, the first killer did so good. He even got his flip reset back into the 50, and I was thinking
What the hell?
Gen G was going to score there. But they walk away empty-handed. Another 50. Apparently, Jack
Yeah, I
trying
know
to
what
drive
Primer
it
is.
through. It's starting to get to the panic time for Gen G.
Chronic looking for first killer. He's got Appjack. Appjack, big shot.
Just
Save.
spread
Saw him the
prime
whole way.
the drink.
First killer, another high pop, but a heavy touch, and
All
it's
over it.
given up to Moist. 20 seconds left to
He
hold.
pre-jumped with
Appjack
0
tries
boost, I
again.
think. Yeah,
Appjack
that's
underneath.
it.
He ain't giving up that easy.
Oh, Gen G. They're not out of it yet.
They don't have
Chronic,
face cams?
A fortunate bounce, really.
They do
Hit the
pop it off
50
right
with
now.
Aris. Goes perfectly out to apparently Jack. 50-50s were so in favor of Moist, but that 150, oh, that has put Gen G back into a spot where they can win this series, but a tough bounce out. Apparently Jack around 1. Flip reset.
Jack.
Last chance opportunity here for Gen G. The low shot rebound.
Oh, first killer was there. If that extra touch doesn't happen, I think he might have a real shot at the net. But wait a minute. 0 seconds. Aris across. No way! The third 0-second goal. Eliminates
the
Gen G
hell?
from the tournament. Moist to the semifinal.
What the hell?
Aris thumped that ball. And Chronic, he's last back. And he's thinking, all right, all I have to do is break up this one play. But we see our third and final 0-second goal of the series.
Is Gen G out now?
Moist
Is that no
close it
Gen
out
G?
in epic fashion.
I'm speechless.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. That
Oh,
was
who's
an
running in
anomaly.
back there?
That series was an anomaly.
Charlie?
Not to have 3 0-second goals and to have Moist upset Gen G, setting the stage for some fireworks in North America.
Straight up, if you told me that 3 0-second goals were scored in this series, I'd have picked Gen G for all 3 of them.
I didn't even say
They're popping off. That's crazy.
Charlie out there celebrating. See Danny and Matt as well. Oh, the Moist family is out there celebrating at the Moist facility as well. So this
Oh, wow, you
camp
did
doing
win the bet.
wonders for this team. Such an entertaining series, and I at times, Jorby, and maybe even right now, speechless. I can't process what we just witnessed.
I know.
I need a moment.
You're trying to think of it. I mean, like, honestly, I do think
that's
that
huge.
like there were moments for Gen G where I was scratching my head. Namely, first killer in his challenge game a couple of times. It kind of seemed like he just like you. I think you said it best. Overconfident challenges. Like despite the mechanics of how the challenge looked, the reality is first killer didn't really have that same kind of control that
Egg
we
on
see
my
him have.
face too.
I know. Andy looked like he was gonna pop out of the screen.
Crazy.
But man,
I got us a couple extra
from Moist.
1,000 views.
That was awesome.
Simples VOD, why?
That was crazy. That was
all the pressure, the
I fucked up.
physicality.
Was it on stream?
You know what, Jorby? We got one more series
work?
on the day. I think we need to take a break and process what just happened. We'll be right back with more RLCS.
Just tweet out that photo. I want to just tweet out that photo now. I'm stealing it. I'm doing it.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for,
photo you sent.
we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
In front of the clock, goes back, see at the shores. Oh, yeah, the salty shores. I tried X Defiant last night, and it was one of the worst games I ever played in my life. It was the last matchup. Can I draw on this photo?
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday.
Put this in, and then I need the
moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter. No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it up. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Is it better with the moist logo or without it? That's such a great photo. Hold up. Points for a tiebreaker. Yeah, OG gotta win this. OG has to win. I'm cheering for OG. Alright. I gotta go stretch my legs here. Let you guys play some marbles while I'm out there. I'm gonna run the ads too. I'm gonna leave there. Oh yeah, I gotta start a prediction. Alright, there you go.
Things just got real interesting in North America. Moist take down Gen G in quarterfinals. Everyone thought this was a shoo-in for Gen G, but Moist definitely had something to say about it. Look at Andy, the energy is palpable. I can feel that from here. Absolutely hype. And, you know, with us, why not? We bring the energy to the broadcast. Andy, how are you doing? And I'm not going to ask you how you're feeling. That's the obvious question. But I want to know this. You guys were 1-9 against Gen G coming into this series. So coming into the quarterfinals today, what was the main thing that you guys were focused on to prepare for this matchup?
You know, it's our last regional of the season. We're kind of just worried about making sure it was the best one we've ever had. So we kind of just locked in, focused. As you can see, we're at boot camp. We're all just kind of focused on doing whatever we can to make sure that we're playing the best that we possibly can. And that's really all we needed to do against Gen G. We knew that if we played our game, we could win.
It was some of the best Rocket League we've seen you guys play on the mainstream. Now, they're in the semifinals for the first time. But what's it been like being at this facility with Moist and being able to boot camp with everybody? You know, what has that experience been like? Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. The guys at Moist are super supportive. The facility's a really nice place to work. Everybody's super cheerful. They've got everything we need. We're covered. It's just a really good kind of place. It's a good space around us. It gives us a lot of positive vibes and make sure that we're focused during our regional runs.
Now you guys are in the semifinals. You're going to be playing against Rebellion. What's the number one thing that scares you against Rebellion?
Rebellion play at a very high pace. So the main thing against them is we're just going to try to keep the ball close and kind of try to outpace them in a way that brings them into our game, if that makes any sense. But yeah, we're just going to play our game and not worry about what they're doing, because if we play well, we can beat anyone. We proved that today and
now, the
yesterday.
last thing I got to ask you is what do you put in your hair, Andy? What do you make it look so you know, voluminous and beautiful? I need some advice.
I got some shaping cream that you can order online, just like about a finger's worth, and it's all ready to go.
Yeah, I heard it from him. A finger's worth of that hair cream, and you'll be looking like Andy. Maybe not on the pitch, but at least in real life. Andy, any shout-outs you want to give as you guys make it to the semifinals? We're going to see you on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, shout out my parents, shout out all the Moist guys, shout out my teammates, shout out Noah. He's been a really good help for us at boot camp, and yeah, shout out everyone rooting for us.
Well, you guys look great. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Thank you, Jorby.
I think you also need Andy's head of hair to pull off that look, not just the cream. But my goodness, what a performance! Moist with the upset of the day, knocking out Gen G Mobile One Racing. This is 2 events in a row. Gen G makes an early exit in the bracket, and there's starting to be some question marks around these Tigers.
But you got to talk about the ice of Moist. You know, we see game 2 scoring with 13 on the clock, then 0. They won multiple overtimes. Aris was shooting out of his mind, 2.2 goals per game, 5 up, had some fantastic plays as well. And these guys just clutched it up when it matters most. And again, really quick, what they need, they literally have to win this whole qualifier to have any chance at London or Worlds. They also need OG to lose in this next match. So they are still alive for the time being. They will be heavily rooting for Space Station, but Gen G, yes, they are slumping at the wrong time. If they would have won this match, they would have clinched Worlds and London, but now they have to wait and hope to not get the result of Rebellion beating OG, because that'll force tiebreakers with Gen G. So Gen G now has to sit and root for other teams. That was not expected at the beginning of this, even Open Qualifier 4, where they take down G2, which now looks like a huge match that they got that 4 extra points from. But Bates, Gen G is in trouble.
I mean, Gen G is in trouble. The defense needs to be a little bit better. A couple 0-second goals, that shouldn't happen. That just like reeks of you're not focused, that you're not locked in, that you've moved forward to go in overtime. But Moist, they hadn't moved forward at all. They're saying we still got time on the clock, the ball's still up in the sky, I can still make a play, and they did that multiple times. So for Moist, you got to give a hand to them. They were just aggressive the whole time, Wade, and aggression, it wins games.
It was incredible. They had two buzzer beaters to win games. They had a close, like, final 10-second goal that then immediately got countered by Gen G that forced an overtime that they immediately scored on the kickoff afterwards, and then another overtime win on top of that. Very close games. Every single one of them went Moist's way. Congratulations to Moist. They have a match with Shopify Rebellion tomorrow in the semis for a chance to play for a regional title. Shopify or Moist.
I do not have any points.
That is crazy that one of those teams
Is
will be in the
300
finals
point blocks?
of the final
You guys already hit them all?
qualifier in North America. Again, Moist have to win the whole thing, but Rebellion, they're now
it's a
tied
500.
for 4th. There's even more pressure on OG now because, like, if they lose against Space Station, Rebellion's playing Moist. That is a very winnable match. So we'll see how it all plays out. But here is where the points are right now. Moist is sitting at 22.
Oh,
they
Chris,
are
you got
well far behind, but
Chris
there is
is going
still
500 there. It's crazy
if
that
they
they're
take
almost
out
in the exact
Rebellion,
same spot opposite.
Rebellion will gain no more points, but Moist can still gain up to 30, so they can gain up to 8 more points and pass both OG and Rebellion, but that's only if OG lose in this quarterfinal match.
OG is so
a
fucked.
lot on the line here. Space Station versus OG. If Space Station wins, both Space Station and Gen G will qualify for London, plus the World Championship. If OG wins, it keeps them alive, or at least not have to play a tiebreaker, possibly versus Rebellion, but that will knock out Moist as well. So Moist is rooting
crazy.
for Space
That Moist
Station.
just did that.
Pretty much everyone is rooting for Space Station, honestly, because everyone wants Space Station Gen G in, except for OG fans. But literally everyone else wants Space Station to win this, to force possibly tiebreakers or have a chance
my God, Chris,
to
nice.
make it in London.
You almost caught up to Satan there.
Hanging on this match, so we saved it for last, folks. It's a rematch from the last qualifier. We saw this match go down. Space Station.
I'm rooting for OG because I want Moist.
Space
I want
Station
Moist in.
Took the
I
last
want Moist in
matchup.
OG.
Trying to get revenge here in the final qualifier of the season.
They sure are trying to get revenge right here. Wave, you alluded to it. OG took them down in the last time in qualifier number 5, 4-2. And OG, honestly, over the last 4 matchups, they've been a good contestant against SSG and also Gen G. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Oh, I think I misspoke. OG took down Gen G. My apologies, everybody. But this OG squad versus SSG, they're both 2 talented squads, and it's going to be interesting to see who ends up getting the big W.
Yeah, Space Station, they dominated yesterday. Like, they did finish.
How come How come you aren't casting?
But their other 3
because
matches was a walk in the park. 3-0 versus Spade.
I don't do the NA shows. I just do the EU shows.
Luminosity, 3-0 versus Dig. It wasn't really close. When they played Luminosity, it was 9 goals
you're right.
to 2.
Shit.
When they played Dignitas, it was
the other way around.
12 goals to 3. And those are 2 teams that were battling for one of these spots to London.
I'll be casting a little bit tomorrow, though. I'm doing the
Space Station
jobless
has been
qualifier.
Absolutely on fire. The #1 offense throughout this tournament. We all expected them to maybe rebound and be that 3rd best team in North America. Now there's arguments that they could be at least #2, moving ahead of Gen G, but they got to get the
Someone's
got to
hit that 500 over there.
Clinch Worlds, clinch London.
Space Station had an incredible day yesterday.
Yeah, I don't get the lives thing.
LJ, the player, we continue to talk about how strong he is. Absolutely incredible performance. In 13 games, he put up 21 goals and 55 shots. And behind them, SSG had the best offensive Swiss, ranking #1 in goals, #2 in shots, #1 in assists. They were very, very strong. On the other side of things, OG is going to have to, has had to have a different player step up throughout the entire season here. Noli having probably the best performance of all the players yesterday, but we'll see if they can all rally together to stop this juggernaut that is SSG. And I mean, Bates, we've talked about it so much. There is so much pressure on OG's shoulders, and yes, they can try to just focus on the games, but you know it's lingering
get
in the
those
back of their
twos.
minds.
289, almost 3.
It could be over.
Sentience, nice hits. You got them both.
Might be pressure, but they're used to it. They're accustomed to it. You got 2 major champions, and then you got a world champion head coach. And then
going for the 5.
Slouch out and made it to multiple deep runs at lands in and of themselves. So that pressure, they should be accustomed to it. They're veterans for a reason. They've been playing in RLCS for a long time, especially Naps. This is just another drop in the bucket in a very long career and a long list of history that they need to happen.
Chat, who do you think is going to win? Hashtag OG, hashtag SSG. Let us know in the chat. OG, locked and loaded, ready to go here. We're going to see who's going to take it down as well. We'll make our own predictions as well. On the desk, we got the coin going orange for SSG and blue for OG here. As we flip, it's going to come up SSG. The coin does go with the favorite, the team that most recently won.
Yeah, why do we all have 10 lives?
This one was right down to the wire. I could not decide who I wanted to predict. I really wanted to go with OG on this one and predict that they were going to be able to take this one away. But at the end, honestly, the biggest difference for me, Bates, was watching Moist take down Gen G. The thing I was putting my most weight on for OG was their win over Gen G. Watching Gen G drop a second match here makes me want to go with history on this one, and I'm picking SSG.
Speaking of SSG, listen, all I gotta say is in Qualifier 3, right before Copenhagen, OG, they snuffed out SSG's flames, swept them 3-0 in Swiss, put SSG basically in a bad position. They missed Copenhagen. SSG should be in London without a doubt right here, but OG, they're gonna take out Rebellion's flame, and Gibbs is gonna be so sad because his little tied up qualifier won't end up happening.
So sorry, Gibbs. Bates saying it's all over here. We'll see if they can do it. Chat's got Space Station on this one. They have the most recent head-to-head. They are the favorites, but my goodness, is OG rallying of late, and Bates brings it up well. OG in this spot took out Space Station in the last part of the first part of the season. Can they do it again here? OG versus SSG to close out the day.
Win and in, not just for London,
Oh, you're right.
but for the World Championship. That's what's facing Space Station Gaming, and the hopes of everybody else in North America pretty much resting on their shoulders as well.
Shoot, it's
Lots
stuck
of
at
pressure
500
here
now.
because OG are going to fight tooth and nail for this series. And SSG, they face Titans of North America, but the way OG have started to look, this one could
Depressed
go the
Cassidy.
other way for sure. Here we go. Already after kickoff, you're seeing a lot of
Whoa,
pressure
what does he
from
want?
OG.
He wants
Calm
SSG to win,
breaks
right?
that one in, shooting all the way from midfield.
Palm has scored more goals than anybody in this event on this team, and he gets it started just 16 seconds in. Throw it at the net, hope something good happens. It did for OG. A lot of other teams in North America, particularly some who have lost today, could learn from that. As Calm gives up the midfield boost for Nolly, we'll see if he ends up using it. He almost got clipped by the running forward Chicago.
Right, okay.
Now Calm, JNAPS had to go through Chicago to try and get to that ball and could not. So Chicago just happening to be there at midfield slows down OG enough. Again, we talk about familiarity so much, Daz. Both these teams intimately familiar with each other. They've played each other so many times. And for this OG roster, I mean, they've been around for a long, long time in this space. Veteran presence all around. And yet still, it seems like they're fighting for respect.
Well, I mean, it's nothing to say that this SSG roster hasn't been the same case. I mean, the person who's probably the youngest on the field in terms of career tenure is going to be LJ here. And LJ's an exceptional player. OG's just going to have to fight tooth and nail. Hoxer gets a shot. Everybody from SSG goes there, and they come up empty.
And this OG team, a bunch of leftovers. They come up with a big defensive stop there.
Oh, is there really
And
no
on the
imports in
Space
top four?
Station
That's
side,
actually
I think
crazy. Well,
people
Nolly.
have kind of needed to be
Well,
turned
I guess he's
into
not there yet,
believers
but-
after, they didn't qualify for
Oh, coming in
Copenhagen,
this season.
but they were right there on the doorstep. Different matchups, and it could have been a different story. They have a chance now to punch their ticket to the final two lands of the year. Demos all over, and SSG only left with Chicago on the pitch. And Calm will deal with that. LJ, though, he's a little bit faster. And SSG, despite getting demoed twice, still tie the game.
SSG is a team that works great with low boosts. You see even Chicago, he's at 0 there, plays the 50s well, buys LJ enough time, and then even creates enough of a gap in separation for LJ to catch. For LJ to catch
Lamau
OG out on
M80s.
defense. Big time work
And there's
there
also,
for Chicago to
Dig
be
as
able
well, right?
to create there, and of course LJ banking the shot. He's going to do that if you give him that shot every day.
Nolly a little bit faster that time, but to no effect. Bomb going right down the middle. This will bank on target, so Hawkster off the respawn has to deal with it, and then quickly back downfield. JNAPS will guide this over to the corner. OG trying to go to both lands on the season, and ultimately all three. They
Versus
can
Moist Orton, really, that's
succeed
crazy.
here as JNAPS will lob it downfield.
First killer's the problem.
Hawkster is right there, and he will play around too. Only JNAPS a beat. Gonna need some help. Won't have it from LJ. As he's taken off the field, and that physical play from OG is going to wreak havoc on a team.
Yeah, this
like
right
Space
side's
Station.
starting to stack
I feel
up
like
right now,
sometimes
guys.
They've needed to be greater than the sum of their parts, and they have worked great as a team. But when you're down one, well, you can only do so much.
That's right, and then especially too when you're letting OG get a lot of these contact plays where they can demo two of you and move upfield, or they demo your third
Wait,
man,
the numbers
and
don't
now you have to
go
double
up if
back.
people aren't
JNAPS
playing.
almost was able to line up the double. Noli has time here, goes for the pass here, looking for
that's not what I
Nabs.
wanted
Nabs did take the corner, wanted to see if they could throw it off, keep Space Station Gaming guessing, but it's going to be SSG with the ball as they try to look for something upfield.
Both teams at times here in the early stage of the series have been a little passive defensively, and We've seen just
She's
some
still coaching.
outplays.
I think he wants to,
Quite
but
simply an attacker being faster than the oncoming defender and not having a whole lot of
I don't think
support
it's a team right now.
in behind there as JNaps wins that ball and nobody else is there. JNaps will
go up by
score. It wasn't
3.
actually JNaps that won the challenge, right? It was Nolly.
Yeah.
And then that just goes right by Hoxer. Nobody else in support.
I mean, it's similar to Chicago's challenge, except this one's just in the air.
Why were those
You get
going
that
up by
just
3?
Initial challenge, you create a little bit of separation. Second man from both teams has been playing really close to the ball, so it's those little bits of mistakes that come through where no one is able to make a challenge after that initial contact, and then JNaps with an open lane. So now OG regained the lead in SSG.
Hey, 110, let's go.
It's a slow start for them in game 1 for sure. Normally they can play with space, kind of look for each other in passing lanes a lot, but this has not necessarily worked out. OG are just constantly keeping an eye on Space Station Gaming, but this one almost could have been a chance for a pass play. I think there was a team bump on the play, and SSG now got to go back.
The goal of the game is to eventually hit the ball, and finally Calm does, as JNaps will bring it across high in the air, trying to turn on the Jets at the end, and he does again. The defense just too slow to react as JNaps gets that last second burst.
Yep,
I think I
Hoxer
can make
started
channel
posting a little
reward
late after
points,
he got
guys.
the corner, maybe about a second off, and I think that might have been the difference
for-
maker there. It's a really tough call to make, but regardless,
For regular marbles too, so you
counterattacks
can
here
boost and hit
from
each other
OG, and this is
with channel points. That
interesting
seems more
because this
valuable
is
to
not-
me.
This is not as well as SSU was playing yesterday. Even with their loss against Rebellion, they were keeping it close. They were not necessarily letting things in too easily.
Oh, look
but
at this. I can copy the
defense
scoreboard.
has been slow to start so far in game 1. Not enough time on the clock, and they really haven't put too much pressure on OG to force an error. The only time they scored was when they kind of caught them off too far forward with that Chicago challenge. After that, it's been pretty safe for OG so far in game 1. With 30 seconds to go, this is exactly where they want to be.
I don't know that either team can necessarily feel like they're happy with their defensive performance, though yes, OG has only allowed the 1 goal with 15 seconds left, and it looks like they're firmly in control now as Calm will bring this to the side. More possession for OG. That means SSG can't get downfield. They need to score right about now to give themselves a shot at a kickoff goal to tie. Drop down in front, and that's cleared out by Nolly. OG, kind of a clinical first game to kick off this series.
Yeah. Clinical and methodical as well. Just the way that they performed there over the course of this was
Whoever's in the lead after the series is the winner. Oh, true.
Don't get too aggressive. You saw them get too aggressive early on, and then that's when Space Station Gaming really punished them. After that, they kind of took a step back, let SSG play into them, and then once they were able to get kind of control of the ball,
I love that he laughs at you too with the lull.
Not taking too much time, not doing the normal things. There were times where you see with Noli, he would kind of hesitate before he made a play, even though he was on top of the ball. That's because he's waiting for his options. He says, maybe I give it to JNaps here on the right, or maybe instead I'll try to take the solo, see if I can set up a lane for Calm. All of these things make a big difference. So take a look at the Mobile One High Performance replay. That beat right there was the big success of Space Station Gaming's offense. It was also the only shot LJ had. Then they get hit with it in a counter punch, and as well as OG just making sure, they hit hard on the transition because Space Station Gaming haven't been set too aggressive, and
we're addicted to bloops, guys.
SSG, easy for them to clean it up. Definitely going into game 2. I expect things to change here for them.
Well, as we go to the Forbidden Temple for game 2, I mean, you look at all 3 of OG's goals, and at least the last 2, just kind of look at it and go, as they're developing their plays, you just kind of expect don't turn into goals, especially that.
Still gotta get that 500. Look at that right side; it is stacked right now.
Things out of reach, where it's just like, okay, he's going for a solo effort. Surely there's somebody on the backboard. He's going to stop this. Ends up in their net. SSG going to be scratching their heads and trying to figure it out now for game 2.
I keep eyes out on the kickoffs here as well from both sides. Yeah, just kind of changing up the pace of play, making sure they stay a little bit more spaced out. They have Hoxer pretty far back, but Chicago's the one who does it all on this play. And you get more of that from Chicago. SSG surely able to turn it around. Beautiful double tap, bounce, and into the top corner.
Calm going for the inside-out save, and he's just a little bit too low as that one bounces up over him.
Oh, Falconing is so close.
And again, a case of just being a tiny bit slower than you need to be defensively for either of these squads. Calm running forward. That shot wide on the near side from JNaps, and a missed opportunity for OG. Missed opportunities has kind of been the theme here in North America this weekend, with all the
Already
pressure
over 100
mounting and
points.
everything
Nice.
under the microscope, with everything mattering so much
That's marble,
to
man.
these teams. Chicago will start from his back line, and here comes Nolly. Oh, JNaps.
I saw that too. Yeah, it was close. Good defense there from SSG, and now they're trying to see if they can work that transition, as well as dodging kind of demos in the back end. OG haven't really been connecting too much on some of those, especially considering the game one.
Sentience came
a lot
close
of time
there.
here, though, in game two, and SSG has
Still
looked
stacked up
a
over there, though.
lot better, at least in getting this ball upfield and setting up good shots.
Boxer really hoping that boost would spawn for him. It did not, so Chicago will file in behind
What's
him
my
and
bloop?
take it.
It shows you a little bloop on the screen so you can see how many lives and points you have. But like, I don't get the lives thing. I think it's broken.
It's easily to LJ now
Boost
along the
cool.
back
What?
line. He'll bring it out right at
I'm
Nolly.
on the
Boxer
RL
with
now.
Chicago
It's a
running
drug in
forward.
its
That
own.
goes off of Chicago, and now he's got to retreat. Calm's there, so is JNaps, but Hoxer with the stop, sweeping
That's
that
why I
out
don't
of
like
harm's
house one,
way.
because it's
Good,
kind of
this is a
useless.
good cut. He's going to be upfield, too, looking for ways he can impact. Actually, no, he has to go all the way back because his team is out the play, and Com is scoring an open one. OG with an equalizer.
what's up, Icy?
I mean, look at Noli there. Doesn't even have to play the ball. Mistake on the back end, and SSG, they pay the price.
Expecting LJ's got that. I mean, it's an easy ball for a player at this
We're
level.
just chilling.
Exactly.
Watch some
You
RLCS,
don't
playing some
anticipate your
bloop.
teammate just completely
in between.
botching it. So Chicago's trying to run downfield. He has to pump the brakes and then gets demolished. And OG get a gift. And now Calm will try to line up a double to center this ball. Nolly's there, and he'll just get it back over towards Calm and create kind of a traffic jam over in the corner of the SSG zone. Calm coming up now with the full tank, but Chicago's danced around him. Got around JNaps as well, but he's still forward for Nolly's ball. And Hoxer gets that back out of trouble. It's a little precarious right now for SSG defensively, and boys, some of the misses that we've seen might start to shake a team's confidence.
And you know, OG went on JNaps, trying to get that around, good touchdown from Oxford. The way OG are looking, though, it feels like Space Station are playing into their hands. If you look at these challenges, oh wait, hold up, JNaps another shot, can he get it? LJ, good block. These fake challenges have just been so well in terms of getting SSG to give up the ball. And it gives it up to someone from OG who has more boost, who can control it, and then the other guy just repositions on the back end to make sure they are in the best position possible. Space Station Gaming has not been able to really get up in offense ever since the opener when they got the first two shots, and that's just because OG keep fake challenging them into playing the ball back into their possession.
Hoxer will try to stabilize now for Space Station. He's got Chicago in the center and opted for the shot that goes off the inside of the far post. Now Chicago got a shot off again, but only took out JNaps. Couldn't really get that through the traffic. Hoxer to center, nobody's there, so that's easily cleared away. OG doesn't have a lot of boost as they work downfield, so LJ can bring it right back in. Chicago waiting for a pass that's never going to get there, and then he eats a demo for his efforts. And we've seen that so much now in this tournament, not just with these teams, but you see that second man just waiting for a pass, and he gets a little almost idle in the middle of the field, and it becomes an easy target.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of tough, too, because for the second man, you got to wait for the play to develop. You can't go too early, and you can't go too late, otherwise you put yourself out of the play. Timing is always going to be key here. You see Chicago up really early, looking for a redirect off the back wall. Doesn't want Noli to get, like, a strong clearance, and now he's trying to push it forward. But, yeah, that second man timing is still a big play, even with that. And LJ, great redirect. Final minute here, and both teams starting to scramble here. There's been a lot of space given in the midfield as we've got counterattacks left and right.
O'Connor's trying to drop that down to JNaps, and then Nolly has to come up and support as well. So OG retreats now with that unsuccessful effort. And Space Station Gaming only get as far as midfield. JNaps can't continue the play, but Nolly sure can. He's blocked out. Back across midfield. Calm now. Coming up on 30 seconds. Give it away to Hoxer. He doesn't have anything to work with. Nobody really has any boost for Space Station. Now LJ does, and he can bring it back in, but boost management has been real tough on both sides, but I think especially for Space Station here in the latter stages, they're just kind of nibbling the tiny boosts. And now LJ gets a shot off and scores.
Is ibuprofen an English word? Yeah, that's what we use.
They've withstood. OG couldn't make any meaningful progress, and
Ibuprofen
Space Station take
is like
advantage.
what the
you give a
drug
player like
is.
LJ a free shot, he's going to make it into the top left corner. You keep talking about the boost here, but I said it going into this. SSG
I imagine it's the
worked
same in-
great on low boost. It was the same thing that happened
In every
the
language,
in the
usually
Rebellion series
scientific
with them
terms.
as well. Rebellion, just their
All right,
offense is
similar.
completely different from OG. As final seconds tick down, you're seeing Space Station Gaming now just kind of spread out a little bit more. OG, they can't take advantage of this free space.
Oh, yeah,
now
that's
they gotta
true.
make a play happen. Only with a quick shot, but LJ was set in net, expected it. Now OG still trying to keep this one up. Noli light touch, calm, can't
Everything's
get there.
broken.
He's gonna have to use the boost to take the ball back. He'll take it into his own corner where Hoxer is.
Wait for bounce
Hoxer
shot.
gets the demo, gets the bump. Chicago gets a touch. Noli's able to get a pop, and they still keep this one up. OG not giving this one away for free, even with no boost. They're still trying to hold on to it. That one, yep, they lost it.
No
It's
play.
Space Station Gaming. What a
Someone
equalizer
got a
is
couple. Was it
Oh, the tip throw
3
almost got
years,
there
4
in the
months?
end. They got one good look
Oh,
at the net, but not
That's Chris.
good enough. Space Station Gaming levels the series.
1 hour
with
watching.
a late heroic out of LJ. His second goal of the series. He's got 2 out of the 3.
Would you been here for
for
your
Space
4 years? Oh,
Station
happy
Gaming.
4-year anniversary.
Team that,
Yeah, but
of course, coming
How come they
into
didn't- they don't
today,
score on
Daz,
0
we
seconds?
Kind of figured
Yeah,
they
right.
would punch their ticket at
Like,
some
come on.
point this weekend into these next couple of lands. They still got a lot of work to do.
They do. And
Someone,
you see where the
went down
work
the side
is.
here, it
I
looks
brought up
like.
the Shopify series because
And racked up
again,
some
they
points.
did end up losing that series.
Yo,
Round three
Chris is in
matchup.
first,
Rebellion
though?
played really great offense. Did play the best defense in the series, but for Space Station Gaming, especially in the early game, the biggest thing was yes, they had a lot of low boosts. But if you watch, like I've had talked to a lot of people, if you watch Space Station,
We gotta get that
play,
500.
They're really good at it because they're in those situations often where they have a player who's low,
Ooh,
who needs
Tesla's
to
getting
challenge.
over there.
They're not really scared of that.
Tesla, do it.
They'll send Hoxer up to try to
shit.
see if he can make a demo or just get a bump on somebody with no boost just to throw people off. And LJ's also been a player who's been able to do that too.
You
where,
fucking
again,
matrix
they're
that
selfless
shit.
with each other. Got to clean things up there on the back end a little bit more.
You retired.
OG doesn't play like Rebellion. Rebellion is a much faster paced team offensively. OG is more
You
methodical.
fucking
thought-first.
matrix
They take
that
their
shit.
time a
All right,
lot.
one more run here, and then I'm
And
going back
that's
to
the
game.
difference of why this last game especially was so close. Let's see what happens here though. Does OG turn up the pace? Game 3, tied up
When my
series.
ball hits the bottom, I'm going back to game.
This matchup, probably about what we expected. All things considered, we look at the schedule at the end of yesterday and go, all right, we're probably going to save the best for last. It's certainly the most important match of the day.
Senior
so
just dies
far as
instantly.
Chicago went a little squirrely there. Is that ball coming out through him for a loop? Demo by Calm. Free in front, and
RLCS
JF
tab?
scores.
Why is that?
Calm setting this one up. J-Nabs making his way upfield with no boost, and meanwhile Calm is just taking him everybody out. 1-2 to Lou. It's an open net. And OG start off strong. Now they just got to maintain.
Yeah, I don't know why. Is it? Did someone else
team's
check
really
on their
been able
tab?
to
Like,
run
did we
away
ever
early
confirm
from
if
the
it's
other.
me or if it's RLCS?
And a free net for Chicago, and he hit the far post. It's a tough shot going against his momentum, but one that he would love to have back. Almost got it back with Hoxer taking a shot, but that one's blocked
Assuming
away.
it's a
And
Twitch
LJ
thing.
in a world of trouble trying to evade Calm,
He's fine,
and
okay.
he's
So
done
it's
just
definitely a
enough
Twitch
to get
thing.
this back downfield.
He gets it back downfield, but I mean, again, that's Calm just playing it right. He wants LJ to get that flick over him because you know Noli is on the back wall, so then Noli can get the clearance
I guess
downfield.
it
And then
could be
boom,
a
OG back on the
GPU thing.
counterattack. J-Naps,
Like
shot's
when I
not gonna
switched
be
to
on
the
target.
game.
You see Calm playing this one in. Right to J-Naps though. He reads the play well. LJ has
Could
to
be a
kind of dive
combination of
for
things,
it,
I
and now
suppose,
Space
actually.
Station Gaming low on boost, and OG trying to get him in a bit of a deadlock, trying to make him awkward here. Oh,
Also
just demo
pinch.
the whole team.
All the way down. Just the way the demo game has evolved over the last few years, you see it more and more, and you think,
Reminiscing
okay, all
on
right,
the good
now
old
we've
days,
seen the peak.
Sentience, when you were
And
in
then
first.
You see Reynolds picking up actual exterminations, plural, during a single day, and it's just like, all right, here we are. Oh, dropped out in front. That's
Oh, here we
dangerous.
go again.
JF gave that ball to Space Station Gaming, and he gave them a tie game.
Yes, he did, but not without a couple of fireworks. A couple of
Oh, fair
demos
enough.
on the back. Hoxer picked up one. Chicago picked up one. Hoxer will get the goal because J-Naps has no boost and can't really contest the shot. He just jumps so he doesn't look bad on the poster at that point. Tied up ball game here.
I want to try that one again.
Pushed their way into the eagle. Calm with 2 demos right off the kickoff. What is going on? It's just explosions after explosions.
Yeah, it's calm. There's another one.
Lots of fireworks on Memorial Day weekend here in the States as JNaps will bring this across. He actually does have 3 defenders to contend with, 2 up on the backboard. And LJ will bomb it away as Calm has to bring that only down to the corner and hope Nolly can do something with it. He can't, so Calm has to go right back to work defensively. He's got LJ, though, does Chicago. And LJ can't dive in for this. The pass didn't get nearly far out enough. The opportunities are there. If anybody can take advantage, need more bumps and demos, apparently, as Nolly's got it downfield, wide open net. Just like that, OG strike again.
Now this is a mix of a couple of things, because JNaps here, he's a little late, even though this is a pass from Calm to Nolly. The reason it's open is, again, SSG are playing that no boost game, but Nats picked up 1 mid boost, he went and picked up another mid boost, and now SSG, the way they get back is really slow. So then it allows just that transition, because they know they don't have boost in the back, they want to stay in the play, they commit too many resources without having someone cover their behind.
I mean, if this keeps up, it's a kind of series where somebody could have 10 or 15 shots in a game as a team, because you just throw the
pretty
ball
good actually, Con. Good morning.
And hope that there's nobody covering. And a few times there has not been. As Nolly's going to circle back towards the net. He did not opt to challenge LJ here on the wall. JNaps took charge instead. And now Nolly outlet towards JNaps again, but this time Chicago has it as SSG has the back line shored up. LJ looking to get one more touch, but that's got no way from him. So a good opportunity
no one's
for
even
OG
close to being
to
as old
relieve
as
some
mine.
more of SSG's pressure.
You got to keep eyes here on the pathing, because even though SSG have the ball in the offensive front, it's one thing to get the possession. It's another thing if they can get a scoring opportunity. They haven't been able to do too much of that here. As chance there, you would think, but there were some bumps on the play. Calm got a bump on Hoxer, which slowed him down. Chicago was a little awkward, and it bought just enough time for OG to get the clearance.
These 2 teams are trying to play their way into the London
Yo,
Major.
LJ is so good with those first
it's been
punches.
very awkward
what the hell?
on the defensive lines of both teams. Nolly's got all day to play this ball.
Like, he's
right
actually
Hoxer,
insane.
Through him, and then
He's got like the best first touch game
goes
in
wayward.
all of RLCS.
He had it too. It was hard for him to line up that second touch. He did get up there a little early. But give OG another opportunity like that, they'll close this game out. A minute to go. They're already up by 1. SSG has to put the pressure
No
on.
items. Oh, wait.
Well, Nolly running onto this and did not grab the midfield boost. Hoxer got it, so Nolly opted for the boost in the space station half. So that could slow them down just a little bit as they trade boosts. And LJ can't get out past JNaps. Going to need help from Hoxer, down to 35 seconds. And Space Station Gaming have to play a little more defense than they'd like here, trying to chase the game. Hoxer can break out, but not with much control at all, and things still looking just a little bit frantic out of SSG. JNaps trying to read Hoxer, Chicago. He's done so. And now Calm will waste more time. This is exactly what SSG does not want to see. The ball up in the air with no clear possession, so they can't set up a good look at OG's net. And now they've got to race all the way back with only seconds remaining. Nolly almost put it away. Chicago's given them a chance, but JNaps will kill it. And OG back in front.
Man, the level of control OG had on the field
Zed, what's up?
in that game is almost understated there. OG only had 3 shots, but it still felt like, from the field perspective, that they had the control of everything that was going on. Getting good stops. SSG put on shots, but OG only has 1 save.
Let's go.
And again, Calm with 7
Why are you doing
demos
chair?
there, just shutting things down.
It's
Towards
big
the end
count.
of that game, I'm looking at LJ's perspective. He's flipping up and down the field, trying to see if he can get boosts, trying to see if he can get something on the field positioning, but then he has to rush back, and he's flipping for like the last 30 seconds, just flipping around the field, trying to get into a good position for his team. And this is LJ we're talking about. If there's anybody you want to have full boost and in a good position upfield, it's LJ. But he's not able to do that because OG doesn't give him any options. They're taking everything. They're stealing all the boosts. They're getting the bumps on his teammates, and they're controlling the ball so well that it's forcing SSG to have to use all of their boosts just so they can make these good challenges.
I was seeing
It
if
just completely takes them out of scoring opportunities. This is a big.
They do
this
not.
is a smart call here for a timeout because.
Man, I want to solve right now, but so many TDs always at no to ban. True.
For OG, they just couldn't get anything going.
Yo, Moist is crazy.
Despite having all of that field
I'd
presence.
suck if like
Yeah, a team like
they don't make
Space
it
Station
in.
Gaming only getting just a handful of shots
after
where,
that.
again, it was a very physical game.
Bloop. Oh yeah.
But also a very sloppy game, and I think what we're trying to do here is just kind of calm everybody down, get them back, kind of get a mental reset.
You got to ask it a
Get them
question
refocused
first.
on
My
their
8
game
ball
plan.
doesn't
How
like
do you
to
attack these players. There's no mystery
answer a
here.
lot
There's
of
no
stuff.
secret
Oh, I got
between
that
these two
one. Let's
teams.
go.
So it's a chance now for
It's
Sad
Tim
Junior to
Sticky.
try and
Ask
get
Lou.
his troops
Wait,
ready to
what?
go
How
and
did
get back into a mindset?
How did it know
of,
that?
all right, we're the
What the fuck?
favorites. Let's show it. Let's play like it and generate a lot more opportunities than they have. Because yes, only the small handful of shots that they've had throughout this series so far is going to be very disappointing for them.
Get out the camera, no. Bro,
You knew Jane
I'm
Apps and
staring
also
into
knew
my
when you
soul.
asked about Tim to
Sad
ask
Junior,
me. What the
ready
heck?
to go. You're right, though.
That 8 ball's
You
pretty
just have to
solid.
kinda get things focused. I think
We gotta get that
everybody on
fucking
SSG
500
knows
over
what
there,
they
man.
want to
Oh, there's a
do.
couple hundreds now.
That's
Ooh, I'm
kinda
about to pop
playing
off. Let's
around
go.
how OG is
Let's
playing,
go.
where
No.
sometimes they slow down the
I
pace
just
of
dodged
play.
almost all of
They don't
them.
play as fast, and sometimes they, fake channels play for each other, get that boost steal, and then you have to worry about Calm, who's making impact demos. It's challenging. It should be. This is a big
I
game
still
for
don't
both
understand
teams.
why we have
Now
infinite
let's see
plays.
if SSG,
I don't know
after
what's
the
wrong with that.
timeout, can turn this series around.
All right, we'll start with Nully and OG getting the first good look at either net. And JNAPS couldn't steal that corner boost away. I wonder if that may prove costly. It didn't really matter. Calm ended up with it. So now JNAPS, he will come forward. And
All right,
Hoxer
one more
will
run.
just
I'm gonna
delay
when
the
my ball
inevitable.
hits the
It's
bottom, we'll go
going
back to the game.
Get centered. You'd have to imagine the Calm went after Chicago instead of centering that ball. So never mind. It's coming back onto the OG half.
Yeah, just trying to see if they can get those
I put in
bumps.
6 and got
For
1.
them, it's
Wait.
about making SSG awkward more so than it is setting
Yeah,
up the
you can't go
scoring
too
chances.
fast. You have
know
to
if
do
they
one
get
at
their
a time.
shots,
You
they
can't
can
do more
nail
than
it,
one.
But they want to be able to make the best quality shot possible. So they'll take their time and execute their game plan into doing so.
Series being played at a slower, more methodical pace as Chicago will test Nolly. Easy save. Hoxer get this central. Now it's going to go well across. Chicago's over there, but so is Nolly. And the pass for a JNAP shot's going to go well wide. It would have been
For 5
covered
times?
if LJ needed to.
No, you probably
Nolly
lost those points.
Can't follow this play up at all. He's going to rely on JNAPs to win the race. He's done so. Chicago
You have to go one at a
respawns
time.
right under the ball. There's nothing
I think
you
people
can
were
do
spamming
about
before and found that out.
JNAPs will score.
Yep, Calm was over here wreaking havoc, and Nolly was on his cam. He was just checking around to see if he was in the right place at the
LJ
right
looking
time.
good, but can't count
And
it. Yo, LJ's
JNAPS
not.
stays on top of the ball and
Like,
nails the
LJ's
shot.
crap.
Of course, JNAPS would. First goal from OG, and SSG still kind of scrambling even after the timeout.
Every now and then you see JNAPS have a series or an event where, he's not really in the limelight. He's not one of those marquee players, and you start to think, okay, maybe Father Time
Wait,
has
so
caught
what is
up
this
to him.
again?
And
So
then he has a series like this where he is
if-
the center of attention.
if
4
SSG
goals and an
wins,
assist.
it's Gen G
Must
SSG.
win a series as you can get really for a team like OG in the situation they're in
Or-
right now. Hawks are up ahead to Chicago.
No,
for LJ
it's
now,
like if OG
and
wins,
Calm
Moist
has
is
that
out.
one dished away.
I forget now.
Hawks will try again. Got it central, but easily dealt with by OG.
LJ slowing things down there too. You have to kind of try to avoid the demo there. Chicago gets beat really early.
SSG
and
win.
now, chance here for SSG to get a bit of field presence. They're starting to get some of the
Is
bumps in.
Gen G
and
SSG.
even a good shot followed
But
from Chicago. Will
Moist
not
is still in?
follow. And it's still OG in front.
And oh, so close.
But they're
It's gotta
not
be
locked.
frustrating after a time.
OG win
that
keeps
OG's
the four-way
just
tiebreaker
barely
on.
able to get
Sheesh.
back for that. Chicago tried to stop Calm
And
in
eliminates
his
Moist.
pursuit forward. Unable to. This is still going netward, and the demo on JNAPS eliminates the
They double commit. Oh my goodness, SSG are scrambling.
They should get scored on, and they do. That is an absolute disaster class.
What happened here?
What in the world? Even when they're trying to get back into the play upfield, just no one in the right spot. Easy pass from JNAP to Calm. I'm sorry, I'm stunned. I'm at a loss for words.
What the fuck was that?
You can't make that type of mistake.
Those are the only words you need. It's 2-0 OG. And now they've got to dust themselves off and try it again. Calm's running forward. His shot
Hoxer is looking sus out there. He's paid off.
Cook him now. Calm, great touch to get the
Oh,
50. Knows
he's a
there
wait,
first.
okay.
Defense not set in the back for Space Station, and Calm is nailing his shots.
That's crazy.
What it
2 to
looks like.
3.
I know we've seen some bad shooting there. That's what good shooting looks like.
2-3 wins or
Great
like
goal
second
from
or third
Calm.
place.
3-0. SSG off the timeout
Cock
has
Classic.
gotten somehow worse.
Oh, they've still got time. 2 minutes to turn this game around. And of course, the likes of Moist very interested in this result because if OG does come out on top, that does eliminate Moist. Even though they took out Gen G and have all that emotion and momentum, it could be all for naught. Chicago going to work. Has that deflect off of Nolly. Then LJ whipped on it entirely. Nolly comes
And I'm
out
assuming
to
you mean
block
2 to 3
one.
wins,
Calm's
not
got the clear.
2-3 as the
And
record.
watch out for OG in transition. There won't be any this time. It's almost like now they're maybe content with the 3-goal lead and just challenging Space Station to come and get them and leave the net open again.
Tim, you always.
I mean, the way they've handled their leads has been something
2-3
similar.
record.
They don't
Oh,
control the
okay.
field space, so it's going to be really tough for Space Station to get a goal. But at any
long as they
point,
get-
this is that time for them to try to see, okay, what can we
As
do
long as they get 2
to
wins.
get breakouts going? What can we do to get the offense going? That was almost another goal. If Noli put that on target, it's in. Now we see a little bit of some transition here. And maybe a chance for some success. Counterattack not really working out either. Defense from OG set. Again to the final minute.
burger
And
and
SSG is trying to
fries.
play for something. Can Chicago get one? Sets it up, and Hoxer will clean it up. Space Station do get on the board.
They do get on the board. Chicago putting in the extra work.
Well,
you know, we would have liked to have scored that, but you take the consolation prize, the assist.
if OG wins,
as
they
Hoxer
can't.
breaks up the shutout. 50 seconds remaining. Space Station can make it real interesting. A goal sometime in the next 30 seconds. We really start
Get
to
at
make
them
OG
all.
sweat. Chicago, boost and shot. Easy save by Calm, and more importantly, in no rush to give it back to Space Station. They're going to have to come up and chase the issue just a little bit.
That was my
Hoxer
plan.
Got this central. Second touch, no. LJ, no. Chicago, denied by Calm.
Oh, I thought Chicago's shot would definitely be the one to go in. I can understand LJ's being a little off. The corner's hard, and then if he can set Chicago up with a good follow, it's great, but
still in the reach of this cap.
I thought you said it, they needed that one. That is the one that
OG.
should have been in. It should be 2-3 at
Senior,
this point.
keep going off
Final
stream
10
here, eh?
seconds. SSG have tried to start this series off at a hot note, but OG has responded in force, back-to-back wins as they put this series on match point.
2 goals has been the magic number so far. That's been enough to secure victory. Losing team just has 1 on the opposite side. And now Space Station going to need
Let's get it,
to,
Tim. Let's get it.
without the benefit
dodged
of
it
a timeout,
last time.
find out how they're going to get
Lock in.
win number 2. They're facing triple match point from OG
Close.
Esports. OG trying to make it 2 lands, all 3 lands, in fact, for this veteran squad of, again, it's so weird to call them NA's leftovers, but that's effectively what they are.
We all just died.
You know, kind of exiled from their teams, and everybody kind of brought players in to replace them or left
Ooh,
them.
that's a lot of points there, Sentience.
And here they
Lock
are
it in, lock it
still
in. Oh,
close
you
enough to
dodged
the
it
top
too.
to be considered a legitimate threat.
There are 2 500s down there
exactly.
now.
But this goes to show you what happens when you
I
have
don't know why it's not going over
players,
5.
veterans in the
Maybe it's
scene,
'cause that's why I started the
all
game,
on the
Russ.
same page.
Come
They know
on,
what they
no
need
one.
to do in order to win these matches, and we've seen them take down the best teams in North America. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise to see them doing as
shit.
good as they've
Oh,
been.
shit. Oh,
yes,
shit.
they had a poor start to the season, but it's been
They're
just
so
up
close.
since then. Couple of mistakes here and there on the way, but every time they always come back stronger. And now they're sitting in a big match point situation where, again, teams are battling for those major points. Teams are battling for world
We
championship.
just can't fucking
OG
get
has
it,
a
man.
lot to play
All right,
for
last
here,
one.
just like
Once
Space
my guy
Station
goes to the
Gaming.
bottom, we go back to game.
Onward now to the Aquadome.
Sentience.
It could be the final resting place for SSG
Oh.
in this tournament. And still,
Calm.
a lot of interest in tomorrow, no matter what
You
happens,
dodged
as
both.
that one's blocked away. And Calm will try to keep the attack alive for OG. It's always kind of a flourish at the start of these games, and then things tend to slow down, mostly because OG's got a lead.
You got a
and
442?
they
Oh,
force Space
shit.
Station to kind of come at them. And they just can't do so without leaving the door open in the back. Nolly's going to
died.
retreat here, and LJ can start the attack. Maybe the first good attack for Space Station in this game, not so much.
You got fucked up there.
Really wrap through. It's a fresh 5 minutes on the clock, so the way OG was playing towards the end of that game, they're gonna have to mix it up. They're gonna have to create an opportunity. They can't do it if they're double committing back into the midfield. We'll have to see Space Station Gaming also kind of change the pace of play. They have been playing a little safer this game, not sending too many people forward. Just trying to wait for the right moment where they can strike.
You should have seen before. Sentience went on like a with a roulette. Went on like a.
They'll have to watch the rest of the weekend. See just what else.
Like a 7 win streak or some
if
shit.
Anything at all. Nolly going to work with nothing in the tank at all. Hoxer just parks the bus
One
in front
gamble
of him.
stream. That's pretty much is now.
Got that clear. Back and forth the teams go, waiting for somebody to blink, and maybe there is exactly what we were looking for. Nolly up ahead and calm.
It creeps my way out.
It's intercepted, and Chicago stopped by his former
That's the way it
teammate
goes.
All right, so with a little bit of freedom here, we're trying to watch that space out here. And then
You
here's
could
another
bet
chance.
less than
Chicago
all
gets a
your
shot,
points,
and LJ
but you just
with
keep
the
betting all
bump
of
on
them.
the play on Calm, and now we see Space Station Gaming in front. Oh no, that was Hoxer. Yo, Hoxer and LJ. He didn't get to play the game today.
No, he got stuck in the net, and I was waiting. I didn't see the first one. I definitely saw the second, just waiting like somebody's going to hit him, right? Sure enough, they did. Both. And SSG have the upper hand very early in the game. They must win to prolong their tournament life and maybe have a shot at taking care of business today, not having anything else to worry about really for the rest of the summer. Hoxer going to work all the way across. Nobody's there. Chicago coming in as well, but Hoxer opts to stay with it. And LJ can't creep up either. They're all kind of jumbled up, though, or SSG, so the good thing that a couple are able to retreat now is LJ maintained possession, and OG can finally break out of the zone. I mean, sure, those few seconds of zone time are fine, but you are 150 away from giving up an open net on the other side.
First touch from JNAPS, too.
You do have to be careful with those 50s as well. Right now, SSG just playing a little bit more aggressive.
It's crazy. JNAPS is still so good.
They want to try to see if they can continue to ramp up here on OG. OG still doing a good job.
Like, he's outliving
but
Garrett
they
G
haven't had
now
a
at this
breakout
point.
opportunity quite yet. Even Khan misses that one. Noli's trying to pick this up, and Hawks are just bearing down on him. Like I said, just not giving OG too much space. That's SSG's game plan.
Chicago will run for it, try to be a disruptor, realize he can't, so he'll bail out, and Calm will have this one with a full tank of boost. Over Hoxer, but not past Chicago. Easy stop for Noli and Naps, but they're kind of tied up in the
Do the
corner.
Founding Fathers bet less than all their lives to their freedom?
Sometimes it just looks very precarious for these squads. As that ball catches an awkward deflection, Calm can't follow it up. LJ one-on-one with Noli, but support's coming from all sides, and OG just swung to the ball.
Still swarming though, but not necessarily holding.
Oh, everyone else. Oh my
Feels like we're
God!
starting
Wow.
to see like a
Everyone
bit
else
of a
wants
reverse
space
of the pace here. Even with OG kind of like fighting for the ball, they haven't put SSG in a tough spot for quite some time now, and you can see SSG even just being a little bit more aggressive, kind of like looking for the bumps and demos. Boost game has just been very balanced overall, and this is not good for OG. You want to be able to kind of force the issue. They haven't been able to do that yet.
Chicago, good win, but Hoxer just gets underneath
only
that.
two people
JNAPS
voted.
has the easy clear, so it looks like an opportunity brewing for Space Station Gaming, not on this occasion. Chicago trying to play the possession game. The problem is Nolly is right back there trading paint with Hoxer.
I see the 2 on your
and
name.
now JNAPS forces one through, but that's easily dealt with as well. Not much threatening from OG on the orange half of the field. Still down just the one goal as Space Station struck first. And now JNAPS trying to play slow around LJ. Calm, a little more forthcoming. And now Noli will bring it in with a full tank.
low boost.
They are very low boost, but so too is OG. Only Calm had boost behind them, so nobody else could follow up the play. It didn't matter if a ball came central. Nobody was there in support.
You're right. Now they got to try again. Felt like they were trying to pull out SSG here, but they're missing these touches on the midfield. And with 30 seconds left, this is where Space Station Gaming want the ball. They're able to get a good pacing here, but that demo sets up a lane. Chicago by itself. Flick high. You just got to hit the shot. No, you missed it. 13 seconds to go. SSG look to force a game 6. Big clearance here. OG need to keep this ball up. Can they do it? Chicago gets in front of them. Ball off the corner. Naps to come. No boost. Noli not on the field.
Surely.
That one gets away. Yeah, it's going to hit the ground. Let's go to Neo Tokyo.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go to Neo Tokyo. Indeed. Just a bizarre game there. Space Station just felt like they had a stranglehold on that game from that early opening goal from Chicago, and that was it. I mean, only 3 shots from OG, only 4 from Space Station. It was one of those very grindy, slower games like we saw in Game 3 out of both of these teams. Even Game 2 was kind of like that. And SSG on top in another one-goal game, so they stay alive here in this series.
Exactly. Now they're just trying to battle their way back into it. They're going to have to force a Game 7 here.
Look at us go.
To see.
Oh my God, Kong, you're tearing through
really
right now.
get,
Jesus Christ.
You know, get back into their stride is going to be a question because OG, it really was a slower start.
Nice strat there. Wait for everything to respawn.
That put them in a tough spot. The way they've been playing this series has been great for a team that goes up.
All right, Sentience,
but when you're playing from behind, you've got to be more aggressive. And OG wasn't
Clear these
willing
fives.
to kind of take that
Clear these
extra
fives.
step. Com still averaged 4 demos, but there were some games where Com had
Get
7.
in there.
And you could even see JNabs with 92 points, just not necessarily being able to get too many points on the ball and set up too many
couple
shot
400s in the mid now
because,
too.
Again, just trying to make sure.
Okay, we got to work
don't
together, Nikki. You and me.
Keep the bleeding in. They kept it a low-scoring game, which is good for them going into this Game 6. But SSG,
Nikki, come on,
To
Nikki.
figure it out. You can tell bit by bit. Now, chance here.
Oh my God,
to
Chris.
force a Game 7. Can SSG keep this momentum up?
1 match point broken, 2 to go.
How are we not? Okay, last drop here. Last drop for this round.
OG. See if they have more of a sense of urgency this game. Certainly more threatening early on as Nolly just lobs one at the backboard, easily addressed by Chicago.
Jesus, come on. We were like pummeling that area and we can't hit it. This is it. This is it. Yes! I don't know. Yes, both of them. I don't know who got it though. We worked together though, guys. Teamwork.
Deflect over towards Nolly on a shot that's blocked.
Good job, guys.
Now can Nolly bring it forward? No. Hoxer, big clear, relieves a ton of pressure.
Kong, you just dodged another one.
Look at this though. Hoxer and LJ both upfield, low boost. Chicago doesn't
You're
have any.
so good at dodging.
From them. So now here
Hey, what's
comes
up,
the
Nelson?
scramble. Can OG
You're
make the
so
most
good
of it?
at
Do they even
dodging those
know
500s,
that they have
Kong.
SSG on such low boost right now. The ball is moving so fast, and they're just sticking with the play. Look at Hoxer, just in front of JNabs, like, no, I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure you don't get a piece of this ball. But OG still trying to move forward.
Oh, you're at
Bump on the play,
666.
Naps with the low shot.
Damn.
LJ doesn't let it happen, but Chicago's
Sentience
gives
is
the
over
ball to
2K
Tom,
now, too.
Who's looking to bring it back in?
That angles downward, given away to JNabs again. One recipe for success here for OG is just kind of camping around in the middle of the field as that ball
Doesn't
goes
want
in.
to talk to you anymore.
It's been cleared right through the middle, an awful lot, either from the backboard or right in front of the net. And they've been able to generate more second chance opportunities. And
cutting
Space
you off.
Station Gaming will not get away with it for the full balance of this game. They have got to change things up.
Yeah, that's true, but they were in a tough spot on defense, and they did get out of that. So now, yeah, you're right. They do have to kind of clean up the clears. Being able to allow a teammate or even yourself to get a follow-up off the clears is going to be big because clearing it back in the midfield, they're lucky OG didn't take advantage of it. Ooh, JNab's still in a tough spot. He has to make 2 saves. Hoxer plays this one up high, but no follow-up from anybody. LJ is going to try to take his time to get past Kaminoli, who have the net locked down. And SSG almost with a quick attack. Now they're going to have to try again.
Well, Subi would say, just because you're boostless doesn't mean you're useless. He made a big defensive stop there, despite having very little in the tank. So now JNabs, a lot more this time to work with. Stays with the play. LJ trying to shadow Calm there and stop him from moving forward. Hoxer, double. No, JNabs got a piece, but the follow's there from Kago.
Good play from Hoxer. I mean, what a
Nick
first
got
touch.
both
And able to get that
500s.
follow
Damn.
straight down. And even though he doesn't score, Chicago.
I love how you analyze that.
Saying. If LJ,
We gotta get to the bottom of
SSG
this.
plays there for the boost, then
We'll
Chicago's
come
going to
back
be out
with
the
a few more
play.
hundreds,
Stays with
500s
low
left.
boost, has faith in Hoxer. It pays off big time. It may even work here off the kickoff. They get the ball, but Noli is not letting it through.
Hoxer had a choice to make, either peel off that play or go for the demo. He was very low boost. I think he made the right choice, even though he could maybe more aggressive.
I did make 1K max,
Might have
but it
opened
won't
the door.
up them,
Not the risk you
'cause I
take
did
when
it
you're up a
after I
goal
made
with the
the
way
game.
this series has gone.
I'd have to
Calm
stop
stopped
this
by
one and start a
Hoxer.
new one, and then we lose all our
And he
points.
looked for the midfield boost that did not spawn for him. No problem, as he still has that go all the way across. And OG has to reset at center.
And OG, if you're an OG fan, you're worried about the scoring drought here. They haven't been able to get on the board in quite some time. And again, with the shutout last game, now we're in the bottom 2 minutes of this one. And it's not to say they can't get the ball upfield. Here, even with Calm, they're getting the flip reset. Noli's in front. They've starved out Space Station Gaming, but they have not been able to execute when it comes down to setting up those last shots and putting them past the defense.
Oh, Nolly, great set for Calm, but he's opted to go high. Boy, a shot on target. Might have actually got through. That was well covered on the back pole. Even better pass down, though, to J-Naps.
Hey,
and
Megalino.
that forces SSG to scramble into action, but Hawks
How do you know when a party
unfazed.
is for a gamer?
Good use there of the dodge.
no one
too.
shows up.
Pops it up just enough to where J-Naps can't get a 50. That sails it back. He has to use all of his boosts. So now SSG starting to win big challenges here in the midfield, and it's giving them more of a field position. Here's LJ. He puts the shot on, but his shot was just a little too high. And that's the difference, right? You have Calm going for that solo play. You got LJ just putting it just straight on, forcing the defense to move. Empty space off the demo from Chicago. LJ can't get the bump, can't get the drop down. Big clear. No way!
They did it again. They got caught thinking this is an open net.
chance
They've
is
got
there.
OG worn down, and J-Naps just sweeps in, goes over top of the last man. That happens to be Hoxer. And all that pressure means absolutely jack.
A minute to go. It's anybody's ball game here on Game 6. Now people got to turn up the heat, especially if you're on the side of Space Station. You had the series. Oh, Hoxer couldn't make contact. Chicago's going to try to play it high, looking for LJ. LJ gets it up. Chicago did still boost, so he can stay in the play, but the ball's over his head. Hoxer's in the backfield, needs to pick up a little bit more. He's grabbing pads as LJ tries to look for a bump and can't connect on that either. SSG, a little bit more spread out now, making sure that the long clearance doesn't come through, but their offense is not doing much here. OG set in net on defense and ready to block anything.
Well, since facing triple match points, Space Station has been the more proactive of the two offensively. They've been playing with that sense of urgency. They understand they've got to take the fight to OG. But now OG has weathered the storm. Calm trying to line up a pinch. Nolly chasing, waiting for Chicago to hand him the ball. He does not. Down to 6 seconds. J-Naps, he almost won it with that 50. Now Hoxer. Oh, surely going to bring this to ground, right? Nolly will stay in the air, and he can keep this alive for J-Naps. Put it forward, and Hoxer back in. Calm's got to bring this to ground, surely. I don't think that OG can really make a push for a 0-second goal here.
Yeah, no,
especially with the threat.
They want to kill it.
That is Chicago waiting in the middle. There he is.
Oh, Hoxer!
Hoxer going in, and Calm's in the way. Bumps LJ out, and we go to sudden death.
Big smart bump from Calm. OT here. SSG still trying to force that Game 7. They let things kind of slip late. And you're right, you saw that Calm almost had a good play on the ball. Good challenge from LJ on Noli. And Hoxer can pick this one up. OG a little shaky here in the opener.
I got deja vu right
trying
now.
to pounce on it.
Awkward ball that J-Naps is able to read, and now he's got LJ just waiting. Come at me, bro. He does. Now Noli, past LJ, past Hoxer. Only Chicago to beat. Could be a numbers game, but LJ is back. He avoids Noli and stops that from going central. Calm, though. Hits Noli for the win. Oh! From the goal line and out. Follow-up is through. Father time. Say no more. J-Naps puts OG in the semis.
Celebrating in Grandma's basement.
And there's ice. And J-Naps is frozen solid when it comes to being clutch. OG
Canada.
to the top 4. Chaos in North America.
Genji don't. Maybe a shovel in there. Is that true?
Their business isn't taken care of yet.
Shopify
Rebellion still yet lives. But
SSG
man,
eliminated.
what a relief for OG. With, I'm sure, everybody telling them, SSG is the favorite. You can't beat this team. This is SSG's time.
All right, guys.
OG
We clear these 500s and this game closes. That's our goal right now.
Grindy, defensive,
And whoever's at the top by the end is the winner.
Mentally exhausted after
Let's go.
all of that. But they get some well-deserved rest.
The games have to be done by 6. The pastor has a
Well
meeting.
deserved though from OG. Even the way SSG kind of started this series, they were able to come out and just adapt.
Damn.
And they never let
Some
go
media
of their
clears,
game
one of them.
plan. You could tell
I
even
see.
as the series
Icy, get in
came
there.
to a close,
Get in there,
even as
Icy.
SSG bounced back. They stuck to
Oh,
their
you
guns
died.
and it worked. And,
Oh, you
there's
were about to
teams that
fucking
call
clean
them-
up.
Called them leftovers. You said that, you know, these guys were not necessarily like
Makes it a
looked at too much.
tiebreaker.
And to be able to see them come into this fold and make a name
What
for
is it?
themselves time and time again, it's just so,
Twinkle,
so
twinkle, little
impressive.
star played on a harpsichord.
Okay.
Team's got an average
Yeah, it's not
age
very
of about
violin-y, is it,
45.
lads?
But they're still through into Championship
Ooh.
Sunday. Still got a shot at
Again, very
London
classical,
and at
but not
Worlds,
quite what we're
and
after,
that
really.
wraps up a wild day here on Saturday.
That's
Let's
the
send it back to
fucking
the
theme
desk
to Angry
close
Bird.
things out.
What the fuck? Look what's getting away.
The entire region is shaking. The Grim Reapers are in the house. OG into top 4. They got a rematch with G2 here, Bates. It's crazy here in North America.
It is crazy here in North America.
We gotta get those 2 5s, guys. Come on.
Right when the season is about to end, but that's what you want to see. You want to see teams playing their best version of Rocket League right at the end of the season. OG.
We gotta work
ends up
together in the
taking
mid.
out SSG in a very grueling match. Stacks hit around the nose. That was a tough physical match,
Shit.
but Jay
Everyone go,
ice
spam.
cold in the words of Dazarin, finishes up the job on Neo Tokyo.
Stop blowing up.
That is, it's just wild because OG, you're going up against Space Station again. Them versus the field, they've only lost twice.
All right, I'm
to
on
teams
target. I'm
outside
on
of
target.
G2 and
I'm on
Gen
target.
G, but for 2
Let's go. Lock
consecutive
in.
days
Lock
now, they
in.
lose to a team outside of
Lock
G2
in,
or
Leaf.
Gen
Come on.
G, when all
Let's
they had
go.
to do was
Let's
just
go.
win this match.
5.
They
5.
clinched
Get the other
Worlds,
5.
they
No,
clinched
fuck.
London, but OG knew
We have, like, the
that they're
hardest
tied for
5 to
4th,
get
and
now.
Rebellion has a pretty easy
That's
side
brutal.
of their bracket with that Moist upset. That means OG had all the pressure on them to continue to keep pace, to
But I
expand
can't.
that lead. They
Got
gained 4
400.
points on that 4th place spot again.
Oh, Tim's at 4,
They
4,
sit
4,
there
4.
alone for the time being. So OG, huge pressure.
I think we're getting that
and
5,
they get
guys.
the job done when it matters most. Congrats to them.
So I gotta
Incredible
get out of here. I gotta
performance to
go.
overcome
Gotta
that
go to
pressure
mall
and continue on. I mean, we
Closes
talk
at
about
6.
how much veterancy there is on this roster. Every single one of these players has lost
give
more
them
games than
shit.
most of the people they're playing against have played in RLCS, and yet here they are. That demonstration continuing to perform, continuing to demonstrate. They're continuing to show how strong that experience they have is in this league. So, Gibbs, now,
All right.
we gotta break down what this means for everybody. We still have your dream.
I just want to hear
bracket
the
remaining. We're gonna show this
scenarios
bracket
here, though,
again.
first.
I guarantee a lot of people didn't pay attention when you explained it the first time because they were like, "This isn't gonna happen." Now here we are. This is the exact top 4 we've got.
The Dream Bracket is alive. We talked about this in the pre-show. It's basically to force a 4-way tie between 2 through 5 spots. So 3 of those teams will advance, but they will still have to play in that tiebreaker. We talked about Space Station tweeted out a little bit early that they qualified for London on Friday. They have not just yet, or the World Championship. So if Rebellion beats OG tomorrow,
They keep rubbing in that
the
they
finals, there will
that
be
they
a
fucked up.
4-way tie between Space Station, Gen G, Rebellion,
People seem
and
to-
OG for 3 London spots. So that would make for a very exciting final day. I'm not even sure when tiebreakers would be played at that point because there would be a lot of matches to be played, but that hope is still alive.
Well, let's talk about the series that just happened, and it's Space Station in particular. What a performance for them in a losing effort to go down
Pay
to
up
match
at
point
the-
and then be able
They
to
fucked
bounce
up.
back, get a win, and then in the next game force overtime. Nearly got to Game 7, just not quite enough at the end.
Yeah, it wasn't quite enough. DeMar was touching on it after the timeout.
Yeah, that's what we were
After
just talking
SSG
about,
touched the
Sentience.
Timeout. They just came out in game number 4. They came out super flat. DeMar even said they looked worse, and that's made you scratch your head because SSG, they look solid, really solid beforehand. But OG, I think they just have teams that play more methodical, slower. Just
They were talking about it on
traditional
broadcast,
style
too.
Rocket League. I think they have them downloaded.
Gibbs keeps calling out that they did that. He's rubbing in. That they
And
fucked
LJ,
up.
he was just like he was on fire throughout Swiss. 1 point, like 6 goals per game, and he was very, very.
Yeah, I imagine they
quiet
deleted it,
throughout
yeah.
this. So we're gonna throw it over to an interview with OG.
Gibbs threw it.
Hello, I am here with Com from OG. Com, congratulations on the win. We saw, of course, the celebrations afterwards.
Why do I
Tell
keep
me
going?
how it feels to take down
dying?
SSG.
Yeah, I mean, this was a huge win for us, like to finally beat that team and
Nick, you were working together. Never mind, you died
Unfortunately,
on
we
me.
lost to them in the past 2 regionals. We knew that we didn't play nearly as well as we should have. We weren't showing what we should have done.
We need teamwork on that.
Come out here, win
that
such
mid.
an important, or beat them
How
finally.
many channel
in
points?
such an
Yeah, I have
important
infinite.
situation, that keeps our London and World's hopes alive.
Yeah, and you guys played well. I mean, you can kind of see it on the field there. Just kind of like how you guys played, like really composed, really structured to your game plan. How was the composure there? Of course, you guys have been playing the game for a long time. Did you guys still get a bit of nerves being in that situation, or were you guys just locked in handling business?
Yeah, I don't think the context in the match really affects us all that much. We're just going out there, we're playing in RLCS. We're not really thinking about the potential ramifications of a loss there or a win. But it's always a little nervy. I don't think it's.
All right, guys. I don't think we're gonna get it. This is our last hit. Everybody gets one more ball. Let's go. Ready?
I think we're gonna keep our composure,
true. Whatever.
I'll
I
say
don't
for
care.
myself at least.
Here it is.
A
Last
healthy amount
one.
of nerves in order to keep me in check.
Okay, that's valid. Definitely very valid. I mean, you, though, in that series, just seem to be kind of all over the field, definitely creating
You guys can keep going until I hit the bottom.
I mean, of course, we almost come to expect that from
My ball is giving you guys a lot of time right now.
Even against the SSG
Oh,
team,
shit.
did you
Never
guys
mind.
have
Goodbye.
like a game plan specifically for them that you executed?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time looking at this team. They beat us twice. We spent probably a good 3-4 hours maybe between yesterday.
Sentience, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. You have to dodge all those explosions.
Scrims and matches against them, noticing things that they do
Nothing.
well, things that we're not doing
Rip.
well. We put a lot of work into that, and I think it showed today.
That's it.
We put up a lot more of a fight than we have the last
Rip.
two times that we played them. We were
Rip
actually
in the
taking
pip.
fight
Let's
to
close
them.
it
We had
off.
them under
Close
pressure.
game.
We had them having to make saves.
There's our final
the
score.
Last few times they beat us, we just kind
Look
of
at that.
went out with a whimper.
23-20. Chris got close to the 20 mark as well. I got close up there too. Hey, how are you still going?
That series. You know, tomorrow your matchup will be G2. How are you feeling going into G2? I mean, of
What
course,
happens if I
G2,
start
the
game
best team
again?
in North America. Do you think you guys have what it takes to take them down?
What the?
Yeah, absolutely. We've beat Gen G, who's beaten G2.
What the?
Multiple times. We've only matched up against G2
You guys
one
are
time
hacking.
so far in any of the 6 qualifiers, excluding the initial qualifier, like the first day. In Swiss, we played them yesterday.
GGs.
And we
How do I
lost
get out of here?
3-1,
Quit.
lost 2 overtimes that we could have won.
Good job blooping today, guys.
A bunch of really
Good
close
job
games.
blooping.
Those guys, of course, are very talented. My former teammates, to them. But we 100% have what it takes. It's just about showing up on the day.
Thanks for putting the lead.
Yep, and you
I'm
guys have been
just
showing up over
better.
the course of this event too, and even like as the season draws to a close, just for a look back.
2 minute. Wait.
You know, the level
I
of
can't.
work
I
you
gotta
guys
get
have put
going.
in to get to where you are now. What does this mean for you personally to find success so
can't.
late in the season and kind
Thanks
of
for
be
the
able to
blooper
control
tuner.
your, not only your
Okay,
major hopes,
tomorrow,
but your
guys,
world championship hopes?
I'm gonna be casting for
Yeah, I mean, it's a
the
great
jobless
feeling to
quals.
know that you still got it. I'm surrounded by
And
a bunch
those
of
should be
old
done in
geezers over
time
here.
to watch
rounding out
the
the
grand
age of
finals
youngest
for the
at
RLCS.
20,
So
which is already pretty ripe for,
we'll see you tomorrow
for,
for some more
League
Rocket League. Thanks for
to
chilling.
go out there, show
Yeah, I'm
that
doing
we still have
jobless.
what it takes against these other teams.
And
we still are taking it to them.
yeah,
We're still better than
I've
a
been
lot
looking
of
into
them.
other
Just
things to
showing
do,
that
like
we
other stream
have the
games and
potential to be the
stuff.
best team in the
There's some cool ones.
Okay, and listen, I see it too. I think everybody's starting to see it more and more. every
easy
time you
upper
guys go on the
bracket.
field.
Easy.
Any shout outs, anything you
Team
want to say
3
to
might
your
be
fans
hard,
before we
but
let you go?
Yeah, I mean, shout out.
Yeah, we're doing them
shout
tomorrow.
out
So
my friends,
see you guys
shout out
tomorrow,
the team,
noon
proud of
Eastern
all the work
time.
They've been putting in. Shout out the fans.
We gotta go buy Tesla
Couldn't be doing
shoes.
this
So
without you guys. Hopefully we can continue to make you proud and show up
is there
tomorrow
anyone to
against
raid?
you.
Tom, congratulations
Is
so
there
much.
anyone to
Congratulations on the win, and thank you so much for the interview.
Danger
We'll see you
tackle.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
With that win,
Or
OG
Corelli.
has secured a
I
semifinal
think personally,
rematch
probably
with
gonna get off soon, I
G2,
don't know.
running it back from
give it to
Open
Corelli.
Qualifier number 5. Can they get the win this time? This
Thanks
will
everyone
be
chilling.
a
Much
big
love.
one, folks. On the other
See you
side of
tomorrow.
things,
See you in the
Moist
Discord.
Sports
Until
will be
next
taking
time.
On the Rebellion, two
Keep gaming
unlikely
hard.
challengers here.
Yeah, we'll
One
do.
will play
We'll keep
for
those
the title
games
of North
going.
American
I just gotta sort everything
Regional
out. We have
Champion.
games across so many different
All that
systems now.
We're looking forward
See if
to
I can find
tomorrow.
one.
Now, the point
Alright,
situation has gotten pretty crazy over the past 2 hours or so here,
Hit up
Gibbs. And
Hoodie.
again,
Yeah,
we
Hoodie's
keep
the
on
type
bringing
of
this
guy that
up
would
to
log
people.
off right
We
now,
don't usually
though.
talk about points
He's
this
been
much, but
streaming.
at
He
the end of the
starts the
season, they
stream
become
like 2
so
hours before
important.
the
Walk us
show
through one
starts.
more time
Oh,
kind of what we're
shit,
looking at.
really?
Yeah, so
he's a
OG
grinder.
got a
There's
crucial
always